Any other valuable items I find can be conveniently stored in my infinite space. After a month of continuous training, plus the combat skills Yan Shu taught me, I can handle 2 opponents without much difficulty. Luo Tian raised a hand, clenching it into a fist, feeling the steady surge of power in his body. Considering how rapidly his physical fitness had improved, nearly surpassing Yan Shu's, and how he had mastered basic combat skills, plus having Yan Shu by his side, the two of them could easily handle any danger they encountered. The blizzard outside continued to howl relentlessly. Let's take this route to the police station, Luo Tian thought, standing before the large screen in the living room, sketching out the route displayed on it. He had mapped out a logical path. In this extremely cold apocalyptic world, the snow on the roads was at least 4 or 5 meters deep, making long-distance travel by foot impossible. Fortunately, he had a snowmobile in his space. As he finalized the detailed plan, Luo Tian felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was the first time he had ventured out since the extreme cold disaster struck, and the distance was quite far. During this time, many unexpected situations could arise, but Luo Tian showed no fear, only anticipation. He couldn't hide in the shelter forever, he needed to gather more supplies. First, the water supply in his space was insufficient. Although it was usable for now, to use it indefinitely, he needed to collect more crystal spaces. Besides, there were those coveted military bases, and grenade launchers too. Sniper rifles were nothing. We need to collect missiles, main battle tanks, destroyers, and even nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. As Luo Tian planned, his eyes grew brighter, his excitement mounting. The infinite space couldn't be wasted, its full potential had to be exploited. We need to ensure both functions are fully utilized, Li Ru said with a gentle smile, taking on all the household chores. Don't push me away, and Yu Yan said timidly, her face turning redder as she passed Luo Tian. What are they doing? Luo Tian wondered, completely baffled. So he went to ask Yan Shu, who was sitting beside him. Perhaps Bai Ya is up to her tricks again. He suddenly stood up and said awkwardly, who would have thought such a cold and distant policewoman would one day make such a graceful gesture? However, considering her health, Luo Tian took pity on her and let her off this time. Half an hour later, the master bedroom door opened, and Bai Ya emerged with a radiant smile. Master, you may enter now. Luo Tian, curious, said, then let's see what surprise the little girl has prepared. Under Bai Ya's watchful gaze, he walked to the door and pushed it open. Wow, the room is specially decorated. Luo Tian exclaimed, his eyes widening, sparkling with starlight, adorned with red stockings and bows. A huge, brilliant Christmas tree and an oversized red Christmas gift box were placed in the most prominent position in the middle of the room, instantly giving him the illusion that he was celebrating Christmas. The gift box slowly opened, and a beautiful woman appeared before them. Dressed in a red Christmas dress, wearing a bright red hat, her long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings. Her face was delicately made up, making her breathtakingly beautiful. After dawn, the fierce blizzard outside finally subsided, and even the swirling snowflakes vanished without a trace. The snow has stopped, Luo Tian yawned, stretching as he walked out of the master bedroom. Bai Ya, her long, flowing blonde hair bouncing, skipped over to take Luo Tian's arm. There's probably no need to write anything in the shelter, right? Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, ah, that's right. He continued, actually, I'm a calligrapher. Next time, Luo Tian agreed. He placed the marker pen into his spatial storage. In fact, from the moment he woke up, Luo Tian had noticed changes in his body, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. He felt much more at ease with the space around him. It was a very strange feeling, indescribable, as if he had established some kind of connection with space. Could it be that my spatial ability has changed? Luo Tian wondered curiously. First, his physical abilities improved rapidly, and now his spatial perception had enhanced his mental strength. However, besides being able to perceive a larger space, other than feeling more comfortable, nothing else seemed to have changed. Luo Tian was a bit confused as to whether this was a step forward or not. Why hadn't he gained any new skills, like spatial cutting or teleportation? He tried again, but found nothing unusual, so he gave up, and decided to ignore it. Luo Tian shook his head and said, just wipe away the things that have gone bad. After breakfast, Luo Tian and Yan Shu stood quietly by the French window, gazing at the white world outside. After the blizzard, the snow outside was even thicker, with a rough estimate of at least 7 or 8 meters. Now that the snow has stopped, it's time to go to the police station, Luo Tian said with a sigh. Yan Shu stood beside him, crossing his arms and replying softly, yes, master, I'm much better now and can go any time. I'll go with you this time, Luo Tian said with a smile. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Master is going with us too. He didn't understand why Luo Tian wanted to go out. Maybe I should go alone, Yan Shu frowned. He was worried about Luo Tian going along, because no one could be sure what the outside world would be like in the second month after the record-breaking cold disaster. The snow had stopped falling. There was no guarantee that other survivors wouldn't venture out in search of food. Don't forget, there are 2 of us, and we have pistols. Luo Tian chuckled and shook his head, indicating he knew the situation, then looked at Yan Shu. When asked about the police station's armory and ammunition, Yan Shu, though a bit confused as to why Luo Tian changed the subject, replied, I remember there are dozens of pistols, several dozen rifles and submachine guns, a few shotguns with ammunition, and one sniper rifle. Ammunition is also plentiful. Luo Tian nodded and asked, with so many weapons, you surely can't carry them all by yourself. If I go with you, there won't be a problem. Hearing this, Yan Shu thought for a moment and realized that transporting that many weapons by himself was a major issue. Yan Shu opened his mouth, then lowered his head in disappointment. He realized how inconvenient things were. Without Luo Tian, the supplies in the armory were simply impossible to transport. Don't worry, I value my life more than you think. Luo Tian reassured the girls. Besides collecting supplies, he also wanted to explore the world in this cold apocalypse, as he hadn't had the chance to go out in his previous life. The armory door seems a bit tricky to open, Yan Shu said, stroking his full red lips. Initially, he planned to figure it out on his own, but since Luo Tian was coming along, he mentioned it in advance. As a place for storing weapons, the police station's armory door was made of special steel, and opening it required at least 2 locks, one of which was a combination lock. After the code, there was still a layer of biometric authentication by fingerprint or iris. To open the door, one had to pass both security layers. Can I entrust the butler's combination lock to you? Luo Tian asked gently. As a super-intelligent brain developed by a top domestic team, it must have some independent functions, right? Yes, Master, Luo Tian replied. I have compiled a program that can be stored in an ID card, allowing you to crack the combination lock. Very good, that's enough. Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction. As for the fingerprint or iris lock, they would deal with it when they got there. Wasting no time, Luo Tian took out a set of polar cold-proof clothing from his storage and quickly put it on. Putting on the cold-proof suit was a completely different experience. It was much more comfortable than Luo Tian had imagined. After storing the guns, Luo Tian also took out a pistol and, along with a few magazines, gave one to Yan Shu, preparing thoroughly. The two of them arrived at the door. I believe that you and Officer Yan Shu will return safely, Li Ru said softly but firmly. Just then, the master bedroom door opened, and An Yu Yan, clutching the doorframe, said with a blush, Master, please come back soon. I want to be a gift for you ladies again next time. Luo Tian said, bidding them farewell. Then, Luo Tian and Yan Shu set off. Suddenly, they saw Luo Tian go downstairs and curse on the spot. Yan Shu immediately shielded Luo Tian behind him, his eyebrows furrowed. One hand went to his hip. Luo Tian, am I seeing things? Luo Tian is out. The other 2 men's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The damn king who would rather die than leave his house was now outside. Luo Tian, feeling it was no big deal, patted Yan Shu's shoulder and spoke with a smile. Luo Tian didn't think there were any significant threats left in the building, but Yan Shu's vigilance still pleased him. Walking past the 2 stunned men, Luo Tian and Yan Shu continued down the stairs, with Yan Shu remaining vigilant the whole time. He hurriedly asked his companion, what do you mean by overwhelmed? Why would Luo Tian suddenly want to go out? It's so safe in here, the man in the hat wondered. Could it be that Luo Tian ran out of food and had to go out to find some? That's right, there are countless people outside who want to kill him. If he had enough food, who would want to leave their sturdy and safe shelter, braving the cold and danger to go out? What they didn't know was that Luo Tian wasn't going out for food, but to clear out the entire inventory of the police station in Qinshui City. The snow seems quite solid. Luo Tian nodded. He grabbed the curtain and jumped out, but as soon as one foot touched the snowdrift, he sank deep, the snow reaching his knees. Only then did Luo realize that what he said was fine was simply because he was lightweight and had good balance. The top layer of snow was quite soft. Pulling his leg out of the snow, the 2 of them reached the back of an apartment building and found a hidden corner. Good, Luo Tian said, pulling a snowmobile from his storage. With a whoosh, Luo Tian floored the accelerator, and the snowmobile shot off like a wild horse. And let's not forget, this snowmobile lived up to its name. Even on snow layers 8 or 9 meters thick, travel was completely unimpeded and unaffected. Many residents who happened to be by their windows were shocked to discover this. Who is that? Aren't they afraid of freezing to death? And how do they have a snowmobile? Filled with desolation and silence, it was like a vast, endless kingdom of ice and snow. The buildings had long been buried under a thick layer of snow, completely silent. Before this global blizzard, everything seemed incredibly small. Luo Tian couldn't help but let out a howl, expressing his extreme excitement. Looking around, all the buildings were covered in a blanket of white snow. About half an hour had passed since they left, and the 2 had covered a considerable distance. During that time, Luo Tian didn't see a single survivor. It seemed as if only snow remained outside. The high-rise building next to Hodao must be the TV station. According to the map, we are on Qingxi Street. Qingxi Street, Luo Tian mused. That water plant should be nearby. A snowmobile came to a complete stop outside because the gate was covered in snow. So the 2 decided to climb in through a high-level window. Under the bright flashlight beam, the warehouse was frozen solid, but a large amount of bottled water was neatly arranged, almost filling the entire space. Seeing this, Luo Tian didn't hesitate to take it all. The freezing wasn't an issue. He had plenty of fuel stored in his spatial inventory. When needed, he could just melt and heat it, but collecting it bucket by bucket was too inefficient. Luo Tian sighed. Who knows when we'll finish collecting all this water in the entire warehouse? Then he suddenly remembered that his spatial perception seemed to have changed. He could now sense the space around him for about 10 meters. Thinking of that, Luo Tian suddenly had an idea and decided to try a different approach. Luo Tian focused his mind and tried to expand his perception. With just a thought, rows of water barrels within a 10-meter range vanished from the warehouse all at once. Sure enough, I can now collect items. Within a certain range, Luo Tian exclaimed with joy. As long as it was within his spatial perception range, any independent object could be stored in his space with a single thought. This made collecting supplies much more convenient, no more need to fumble around by hand. After a while, Luo Tian had collected all the bottled water from the purified water plant into his infinite space. Combined with the mineral water and the water he had previously obtained from the containers at the dock, the total reserve now amounted to tens of thousands of tons. Even if the entire base consumed a ton of water per day, this reserve of tens of thousands of tons would be enough for decades. While searching the warehouse, Luo Tian also found the body of what was likely a security guard on duty, crouched in a corner, his body stiff, his face filled with despair. It was hard to imagine the extreme fear he had experienced before his death. "Let's go," Luo Tian shook his head. Together with Yan Shu, they walked around the frozen corpses, left the area, hopped on the snowmobile, took out the map to check their position, and continued their journey. The biting cold wind was like a knife, but luckily they had goggles, allowing them to move safely on the road. In this snow-covered world, the tall buildings were a welcome sight, otherwise, they could easily get lost. Finally, the Qinshui police station came into view. Crack! The glass door shattered. Luo Tian and Yan Shu chose to enter through a window on a higher floor. Without sunlight or artificial light, the inside of the building was pitch black. However, this wasn't a major issue. Luo Tian immediately opened his winter coat, and from a shoulder accessory, he pulled out a powerful flashlight. Suddenly, a brilliant light dispelled the darkness. Before the apocalypse, Yan Shu had worked in the police system, so he was quite familiar with the layout. But now, it was in ruins, with documents scattered everywhere, as if it had been looted. "Let's go to the armory." Luo Tian signaled for the other to lead the way. "No matter how many times I try to remember, it's no use." Yan Shu nodded slightly, expertly leading the way towards the armory in the back. Soon, they arrived at the armory. Yan Shu stopped and said, "No wonder, this is where the weapons are stored. This door could probably withstand machine gun fire." Luo Tian touched the sturdy doorframe. Luo Tian tried, but the door stood firm. After all, the door and its frame were a single seamless unit. They were securely attached to the wall. Luo Tian tried pressing the combination lock and found that the door still had power, probably from an internal battery. Incorrect password. It's indeed wrong. Luo Tian shook his head with a smile and took out an ID card from his spatial storage. This device had a built-in password cracking program. Correct password, a line of green text appeared. "Excellent," Luo Tian exclaimed. "It can even crack the armory door's password." However, a simple combination lock wasn't enough. To successfully open the door and get the weapons inside, one needed to bypass the final layer of defense, a fingerprint or iris scanner. At this point, Luo Tian scratched his chin, somewhat puzzled. The combination lock could be bypassed, but what about the fingerprint scanner? Other methods were ineffective. Luo Tian took out a drill and a cutter from his infinite space to try, but they still couldn't solve the biometric lock. Just then, a series of chaotic footsteps suddenly echoed from the dark corridor behind them. He held a lantern in his left hand and a machete in his right, clearly well prepared. The blizzard just stopped, and someone already had the same idea as us, plotting to raid the police station. The burly man grinned. This surprised him greatly. What a clever guy. But unfortunately, he had run into such a major player. "Killing people in a police station must be quite exciting, my friend." The big man chuckled. "Who are you planning to kill?" Luo Tian sneered, pulling a pistol from his storage. Just then, Yan Shu also drew his pistol from its holster, the black muzzle aimed straight at them. The armory door was sealed shut. "You sneered, but your laughter was cut short as a gunshot rang out. Two men holding crowbars were shot in the head." "What?" Luo Tian scoffed. With just a few machetes and crowbars, they thought they could attack him. "I'm curious, did you think you could pry open the armory door with just two crowbars?" Luo Tian shook his head. "No need." Suddenly, the burly man's eyes lit up. He sneered and pulled a package from his pocket. "Brother, I know the armory door's password." Luo Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Judging by the other person's expression, it didn't seem like a lie. So, the owner of this severed hand was probably... Bang! To the burly man's astonishment, a bullet left the barrel, shooting him straight in the head, and he collapsed, dead in terror. The other man didn't understand why Luo Tian killed him, because unlocking with just a fingerprint couldn't open the armory door without the password. After an initial identity verification, Luo Tian picked up the severed hand and successfully opened the armory door with the index finger. In addition, there were 5 pistols with live ammunition and a high-precision sniper rifle. "Humph, idiot," Luo Tian sneered. "I don't need a password." The only remaining woman, quite beautiful, knelt on the ground in fear, begging, "Please, spare me. I'll do anything, anything." Luo Tian smirked and said, "Yes, handsome, you have to believe me. I was forced to join their group," the woman said in a mocking tone, "having crawled all the way here." Clinging to Luo Tian's leg, she completely disregarded her dignity in the face of life and death. "I don't care if you were forced or not," Luo Tian said calmly. "My technique is excellent." The woman cried out hastily, kneeling on the ground and reaching for Luo Tian's waist to undress him. To be honest, if this had happened before the apocalypse, a woman with such looks being so proactive would have been quite tempting, but now things were different. Comfort was no longer an issue. Luo Tian snorted coldly and kicked the woman away, saying with disdain, "I find you dirty." Luo Tian frowned, noticing the unpleasant odor coming from her, a smell he hadn't encountered in a long time. Luo Tian twirled the pistol around and then put it into his storage. This woman claimed to be innocent, but when she followed the burly man in earlier, her expression was arrogant. "All right, time to collect the weapons." Luo Tian rubbed his hands together and walked towards the armory with an eager look. The variety of guns on display was overwhelming, almost dizzying. To a layman, it looked like an arsenal from a video game. "This is good stuff," Luo Tian exclaimed, picking up a rifle and stroking its cool surface. He even loaded it and fired a few shots. Thanks to his superior spatial ability, Luo Tian, with just a thought, was able to store almost all the guns displayed on the wall into his infinite space, along with large crates of ammunition. This saved him the effort of collecting them one by one. In addition to the guns, Luo Tian also found dozens of bulletproof vests in the armory. "I never thought I'd be able to own a sniper rifle," Luo Tian thought to himself, his hand tightly gripping the only sniper rifle he had. Muttering to himself, this kind of weapon, if it hits someone, would probably just need chopsticks to cut them in half. After searching every nook and cranny, Luo Tian finished his looting and stored all the guns and ammunition in his storage. Then, she prepared to leave with Yan Shu. With such an abundant supply of ammunition and weapons, even when facing thousands of residents in the neighborhood, Luo Tian felt confident. Without hesitation, Luo Tian, led by Yan Shu, also went out through another shortcut. The snowmobile was parked silently there. Luo Tian jumped on and sat down. Yan Shu obediently followed, wrapping his arms around Luo Tian's waist. Luo Tian didn't intend to follow the original route but chose a shorter path. The snowmobile's engine roared to life, kicking up a cloud of snow. The temperature was around -60°C, but it was no use. It was still cold enough to kill. They sped up, and the flooded shopping mall quickly came into view. Crack! The glass shattered, and Luo Tian and Yan Shu fell straight onto the third floor. That store happened to be on the same floor as a clothing store. Luo Tian casually glanced at the women's clothing store in front of him. Seeing this, Luo Tian didn't hesitate. He stored all the clothes in the store in his storage. "I have to bring back some gifts for those little devils," Luo Tian said with a laugh. "Master, you don't need that many, do you?" Yan Shu said with a pretty face, his long legs drawing circles on the ground as he spoke. Luo Tian not only cleaned out a high-end women's clothing store, but also cleared out the lingerie store next to it. "Of course we do," Luo Tian said calmly. "Even the best things can get boring, so it's time to try something new." Luo Tian clapped his hands in satisfaction. Since the elevator was broken, he and Yan Shu had to take the stairs. The two of them went down to the basement of the shopping mall. Yan Shu suddenly felt like they were a couple shopping together. The two of them, going to the supermarket together, isn't that what couples and newlyweds do? And Bai Ya and Dr. Li Ru weren't here yet, so Yan Shu could freely enjoy his time with Luo Tian. This meant that the small, charming figure hidden under the winter coat was also seen directly by Luo Tian. Luo Tian glanced around, sensing the presence of many people nearby. 2 high-power electric heaters and a silent generator were brought out, instantly raising the surrounding temperature. They were wearing winter clothes and didn't feel cold. "You'll find out soon enough," Luo Tian sneered. It was too exciting. 2 hours later, Luo Tian finally let Yan Shu go. He had originally planned to be back before noon, but after checking the time, he sighed and realized it seemed impossible now. His mouth was dry, so Luo Tian didn't hesitate to grab a carton of milk from a nearby shelf. He stuck a straw in and started drinking. Luo Tian put down the empty milk carton. They carelessly tossed the food aside. "We should refuel by eating something before we leave," Luo Tian said, stroking his chin. His gaze suddenly fell on the self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice on the shelf. They took them straight from the shelf. Seeing this, Yan Shu didn't object. Luo Tian ate whatever he wanted. After lunch, Luo Tian didn't rest. He took all the snacks, leaving none behind. However, he didn't take the wilted frozen vegetables. They looked bad anyway. And after a month of being frozen, even if they weren't spoiled, they had lost most of their nutrients and moisture. After looting all the supplies, Luo Tian was surprised to find that the space around him had become much more spacious, and his range of perception had also expanded. Had his spatial ability changed? These items were like experience points. He curiously guessed that if he collected enough items, he would level up and advance after reaching a certain level. Luo Tian decided to test it out. "Sure enough, my spatial perception has increased a bit," Luo Tian said in surprise. After clearing out the goods on the first basement level, Luo Tian's spatial perception range increased from 10 meters to 11 meters. "It seems that next time I have the chance, I can collect more items into my space." Luo Tian didn't expect that the next change in his spatial perception ability would bring him such a big surprise. After leaving, Luo Tian looked at the empty, desolate shopping mall. Although there were quite a few guns there, She and Yan Shu should return to the shelter before dark. So, the two of them climbed up the stairs again, and when they reached the third floor, they finally got outside through a window. The snow was too thick. Inside the shelter, and Yu Yan was quietly curled up on the sofa, holding a medical book. Thank you for the meal. These fast foods were specially requested by Luo Tian before he left. Oh, fast food is so high in calories, I never dared to eat it before. Bai Ya shook her head, and Yu Yan lifted her black apron and said, she must be the type who doesn't gain weight no matter how much she eats. He eats a lot of hamburgers, fried chicken, and fries, but his weight has always been stable. I'm jealous of you. Li Ru also took off her apron and said with envy, I often work overtime at the company until very late, but I don't dare to eat too much fast food. Bai Ya sighed. Bai Ya wasn't too worried about Luo Tian's safety, since he had a gun and Yan Shu was with him. However, Luo Tian had been gone all morning, and Bai Ya was starting to miss him. Master is having fun with Yan Shu, Bai Ya said resentfully. Luo Tian is out. Ding Ching Ching cried out in alarm from the window, hurriedly calling her best friend over to see. They were both the same type of person. He also benefited significantly from the money Luo Tian had spent on Shu Ruyan. Ding Ching Ching also lived in this apartment building. She even came to help Shu Ruyan when she ran out of food. He saw Luo Tian and Yan Shu driving a snowmobile, speeding away from the apartment complex. The other person was wrapped up in polar cold-proof clothing, which might not be easily noticeable to the average person, but Shu Ruyan and the other, who were familiar with Luo Tian, recognized him immediately. However, this still shocked them quite a bit. Luo Tian has a snowmobile. With the thick snow outside, moving on foot was impossible, but with this kind of vehicle, doesn't that mean they can go wherever they want and freely search for supplies? Why does that guy, Luo Tian, not only have a cozy room to live in, but also endless food to eat? And now he even has a snowmobile. In the past, Luo Tian used to obediently follow Shu Ruyan around like a lovesick puppy, at her beck and call. But now, Shu Ruyan clenched her fists, her eyes filled with hatred. She had nearly starved to death in her room due to lack of food, and was even rejected by him despite offering herself to him. She survived until now by selling her personal clothes to some otaku for food. Although Luo Tian was gone, her eyes were still filled with a look of longing. She hadn't realized at first that Luo Tian's house was supposed to be his, where he was enjoying delicious food. Those glasses of red wine and steaks, that warm fireplace, it all belonged to him. I want to open the door to Luo Tian's secret base, then personally plunge a knife into his chest, watching him die in despair and pain, filled with regret. The men in the other buildings, they had all suffered heavy losses at Luo Tian's hands. Shu Ruyan took a deep breath, grabbed the other woman's arm, and under Ding Ching Ching's questioning gaze, Shu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, Luo Tian is hiding at home, no one can do anything to him. But don't forget, he's out the door now. If they could gather a group of people and ambush him at the entrance of the apartment building, they could definitely take advantage of Luo Tian's return to ambush and kill him. Even if Luo Tian has a gun, as long as there are enough people, they can surround him at a critical moment. At such close range, he wouldn't be able to fire many shots and would surely be killed. After hearing this plan, Ding Ching Ching was also clearly moved. Luo Tian's room was very sturdy. No matter how many people tried, they couldn't break in. But once the other person left the room, they were no different from anyone else. At that point, a single knife would be enough to easily kill them. But Ling Ling, where are we going to get people to help? Ding Ching Ching asked hesitantly. To take down Luo Tian, just the two of us won't be enough. But why would they listen to us and risk their lives to ambush Luo Tian? You don't need to worry about that. Then, she pulled all the male residents into the group, except for Chu Junkai. After all, the residents had already discussed among themselves that he had acknowledged Luo Tian as his superior. I'm leaving the group. The residents discovered they had been added to a new chat group, and the group's owner was none other than Shu Ruyan. Confused and bewildered, they said some rather harsh words. The residents there were very impatient, and some even started cursing. Instead, she immediately asked in the chat group, Luo Tian is out. Do you guys want to take this opportunity to enter his shelter? What do you mean by enter? Shu Ruyan retorted. Luo Tian is out, but can't he lock the door? Half of the residents were skeptical, while the other half immediately started sending messages. Faced with the doubts, Shu Ruyan calmly said, Don't forget, Luo Tian used to be one of my pursuers, and of course he gave me a spare key to his house. Shu Ruyan remained calm and continued to explain. Don't forget, Luo Tian has a gun. How would I dare to open the door without permission? But now things are different. It was true that Luo Tian was Shu Ruyan's pursuer. Many people in the building knew this. However, she later dumped Shu Ruyan after getting Li Ru as a girlfriend, mainly due to the gossipy old ladies spreading rumors. So, it seemed plausible that Shu Ruyan had a spare key to Luo Tian's world. After all, Luo Tian wasn't home, so they went to join in the fun. There was really no significant loss. If there was, it wasn't just the food and the shelter. Those beautiful women and celebrities would also belong to them. They could take over the shelter, and even if Luo Tian came back, he couldn't do anything. If not, that's fine too. They could just leave. I'll go check it out too. Normally, when Luo Tian is home, no one would come up here. But now that he's not home, the residents have nothing to worry about. Currently, there are about 40 male residents still alive in the building. Quick, give me the key to the shelter. Don't lie to us, the residents urged impatiently, many of them staring at the door with greedy eyes. In fact, Xu Ruyan didn't have Luo Tian's base key at all. Before the apocalypse, although Luo Tian had pursued her passionately, he had never given her the key to the base. The two had never been lovers. This is the key to Luo Tian's base. We can open this door. The remaining residents stared at the key in Xu Ruyan's hand. Breathing heavily with excitement, he rushed to the door, grabbed the key, and started trying to insert it into the lock. After all, Luo Tian wasn't home. Just as he was wondering, a strong electric current suddenly shot out from the key. With a crackling sound, everyone witnessed a breakdance performance. The current subsided, leaving only a charred corpse. Luo Tian isn't home. Not only them, but Xu Ruyan's expression was also very serious. In fact, Xu Ruyan had already prepared an excuse for not being able to open the door. Luo Tian had changed the lock. Damn it, I'm coming right back. She was both shocked and angry that the person who opened the door was suddenly electrocuted. Fortunately, the person who opened the door wasn't her. Otherwise, she would have died like that unfortunate soul, her death shrouded in mystery. It's not my fault, she thought. It's the fault of the women inside. Xuling's mind raced, and she almost immediately came up with an excuse. Luo Tian wasn't home, but his women were. Those words successfully diverted everyone's hatred. They still believed the key was real, but Li Ru had seized the opportunity to turn on the high-voltage switch, electrocuting the person who opened the door. Goddess Dea, open the door quickly. You were forced, you must hate Luo Tian, right? The residents outside the door, their voices filled with emotion, tried to trick the women inside into opening the door while Luo Tian was away. Luo Tian was a tough opponent, but right now there were only a few beautiful women inside. Playing on their emotions and tricking them into opening the door should be easy, the residents thought with a cold laugh, listening to the commotion outside. Humph, Bai Ya huffed angrily, they weren't stupid. Why would they open the door for the other side? Besides, they alone weren't strong enough to open the door. They had to wait for the butler to get Luo Tian's permission before they could open the alloy door of the shelter. The master just left, and they've already caught the scent. And Yuyan and the master sighed softly. These people were truly cunning. They said they wouldn't harm them, but if any fool opened the door, the first thing they would do upon entering would be to attack. Li Ru, did you hear her? Just then, Yu Lin's call came from outside the door. In the footage, Yu Lin was standing outside the shelter, staring intently at the alloy door with deep affection. I know I was wrong, and I'll never force you to do this again, so please forgive me, okay? At this moment, he felt that only Li Ru could break through. As long as he showed sincere remorse, she would surely not be able to resist opening the door. How dare he show his face to her now? After all, he was the last one to join the shelter, and didn't spend much time with the others. So she was completely unaware of this. The charm of Wei Wui's wind is truly something. No man can resist. Don't even think about it, we will absolutely not open the door, Bai Ya said through gritted teeth. The people in the classical Chinese-style corridor were both shocked and angry. What would happen if Luo Tian finished his business? Luo Tian will be back soon. The shadow Luo Tian cast over them was too large. If he was caught, he would surely die. I'm Luo Tian's first love. Open the door now, do you hear me? He even intended to smash the door, but Ding Ching Ching quickly grabbed him. This door has high voltage, you can't touch it. Because this was so strange, and not many people had undergone this surgery. And Yu Yan glanced at the information a few more times. He seemed to remember that something similar had happened last month. Xu Ruyan had gone to the hospital for a checkup, but insisted on not letting her go with her. At the time, Ding Ching Ching didn't think much of it, but now that she knew Xu Ruyan was going, it was no wonder she didn't let her go with her. Even the people living in the corridor looked at Xu Ruyan with strange eyes. Seeing her tremble with anger and shame, Xu Ruyan couldn't believe that despite being so discreet, she had still been discovered. Luo Tian is coming back soon, Ding Ching Ching said worriedly, a hint of contempt in her heart. She, Xu Ruyan, could get someone to sleep with her for just a few thousand yuan, yet she went to the trouble of getting this kind of cosmetic surgery. Although he knew the other party couldn't break in, the fact that their leader, Luo Tian, wasn't home still made them a little nervous. The snowmobile roared past, kicking up a cloud of snow. They won't be able to keep this up for long, Luo Tian said with a cold smile. He didn't expect that he and Yanshu would be able to escape so easily. The young people in the building behind had started to cause trouble, and it was Xu Ruyan, that damn green tea bitch, who was the instigator. Luo Tian hadn't killed them before, because he wanted Xu Ruyan to suffer more in the bone-chilling cold of the apocalypse. But now it seemed it was time to teach them to behave forever. He had gotten a lot of stuff from the armory this time, so using them as target practice wouldn't be bad. The snowmobile quickly entered the residential area. Finding a hidden corner, they stored it in the infinite space. Luo Tian and Yan Shu, each carrying a backpack, walked towards the fourth-floor window. He casually looked up and saw several figures moving behind the old windows of the surrounding apartment buildings. This explained why Luo Tian and Yan Shu each returned with a backpack. It was to avoid suspicion. They couldn't have gone so far and returned empty-handed. That would be too suspicious. Yan Shu grabbed the curtain, preparing to climb in, but wait, something was wrong. Luo Tian frowned. His spatial perception had automatically activated. In the fourth-floor corridor, people were lying in ambush. The scene in the corridor appeared in Luo Tian's mind like a three-dimensional image, instantly putting him on alert. He knew that if he went in, he would be ambushed by them. If he wasn't well prepared, he could suffer a great loss. Yan Shu was pulled back by Luo Tian, but he didn't react immediately. Instead, he silently glanced at Luo Tian. It turned out Yan Shu had also noticed. Luo Tian thought to himself with amusement, no wonder he's a former criminal police officer. His intuition is so sharp. If it weren't for his spatial perception, he wouldn't have been able to detect so many people lying in ambush in the corridor. Why isn't Luo Tian coming in? Did he discover something? Suddenly, I find the snow scene quite beautiful. Let's enjoy the snow for a while before we go back, Luo Tian said casually, intentionally letting everyone hear. The residents there were angry and cursed Luo Tian's relatives. My hands and feet are all numb. Just as the residents were cursing, they suddenly heard someone outside say, forget it, it's all white anyway, there's nothing to see. Returning to Wenyan, the residents glanced at each other, their faces twisted in sinister smiles. Luo Tian, your death is near. Then your shelter and food will be ours. A figure rushed in. Luo Tian, you're done for. The residents rushed forward, laughing wildly. But before they could swing their machetes and baseball bats, they froze. The thing that fell into the corridor wasn't Luo Tian, but a thrown backpack. Oh, everyone's so enthusiastic, waiting here just to welcome me? Luo Tian said with amusement, crossing his arms. Their ambush plan had been discovered beforehand. Damn it, we've been exposed. Luo Tian has a gun? We can't win, someone shouted twice, and the panicked residents immediately turned to flee. Luo Tian only has one pistol, but we have over 20 people. Xu Ruyan, who was hiding in the back, hurriedly shouted. Once the enemy ran out of bullets, the remaining ones could kill him without hesitation. More importantly, if they fled now, Luo Tian would surely retaliate against them later. Luo Tian would definitely not dare to open fire. If he did, he wouldn't survive. That's right, Luo Tian is not in the shelter right now. In fact, the residents here had clearly considered this before the shooting happened. There are so many of us, they thought. I didn't expect you to dare to open fire. If you do, we'll go up and kill you. After all, there's no safe shelter to protect you right now. More importantly, everyone assumed that Luo Tian had fired a few shots before, and his gun was probably out of ammunition. They're gambling, how foolish. Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh, chuckling as he blurted out, Luo Tian, you're about to die, and you still dare to laugh, Xu Ruyan said through gritted teeth. Luo Tian did have a pistol, but his ammunition was limited. As soon as he opened fire, everyone would rush in and swarm him. After all, how many people were here right now? The residents knew very well that since they had ambushed Luo Tian, they had almost no way back. As long as they guarded the window entrance, Luo Tian wouldn't be able to get in, and they could continue to do so, even exhausting him. Xu Ruyan didn't believe that Luo Tian could sleep outside in this cold weather. Facing imminent death, Luo Tian arrogantly said, are you just a bunch of useless cowards? In his eyes, Xu Ruyan and this group of greedy residents were nothing more than clowns, completely ridiculous. He could easily pull out a submachine gun and turn them into a pile of corpses within 10 seconds. Luo Tian, if you hand over your pistol now and voluntarily open the door to the base, I might consider sparing your life, Xu Ruyan said with a cold smile, her tone filled with unconcealed satisfaction. Luo Tian's current actions were just stubbornness, like a dead duck trying to stay silent. In his eyes, Luo Tian leaving the shelter was like a fish out of water, a tiger with its teeth pulled. Luo Tian, if you open the shelter door and let me sleep with that big star, yeah, for a few nights, I'll be the first to guarantee your safety. And that married woman, Li Ru. I've been watching her for years. Damn, the girl next to her is so pretty, I want her. The residents there, seemingly confident of victory, fantasized about their wonderful lives after breaking into the shelter and taking advantage of the girls. Luo Tian's current situation was entirely his own fault. Who told him to be so stupid as to run out of such a sturdy shelter? Xu Ruyan laughed loudly. In Xu Ruyan's eyes, Luo Tian seemed to have pushed himself into a corner. A look of smug satisfaction even appeared on his gaunt face. Luo Tian sighed softly, pulled out his Glock, and said, if you're out of salt, get ready to go. The cold muzzle was pointed at the people in the corridor, instantly freezing their smiles. Wait, Xu Ruyan said in disbelief. Have you thought this through? Your pistol only has 7 or 8 rounds at most. We were only halfway through our sentence when the gunshots rang out, bang, bang, bang. With each shot, a resident fell dead, their eyes wide open. With his enhanced spatial perception, Luo Tian could even close his eyes and shoot them in the head. You're mistaken, there are 15 rounds in the gun. Luo Tian sneered, run. He's a demon. After Luo Tian fired several shots, the people in the corridor all collapsed, dropping their weapons and fleeing. Anyone who tried to charge forward was shot dead on the spot. Oh my god, who said a pistol only has 7 rounds, or even less? After the gunshots stopped, 15 residents were dead on the spot. The remaining 7, including Ding Qingqing, had escaped. Luo Tian wasn't in a hurry to finish off the escapees. He figured he'd deal with that later. How could you fire so many shots? A pistol only has 7 or 8 rounds. Xu Ruyan's whole body trembled uncontrollably. The residents here had vanished without a trace, leaving only a pile of corpses in the corridor. Witnessing so many living people being killed right before his eyes made Shu Ruian feel nauseous and want to vomit, doubling over and retching up bile. At the same time, he also felt an indescribable strangeness. Luo Tian was completely different from a month ago. What could have caused such a sudden change in the other person's personality, turning them from an ordinary person into a cold and decisive killer? He's ignorant. Luo Tian shook his head. There's not just one type of pistol. Some have magazines with a capacity of over 20 rounds. Alright, let's stop the idle chatter here, Luo Tian said calmly, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at Shu Ruian and said, for old time's sake, I'll give you a choice. How do you want to die? The residents of the surrounding apartment buildings, watching from behind their windows, were all astonished and exclaimed in the chat group, oh my god, I heard it was Luo Tian from Building 9. So Luo Tian has a gun. I always thought those rumors were just made up by the residents. The thought of someone firing a gun, I thought it was just firecrackers outside. But the residents of both Building 10 and Building 11 were stunned by Luo Tian's incredible display of power. Not only them, but even the male residents of Building 9 who hadn't joined the protest with Shu Ruian were now pale, gasping for breath, their faces filled with relief, as if they had just escaped death. Fortunately, they had been cautious, otherwise, they would be like the people down there, dead at the end of a gun. The sound of gunshots echoed through the residential area, combined with the cold air, making everyone shudder involuntarily. Although poor visibility prevented the residents from seeing what was happening in the corridor, based on the accounts of residents on the lower floors, they immediately understood that someone had ambushed Luo Tian in the corridor. Then, Luo Tian was shot dead by the other party. After all, the last time, Shu Ruian had humbled herself to beg Luo Tian, but he paid her no mind and even humiliated her mercilessly. Luo Tian snorted coldly, too lazy to say more. He wouldn't tell Shu Ruian what had happened in his previous life, or how he was tricked into opening the door and then killed. However, the deep hatred he felt before dying in his previous life was something Luo Tian would never forget. Brother Luo Tian, don't you have any feelings for me anymore? Shu Ruian bit her lip, her expression pitiful. Unsure of what Shu Ruian was planning, Luo Tian looked at her with a strange expression. Compared to Yan Shu, standing beside him, this cold, long-legged policewoman, it was too big a difference, no room for comparison at all. He wondered if he had been crazy in his previous life to die at the hands of Shu Ruian, a scoundrel who easily got on the bus. Thinking back now, Luo Tian even wanted to slap himself. Luo Tian, do you think you've won? Shu Ruian suddenly said. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. They were just cannon fodder, Shu Ruian said with a sneer. Her gaze swept towards the underground parking lot not far behind Luo Tian, where a group of people with bright smiles were continuously pouring out. A group of about 70 to 80 people, armed with machetes, surrounded Luo Tian and Yan Shu from a distance of more than 10 meters. At this moment, a man with a scar near his eye stood at the front of the crowd, looking at him with a cold expression. Suddenly, a large crowd appeared and surrounded Luo Tian. Damn, why did Luo Tian have to mess with the boss of Building 13? Luo Tian is dead for sure this time. His body won't even be intact later, the residents of the surrounding high-rise buildings said in horror. They were texting in the chat group, instinctively ducking lower, afraid the huge crowd below would discover them spying. Although Luo Tian was in turmoil inside, his expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't take these people seriously at all. Luo Tian admitted that if it were before, being surrounded by so many people with Yan Shu would have been a rather troublesome and headache-inducing situation, but now, a sudden smile appeared on his lips, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. I just cleaned out the entire police station armory. These guys came to our door on their own. The amount of ammunition stored here is probably enough to shoot them 10,000 times. At this moment, Luo Tian's thoughtful expression, in Shu Ruian's eyes, appeared as extreme shock. Haha, Shu Ruian couldn't help but laugh, chuckling as she said to him, Brother Luo Tian, we're out of ammo. As long as you're willing to be my concubine, I'll beg Boss Ming to spare you. Shu Ruian had decided that as long as Luo Tian submitted, he would definitely torture him to the fullest, making Luo Tian experience the pain and torment he had endured for the past few days, before finally killing him. In fact, Shu Ruian had long been an informant planted in Building 9 from within Building 13. Even when Zhuo Wentao and his group from Building 10 were investigating Luo Tian, Shu Ruian diligently provided them with all the information. It was all frozen vegetables and frozen food like zombie meat, to hide his spatial ability. But his backpack was different. Don't worry, Luo Tian said calmly, his gaze sweeping over the calm Ming Leota and his group. In the middle of the crowd, Boss Ming spoke slowly and deliberately. Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Tian interrupted, saying, I'm not interested in your self-introduction. With over 100 subordinates present, being interrupted made Boss Ming's face darken. Luo Tian, are you still talking about collecting debts? Boss Ming's face darkened frighteningly. Even his subordinates couldn't hold back anymore and cursed. Luo Tian, are you looking for death? You're out of ammo and still so arrogant. The henchmen who were shouting and cursing immediately fell silent. So, despite Luo Tian's arrogant attitude, Boss Ming didn't take him seriously. After all, in everyone's eyes, Luo Tian, now unarmed and out of ammo, was someone a few people could easily take down with knives. With a cat-and-mouse mentality, Boss Ming sneered, about to say something to intimidate everyone. But then he saw Luo Tian pull out another magazine from somewhere and load it into his pistol. Damn, how does Luo Tian have another magazine? The henchman who had been cursing the loudest earlier was so terrified by Luo Tian's gaze that he collapsed to the ground. Having witnessed the crippled grunts in Building 9 before, they didn't dare to act rashly and charge to their deaths. Xu Ruyan was even more terrified, cowering under the corridor window, thinking, damn it, this is bad. Boss Ming was hiding behind his henchman. His face became contorted. He hadn't expected Luo Tian to have a spare magazine. Just then, Luo Tian, who had scared the subordinates into fleeing, did something that stunned everyone. Thud, he threw the pistol 5 or 6 meters away behind him onto the snow. While everyone was stunned and wondering if Luo Tian had gone mad, Luo Tian stepped forward a few steps. But didn't you want to kill me? He provocatively gestured to Boss Ming and the crowd in front of him, then said, I'll take on all 100 of you. His clear, cold voice echoed through the residential area. Not only Xu Ruyan, who had just gotten up from the window, but also Boss Ming, holding a machete, and his henchmen, all had the same thought. Throwing down your gun and fighting 100 of us barehanded. Luo Tian, you're really looking for death. Boss Ming realized what was happening as he was about to die. He sneered, so he's a madman. Dad, you guys go kill him. After speaking, he waved his hand, ordering the people in the small tunnel to kill him. Brothers, let's kill him together, he shouted. Luo Tian, since you've chosen death, don't blame us. Damn it, I want to see how you defeat 100 of us. My friends, you said with a laugh. Nearly 100 people, a huge crowd armed with machetes and baseball bats, rushed towards Luo Tian, who was standing at the front of the crowd. Luo Tian's body won't even be found intact now. He'll probably be turned into minced meat. I thought Luo Tian was so amazing. Now he looks like a madman, fighting 100 people alone. I can't even bear to watch. The scene will surely be bloody. While the residents on the upper floors were sighing in the chat group, many homeowners who couldn't take it anymore suddenly noticed the last message. Just as the other side saw what was happening, a series of continuous gunshots rang out outside. What they saw, Luo Tian, who had been barehanded before, had somehow reached behind his back and pulled out 2 black objects. A ferocious submachine gun appeared. No, it couldn't be that the traitor Luo Tian had hidden the gun behind his back from the beginning, concealing it with his clothes. Die. Although the words were soft, Luo Tian's lips moved clearly, and his subordinates could see it clearly. Along with the deafening gunshots, 2 streams of fire erupted from the muzzles. Like the scythe of death, it mercilessly reaped the advancing henchmen. Save me. The henchmen who felt something was wrong dropped their weapons in terror and tried to flee down to the underground parking lot. But how could 2 legs outrun a bullet? One henchman was shot in the head, the one next to him too. Just as a thought of relief flashed through his mind, everything went dark and he collapsed. How could flesh and blood withstand bullets? Boss Ming stood there, stunned, helplessly watching his trusted subordinates being easily killed by the submachine guns, his face filled with horror. The entire building, which had stood firm, now faced Luo Tian like an egg hitting a rock. It collapsed on impact, completely unable to resist. The roar of the muzzles seemed to have an endless supply of ammunition. Under the roar of those 2 fire snakes, no one could survive. From such a safe distance, after enduring a terrifying storm of metal, the piles of corpses lying on the ground were all disfigured with grotesque expressions, their deaths brutal and horrific. Almost every corpse had multiple deep, bloody wounds, especially those in the front, who were hit by multiple bullets. The bullets flew several meters high, then froze into bright red ice pillars in the sub-60 degrees Celsius temperature. The arrogant boss Ming and his henchmen were all killed in the rain of bullets. Within a range of more than 10 meters, not a single person escaped death. He's a demon. He's witnessed the power of modern weapons. The residents spying from the upper floors screamed in terror. Looking down from the high-rise building, the bright red blood had stained the snow-covered ground into a picture of death, a scene of hell on earth. Xu Ruyan was almost speechless. Even her private parts suddenly felt wet. But he clearly saw that Luo Tian's submachine gun seemed to appear out of thin air. This was absurd, almost a superpower. But it's okay, he won't have a chance to reveal this secret. No, please don't kill me, I won't say anything. Feeling the pressure of death, Xu Ruyan immediately knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for her life. Please don't kill me. Luo Tian saw her pathetic state and sneered. In his previous life, it was this scheming woman who tricked him into opening the door, then colluded with the neighbors to kill him. Now, Xu Ruyan was kneeling in fear, begging for her life, while almost all the neighbors in Building 9 had been wiped out. It could be said that their great revenge was about to be completed. In a flash, Luo Tian grabbed the pistol that Yan Shu had picked up in the snow, released the safety, and heard the sound of it being cocked. Spare us, brother Luo. Just as Luo Tian was about to execute him, the residents who had just fled suddenly returned and knelt in a row, begging in terror. Even if they had no other choice, the moment they saw Luo Tian single-handedly slaughtering the entire building's residents with a submachine gun, their faces turned pale. They knew that even if they hid in their homes, they would still face certain death. Seeing this, Luo Tian glanced at them, then at Xu Ruyan kneeling on the ground, and a sneer appeared on his lips. Go and take turns killing them, Luo Tian said, pointing the pistol. The 6 men kneeling on the ground looked up at Luo Tian in terror, then turned to look at Ding Qingqing and Xu Ruyan kneeling beside him, their faces blank. How could they dare to take a bullet? Seeing no one move, Luo Tian's voice turned cold. No, 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 don't kill us. The residents there, almost peeing their pants in fear at the sight of the gun pointed at them, were terrified that Luo Tian might shoot them at any moment. Xu Ruyan and Ding Qingqing struggled in terror, but their resistance was futile. TSK, you had your chance, but it was useless. Luo Tian sighed in disappointment, then raised his pistol and decisively sent the 6 of them to hell. It's so cold, I'm going to freeze to death, Shualing and Ding Qingqing said, their faces pale. However, when body temperature is disordered to a certain extent, one no longer feels cold but may even feel hot. So, Xu Ruyan and Ding Qingqing quickly separated, lamenting the heat while taking off the last of their tattered clothes. In the end, both Xu Ruyan and Ding Qingqing died with smiles on their faces, experiencing a state of excitement and hallucination. Witnessing the enemies who had killed him in his previous life die before his eyes, Luo Tian felt, surprisingly, not a single emotion showed. He deserved it, Luo Tian said indifferently, then disappeared from sight. His cold gaze swept across the upper floors, finding no one behind the windows on any floor. Luo Tian calmly climbed through the window into the corridor. He picked up the backpack from the ground, dusted it off, and walked towards the stairs. Below, on the snow-covered ground, besides a pile of corpses and blood-stained snow, there was nothing else. As soon as the security door was closed, Bai Ya, with her golden ponytail swinging, rushed into her arms. Feeling the softness of her body pressed against his chest and hearing her soft sobs, Luo Tian laughed and hugged her back saying, "It's okay, it's all over now." Behind them, and Yu Yan, Bai Ya, and Li Ro bit their rosy lips lightly with joyful expressions, saying, "Master, Officer Yan Shu, welcome back." They breathed a sigh of relief. The gunshots downstairs in the apartment building had certainly attracted the attention of the prostitutes. When they saw Luo Tian and Yan Shu surrounded by over 100 people, they were terrified. Fortunately, Luo Tian handled everything perfectly. "The house is so warm," Luo Tian remarked, sitting on the sofa. Although they both wore high-tech cold-proof suits while working outside, which made them feel almost no cold, it was still not as comfortable as being in a warm room. Luo Tian glanced to the side, and Yu Yan was wearing only a loose shirt. Curled up on the sofa, clutching an English book, his white legs, accentuated by the shorts, were quite eye-catching. They wouldn't miss any opportunity to learn and improve themselves. Not seeing the majestic figure in the living room, Luo Tian shook his head and retracted his gaze, turning his attention to the endless void. In the infinite space, he looked at the dozens of submachine guns and rifles of various types, then said with satisfaction. Next to the weapons was a huge pile of ammunition, including boxes for pistols and submachine guns. The amount of ammunition, even for sniper rifles, was plentiful. In the vicinity, all the items looted from the basement of the shopping mall during this trip were neatly arranged. Frozen food, snacks and drinks, fruits and vegetables, and daily necessities. Since these items had been frozen for a month at sub-zero temperatures, both their appearance and quality had significantly deteriorated. Therefore, Luo Tian had no intention of eating them himself. In a flash, Luo Tian pulled out a submachine gun with an empty magazine, then took another magazine from his storage and replaced it with a new one. While shooting at Boss Ming and his henchmen below, Luo Tian had used a lot of submachine guns, almost depleting the entire stock of dozens of guns in his storage. After all, submachine guns have an extremely high rate of fire, capable of emptying a magazine in just 1 second. After use, it naturally needs to be reloaded. Speaking of which, there probably aren't many survivors left in the building now. Luo Tian thought to himself as he changed the magazine of his submachine gun. He recalled the heavy casualties among the residents when Building 10 was wanted last time, leaving only about 40 people. This time, while she was away, Xu Ruyan had gathered about 20 more people, and they were all killed by him. So, the male residents in the building, there are probably only about a dozen left, all women. Zez is indeed more feminine than masculine. Luo Tian chuckled softly. However, since the troublemakers and the undisciplined ones had been dealt with, the apartment building was now relatively safe and posed almost no threat to him. And Yu Yan, for some reason, had abandoned her books and climbed over from the other end of the sofa, her eyes shining. She pointed to a black submachine gun, which looked very intimidating and immediately caught her attention. As a doctor living in peaceful times, constantly in contact with patients, she naturally had no opportunity to handle such weapons. However, seeing them on the screen now, and Yu Yan felt an irresistible urge. "I want to experience it. You've held a gun before." Luo Tian glanced at him and said indifferently. Of course, he immediately understood Luo Tian's meaning. "A Christmas dress and hat? This is the first time I've worn them to see anyone. Take this gun. It's out of ammo," Luo Tian said casually, then pulled a submachine gun from his storage and threw it towards An Yu Yan. He could certainly grant her small request, but of course, not for the Dan clan. "This is a gun?" And Yu Yan thought to herself, clutching the cold gun to her chest. Luo Tian excitedly examined the gun's structure and felt its weight. However, Luo Tian's face quickly darkened because An Yu Yan was so engrossed in playing with the gun that her finger was on the trigger. That wasn't a big deal, but the submachine gun's muzzle was unintentionally pointed straight at him. and Yu Yan felt her whole body suddenly become light. He collapsed onto the sofa. Don't you know you're not supposed to point a gun at people? Luo Tian was speechless. Getting away with it is not an option. Did he think that if the gun had no bullets, nothing would happen? Under her slender waist, his long, fair legs unconsciously contracted. Han Yu decided from now on to never touch a gun again, of course. He was talking about the guns on the coffee table. Did you two do it outside? Shu asked Baiya, both embarrassed and annoyed. Baiya, shut up. Yan Shu quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Looking around, all he saw was a vast expanse of white. All the buildings were crushed by the chickens below. I want to go out with Master too. Are you in any danger? It's okay. Yan Shu smiled and shook his head. There were some troublemakers, but Master took care of them. Being in danger is one thing, but I don't want to be a burden. Bai Ya quickly patted her chest and said with regret. In a lavish room in Building 11, Zhu Jin spat and revealed a set of yellow teeth, cursing, damn it. You haven't even investigated what happened. Suddenly, a series of intense gunshots outside nearly killed them. We've investigated, one of Zhu's subordinates said, panting. The group in Building 13, his longtime rivals, had been completely wiped out by a guy named Luo Tian. And that guy was armed with a submachine gun, a deadly weapon. Zhu Jin asked in astonishment, damn it, where did this powerful ghost-suppressing expert come from? He single-handedly overthrew the entire power structure of Building 13. Does that mean that even though I'm the boss of Building 11, seemingly powerful, if I dare to offend that terrifying guy, I'll face certain death? Thinking that Brother Zhu liked to read novels, with stories of assassins and urban superheroes appearing everywhere, he quickly explained, Brother Zhu, that person's name is Luo Tian. He lives in Building 9. It seems that as soon as the blizzard stopped, he immediately went out to look for supplies. I don't know if he got the submachine gun on May Island, and then Boss Ming and his gang happened to run into him. Shu Zujin wondered. He could go get it, but refusing the gun doesn't make sense. It's the police station, he said, his eyes widening. He went straight to the police station as soon as the blizzard stopped. Damn it, why didn't you useless bums think of that? At this time, with the bone-chilling cold and the blizzard raging, the temperature dropping to minus 60 or 70 degrees Celsius, the police station would be completely empty. The younger brother looked aggrieved and said to his older brother, It's not that we didn't want to. The snow has buried everything below the 4th floor. It's impossible to walk out. Luo Tian was able to run out to look for supplies because he has a super powerful snowmobile that can move quickly on the snow. So that means we can send people to look for supplies anywhere. Seeing his superior's expression, the subordinate cautiously asked, Brother, should we go to Luo Tian's place? Before he could finish, Zhu Jin's face changed. He slapped him hard across the face and shouted, Get the hell out. If you want me to die, just say so. And tell everyone, no matter what, don't mess with Luo Tian. Did you hear me? The subordinate nodded repeatedly, his voice full of grievance. He said he had heard the song, heard Luo Tian. Who would dare to mess with Luo Tian? Actually, what he meant was that he would go get supplies and borrow the other person's car. At this time, not only in Building 11 but even in the other buildings, the messages in the chat group were being spammed constantly. I'm so shocked. Luo Tian has actually eliminated a menace to the world. I was worried every day about being robbed by Boss Ming and his gang. Now they're all dead. Haha. Hey, where did Luo Tian get that submachine gun? The person above is joking. Why not say that Luo Tian snapped his fingers and wiped out Boss Ming and his gang? Are you all stupid? Didn't you see Luo Tian reach behind his back? It was getting dark. Time to prepare dinner. You decide what to cook. Make it delicious and beautiful. No need to be too fancy, Luo Tian said, opening a bottle of SE mineral water. But it wasn't very good. It's time to cook, Li Ru said softly. When Luo Tian left, he had left a lot of ingredients in the refrigerator for her to avoid any unexpected delays. Luo Tian suddenly felt interested. However, although the kitchen was quite spacious, it still felt a bit cramped for 2 people. Sister Ru, why is your face so red? Yan Shu asked curiously from the dining table. Li Ru Mei panicked, awkwardly fanning herself, saying that it must be too hot in the kitchen. But can we eat your food? Luo Tian tapped lightly on the table, interrupting the conversation. Since the meal ended, Luo Tian noticed that An Yuyan seemed a bit distracted. Occasionally, he would glance at himself with a guilty expression. I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to look at me so casually. He sighed softly. Can you do me a favor? Since being rescued by a drone after jumping from a building, the English books she often read were still in her room, including some of the latest research breakthroughs by top international medical experts, offering new perspectives on human research. So, is that okay? Luo Tian stroked his chin. After all, although his space contained countless resources and tons of books, the information the other party needed might still be incomplete. She clung to his arm, acting coquettishly. It was only today, after Luo Tian single-handedly wiped out the entire force of Building 13, and even, for the first time in his life, went out with Yan Shu, that he hesitated before making the request. Feeling the soft warmth on his arm, Luo Tian looked at her delicate face and said, I can agree to this request, but a smirk appeared on his lips. He pinched her fair, beautiful legs and said, Come to my room tonight, then let's go, Luo Tian said, getting up from the sofa. It was starting to get dark, and normally Luo Tian wouldn't choose to go out. However, with enough firepower in his storage, he felt much more confident. As for the other residents, after witnessing the one-sided massacre that day, they would surely not dare to show their faces and seek death. After all, Building 10 was right next door. He didn't expect that, besides Yan Shu and Yu Yan would be the second person Luo Tian would take with him on his outings. Thinking it was him, Yan Shu didn't glance at Li Ru, his eyes filled with a mocking smile. And Yu Yan held Luo Tian's hand tightly, even leaning half of her body against him. Thanks to his spatial perception, Luo Tian walked leisurely, without a care in the world. At this moment, with just a thought, everything within an 11-meter radius of Zhou Shen appeared clearly in his mind, like a three-dimensional picture. Looking at the dark apartment buildings around them, and Yu Yan felt a mix of emotions. Compared to before the apocalypse, the neighborhood was now lifeless, because the official power supply was only available for half an hour each morning and evening. So when it got dark, everyone stayed home, either shivering in the dark ceiling or going to bed early. Entering Building 10, the two of them didn't stop but went straight up to the 11th floor, and Yu Yan was startled, recognizing the other person. She saw Aunt Lin carrying a plastic bucket, seemingly going down to dig snow in preparation for the official palace visit the next morning. And Yu Yanan, isn't she dead? The corridor was dimly lit, and Aunt Lin's face turned pale as soon as she saw Yun's face. What had he seen? A person who had been dead for days was now standing alive in front of him. Could it be that today was the 7th day after her death, and Yu Yan had come back to take their lives? She hurriedly dropped the plastic bucket and turned to run towards the 11th floor, afraid that if she delayed, even for a moment, she would be caught by the vengeful ghost in front of her. But there was no ghost. Driven by a lifelong dream, Aunt Lin tumbled down the stairs, perhaps due to the impact on the back of her head, and lay motionless, unconscious beside the two of them. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. This unconscious woman was one of the masterminds behind Yu Yan's persecution. From the corner of her eye, she suddenly noticed Yu Yan squatting beside Aunt Lin, seemingly checking her injuries. "You're not going to save him, are you?" Luo Tian asked, speechless. "Master, I just want to make sure he's not completely dead," Yu Yan said sweetly. This refers to the person who tricked her into coming to her house and then colluded with the bearded man and his gang. How could Yu Yan, who had anticipated the enemy's plot, be so easily moved by compassion? Even in the early days after entering the shelter, Yu Yan was sometimes awakened by nightmares, drenched in cold sweat, clutching her blanket and staring blankly. It was only later that Luo Tian cured him. "Is he dead?" Luo Tian's eyebrows relaxed, and he asked softly. As long as she didn't do anything reckless, it was fine. However, Aunt Lin hit her head on the most vulnerable spot. She probably has at least a mild concussion. "He'll die of severe hypothermia," Luo Tian nodded. "Just let him die slowly here. I guess by tomorrow morning Lin Dama's stiff, lifeless body will be discovered by others." Soon, the two of them arrived at the door of Yu Yan's house. "The house is a bit messy. I hope you don't mind," Yu Yan said softly as she opened the door. Thinking back, this was the first time he had allowed a woman into his house. Oh wait, his house was now in Building 9. This place was a thing of the past. "I don't mind." Luo Tian shook his head, looking at the familiar yet strange room. A wave of emotion washed over him. Meanwhile, Luo Tian was examining the furniture in the room. It was quite simple. At this moment, Yu Yan returned and saw Luo Tian holding the graduation certificate in the seller's hand. "No," Luo Tian replied nonchalantly, then added, "I'm more curious about your academic process." Hearing this, Yu Yan was completely surprised. "It's written on the graduation certificate, isn't it?" But after thinking carefully about those words and silently repeating them a few times, an ex-Yunnan Di Dao, but in his room, this was a novel experience, and it might bring a different feeling. Luo Tian and Yu Yan returned to the shelter, securely closing the heavy security door, taking off their cold-proof suits, and hanging them on a nearby clothes rack. Not only was her complexion rosy, but her legs seemed a bit weak when she walked. "Ah, the roads are difficult at night, so I was delayed," Luo Tian said with a laugh, turning his head to look out the French window. "All right, I finished washing up and I'm in my room," Luo Tian said. The next day, Luo Tian didn't wake up until 9 o'clock, while Yu Yan was still fast asleep. "What's going on in the chat group?" Luo Tian was about to have breakfast when he saw his phone vibrating continuously. The contractor Zhu Jin in Building 11 seems to be planning to target Building 13. Didn't Boss Ming and his men in Building 13 all die? Boss Ming and his men are dead, but those women are still alive and well. Building 13 is now almost a women's domain. It's even more ruthless than our building. The residents were chatting excitedly. However, since the number of survivors in Building 9 had dropped sharply, the chat group no longer scrolled and refreshed as before. There were a few seconds between messages. "Superintendent, Zhu Jin seems to be the head of Building 11. Luo Tian took a sip of hot tea, but it didn't bother him. As long as the other party didn't do anything reckless, he didn't care which building they targeted. After reading the messages in the chat group, Luo Tian put down his phone and saw Yu Yan rubbing her sleepy eyes, drowsily walking out of the master bedroom. "Wake up!" Seeing Luo Tian sitting on the sofa, Yu Yan glanced at him. Luo Tian smiled faintly. She herself possessed a pure, charming temperament. This intellectual and elegant doctor initially seemed quite distant and wary when she entered the shelter. However, after spending time together, Luo Tian could now both check her academic qualifications and make her utter suggestive remarks. And Yu Yan was also quite sensitive. That famous saying was quite true. The fastest way to a woman's heart is through her yawn. Good morning, master. Bai Ye said with a smile. Her usual energetic demeanor returned. It's still early, look at the time, Luo Tian said silently. He thought she was already awake, but it turned out she was still sleeping in her room. She stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Nested. 0. It wasn't her fault. The shelter was too cozy and comfortable. Luo Tian looked at the two of them and thought to himself. Due to the limited number of rooms, besides himself, there was only the master bedroom. The other girls all chose to share a room, 2 to a room. Of the 2 remaining rooms, one was converted into a gym, the other was left empty. Why think so much? Luo Tian shook his head with a smile. Although he didn't have any other goddesses yet, he had considered it a lot. In front of Building 13, Aya wrong. You shameless brat, don't even think about resisting. Behind him, dozens of heavily burdened porters were also laughing and whistling, based on information from their informant. Aya wrong, the head of Building 12, was currently leading a group of newlyweds to Building 13, hoping to get ahead of them and contact the remaining survivors in the building, then win them over. A few large, shiny yellow teeth were suddenly revealed. But in Building 11, which he controlled, the residents were mostly single men. Women were very rare. Their abundant energy went undetected, and most of his subordinates were quite irritable, almost ready to cause trouble. Then, Boss Ming died. The women without relatives in Building 13, left behind by the other side, became the target of this group. This not only solved the problem of the gender imbalance in Building 11, but also met the needs of his subordinates and consolidated their leadership position, a double victory. But in his heart, he thought maliciously, it doesn't matter. As long as I take over Building 13 and let them vent their anger on those women, controlling their weaknesses, all problems will be solved. Meanwhile, inside Building 12 Ya Rong, don't worry, I'm here, those guys outside can't hurt you. Cheng Yingwei reassured, patting his muscular chest. He was a personal trainer at the gym, but in front of the woman he admired, he was also trying his best to show his loyalty. With a condescending and old-fashioned look, he thought to himself, you think you're good enough for a woman, a vice president of some media company? Mr. Shi is right, he said. Damn it, you want to die? Cheng Yinwei shouted, raising his fist. Perhaps he was still a little worried, but this was the extreme cold apocalypse, where the strong win. Still wearing light pink lipstick, a mischievous smile played on her lips. Watching the two women argue over her, she tried to mediate on the outside, but felt quite pleased on the inside. After all, as the secretary to the chairman of a famous national brand, she was very good at manipulating men's minds. Outside, Zhu Jin and his group were still shouting, but Aya Rong and her subordinates didn't seem too worried. After all, although the combat strength of Building 12 couldn't compare to Zhu Jin and his henchmen, both sides understood that the main goal was to gain ownership of Building 13, not a bloody battle between two nations. Even if Zhu Jin defeated Aya Rong's side with his numerical superiority and combat strength, it would surely be a Pyrrhic victory, a victory that comes at too great a cost. Therefore, reinforcements from the other half of Building 10, Building 2, were being brought in. When Aya Rong and her group were safely taken away, the tense conflict ended. I haven't even had a chance to meet the survivors in Building 10 and he's already blocked me. If Zhu Jin takes over Building 13, then their next target will surely be Building 12. Because this apartment complex only has 13 buildings. With the death of Boss Ming, the three-way power balance was broken. But how could they defeat Zhu Jin and his gang? The people in Building 12 were no match for the thugs under Zhu Jin. So, to avoid being swallowed up, there seemed to be only one way out. Seek help from outside, specifically from Luo Tian. A name suddenly flashed in Ai Yurong's mind. As the head of Building 12, she certainly knew about the bloodshed Luo Tian had caused in the residential area yesterday. After wiping out Boss Ming's entire force in the building, relying on powerful weapons, like submachine guns, the enemy could almost ignore everything and move freely in the neighborhood. If she could conquer Luo Tian, a burning desire flashed in Ai Yurong's eyes. Moreover, dealing with CPU people was Ai Yurong's specialty. She could find an opportunity to get to know Luo Tian in the future. Then I'll make him kneel at my feet. Standing by the French window, Luo Tian looked out at the snow-covered landscape, thinking quietly. Although the snow has stopped, I can't let my guard down, he told himself. He had also successfully amplified his spatial ability a bit, which was an important discovery. I think we should find another large shopping mall or gas station and loot a little more. To study the specific requirements for upgrading the spatial ability, Luo Tian said, stroking his chin. He realized that upgrading the spatial ability wasn't just about stuffing things in. Collecting snow from outside wouldn't work. On the way back from the shopping mall, Luo Tian tried to collect a lot of snow, but the space didn't react at all. Luo Tian thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so he gave up. The butler responded and quickly displayed an offline map on the large screen in the living room. Speaking of which, my old school is also nearby. Luo Tian glanced at the map, shaking his head and smiling. Even after the record-breaking cold snap hit, it seems the university is still operating normally, Luo Tian thought. He wondered if he should go check it out after he finished looting supplies. Bai Ya, holding a sandwich, leaned over and curiously looked at the large screen in the living room. After all, Luo Tian wouldn't look at a map for no reason. Knowing her master so well, Bai Ya was sure that since she had turned this on, it meant the other party had already planned his next trip. Not to mention, the central point on the map still showed Yonghui supermarket. Last time, Luo Tian took Yan Shu Chu with him, which was normal. Although it was just a trip to building 10 to get things, it still counted as going out. After all, Luo Tian's strength had grown by leaps and bounds since the trip to the police station. With hundreds of weapons in his storage, from pistols and rifles to sniper rifles, almost no one could threaten him. Would it be easy to take him out? Master, are you going out again? Can you take me with you this time? Luo Tian refused immediately. He wasn't planning on eliminating anyone this time. Yan Shu would stay in the shelter to watch over things, and she would also leave a few guns there in case something like Shu Ruin's raid happened again. Master is going out again? Li Ru and her daughter exclaimed in surprise when they heard Luo Tian say he was going out. It seemed like only a day had passed since they last went to the police station to look for guns. Why not stay in the shelter for a few more days? After resting for a while, since the temperature outside was -60 or -70 degrees Celsius, and the supplies were stored in the shopping mall or warehouse under the snow, there was no need to worry about someone getting there first. However, what surprised them most was not this. The main thing was that Luo Tian was planning to go out alone this time, not even taking Yan Shu. After all, although I have a lot of supplies in my infinite space, the demand will surely increase as more people join me. Seeing the girl's ambitious plans, Luo Tian smiled and explained, with so many people, not only do we have different tastes and preferences, but we also can't always eat the same kind of food. Moreover, large supermarkets like Yonghui and Walmart are Luo Tian's favorite places to shop, because the merchandise display areas are clearly divided. The fruit and vegetable area, the bakery area, the cooked food area, and the beverage area were all scattered around. They didn't need to organize them themselves. Was Luo Tian not satisfied with just the few people he had now and would continue to take in more sisters in the future? Although, the two women were somewhat mentally prepared, hearing it directly from Luo Tian's mouth. Jealousy was still inevitable. With more women around, the affection Luo Tian had for them would be more restrained. No matter what, going out will definitely involve contact with other survivors. When Luo Tian needed it, he could solve it immediately. Needless to say, I've made up my mind. No matter how much the women pleaded, Luo Tian remained unmoved. The countless weapons in this space were not toys. Even a large number of ordinary survivors couldn't pose a danger to him. Seeing this, the women were somewhat discouraged, but they couldn't help but obey Luo Tian, so he said no more. Take this submachine gun. I'm leaving you 5 more rounds. Remember to keep them safe. And don't let Bai Ya and the others find them, especially An Yuyan, Luo Tian instructed. Then, she took a few more bullets from her storage and gave them to Yan Shu. He only felt at ease leaving them there. Otherwise, if they fell into the wrong hands, the gun might accidentally go off. Before leaving, Luo Tian spent some time cuddling with the women. Then, amidst their reluctant gazes, he opened the security door and stepped out. For some reason, the women were particularly attentive this time, almost using every trick in the book, nearly leaving him trapped in the shelter. Leaving the building, he found a hidden corner and took his snowmobile out of his storage. Then, he drove straight to the entrance of the residential area. Of course, he was seen by the residents of the surrounding apartment buildings. Look, Luo Tian is out again. Is that a snowmobile? I'm so jealous of Luo Tian. If they had such a magical snowmobile, they would probably never have to worry about food again. Zhu Jin stood behind the glass of Building 11, also witnessing this scene. To say it wasn't because of the snowmobile would be a lie, but also because of Luo Tian's strength. Zhu Jin only dared to watch from a distance in the apartment building, not daring to make a move. Leading a group to loot was suicide, even if surrounded by 100 people. But before guns and ammunition, they were nothing more than easy prey. Ignoring the stares of the residents, Luo Tian jumped on his snowmobile and sped towards Yonghui supermarket. Although the snow was 3 meters thick, burying some buildings, vehicles, and shops, Luo Tian still managed not to get lost thanks to his memory and the familiar buildings on the upper floors. There was no need to look at a map. Everything outside was covered in a blanket of white snow, and there seemed to be nothing left to see. The snowmobile roared to life, and Luo Tian twisted the throttle to the max, enjoying the thrill of high-speed driving. However, due to the thick snow cover, the large blue sign was completely buried. Luo Tian didn't enter through the main door. Instead, he smashed the glass and entered from an upper floor. As soon as he entered the supermarket, he was greeted by piles of fruits and vegetables, a vast space with shelves full of produce. There were no signs of rot or spoilage. The fruits and vegetables were quite fresh, which pleased Luo Tian greatly. Without hesitation, he activated his spatial perception and began a comprehensive search. All the shelves within his 11-meter radius, along with the fruits and vegetables, were collected into his spatial storage. As he walked, Luo Tian heard a creaking sound and suddenly stopped. There was a man constantly enjoying the fruit on the shelves. Eating was fine, but whether it was an apple, a banana, or a dragon fruit, he would only take a few bites before throwing it on the ground, then grab another one. Luo Tian was immediately shocked. Even with his infinite space, which stored enough food for 100 lifetimes, he had never wasted fruit like this. He took a small bite of an apple and threw it away. Did he know how fiercely people outside had to fight for a few bites of food, risking their lives? Sure enough, Luo Tian shook his head. But after the apocalypse, everyone is fighting for a place. He was hungry and wanted to find a quiet corner to eat some fruit, but for some reason, someone suddenly spoke from behind him. The key point was that he had never met this person before. He grabbed a crowbar from the side, and when he realized Luo Tian was alone and unarmed, his expression suddenly hardened. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Luo Tian sneered. Your supplies. He was somewhat surprised, as he had thought this supermarket was like the one in the shopping mall before. There was no one there, but suddenly someone appeared, and they had wasted so much food. Just thinking about it made Luo Tian unbearable. Luo Tian sneered, pulled a pistol from his infinite space, cocked it with a click, and then pointed the muzzle at Liang Ji's head. Although he didn't know where Luo Tian got the gun, it didn't stop him from immediately surrendering and begging for his life. With a terrified expression, he begged for his life. Using a crowbar against a gun? Are you crazy? At this moment, he even began to suspect if Luo Tian was a police officer. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Luo Tian said coldly. He said in terror, then hurriedly picked up the half-eaten fruits scattered on the ground and stuffed them into his mouth frantically. You only have 30 seconds left, Luo Tian said calmly. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't finish all the fruit within a minute, and died in resentment, his head blown off. Liang Jie's last thought was still disbelief. He was dead, and he died for wasting food. Luo Tian only remembered this after killing the man. In less than 10 minutes, Luo Tian had successfully circled the supermarket, collecting all the goods from the other areas into his infinite space. This added a large amount of food to his space, and his spatial perception also improved by another 2 meters. Luo Tian happily remarked that after collecting all the goods from the shelves of Yangwei supermarket, he noticed a change in his spatial perception, but that was it. Everything else seemed to have no significant difference. He wondered why, despite the loud gunshot, no one came to find him. He explained that he had intended to wait for the people in the supermarket to come to him so he could deal with all of them at once, but it seemed the others had either fled from the gunshot or simply hadn't heard it. Luo Tian reconsidered. After checking the supermarket's security cameras, he confirmed they were off, so he didn't have to worry about his abilities being recorded. Out of curiosity, Luo Tian followed the sound to the area behind the supermarket. Pushing open the door to a room, Aya saw a group of people inside, naked and exposed to the heat of the generator and electric heaters, engaging in drunken, debauched behavior. This gentleman is living quite well, isn't he? Not only does he have clothes to wear, but he also has wine to drink, Luo Tian thought to himself with a playful expression. However, he quickly realized he had spoken too soon, because the situation in the room was completely different. But no matter how passionate they were, doing it every day would become unbearable. At this moment, one of the women suddenly noticed Luo Tian barging in. However, she wasn't panicked at all. Just looking at the other car's headlights was enough to see that it was a rather large vehicle. Unfortunately, he had no intention of leaving. Luo Tian coldly uttered a sentence. When they discovered the intruder, they grabbed crowbars with ferocious expressions and surrounded him. The key point was that they were not wearing clothes, which was horrifying. Bang bang, Luo Tian, without waiting for a single bullet to be fired, decisively sent them all to hell. Not only the men, but also the women nearby. Each took a bullet, closing their eyes forever. Disgusting. Luo Tian shook his head, not looking around the room but heading straight to the supermarket's warehouse area. The shelves and cold storage here still contained a large amount of ingredients and frozen meat. Even in the frozen tanks, he found a lot of sea bass, hairy crabs, frogs, and other aquatic products. He didn't hesitate to put them all into his infinite space. The supplies are almost fully collected. Luo Tian clapped his hands in satisfaction. After a thorough search, the warehouse of Yanghui supermarket was completely cleared out. His spatial perception had also increased to a range of 15 meters. Within this distance, he could directly store any independent object into his infinite space with just a thought. With his spatial perception increased to 15 meters, his physical abilities had probably also improved. Luo Tian felt as if he had endless strength. He hadn't expected to gain such a benefit. After upgrading his spatial ability, Luo Tian stretched, a look of satisfaction on his face. However, Luo Tian's expression quickly became strange. Did the increase in physical strength also increase his libido? Why did he suddenly have such a strong sexual desire? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. The girls in the other room probably weren't completely cold yet. Luo Tian quickly shook his head, dispelling the strange thought. One cannot, or at least should not, have any strange or extreme hobbies or fantasies. To suppress the urge in his heart, Luo Tian went outside the supermarket, took his snowmobile from his storage, and got on it with a whoosh. He floored the accelerator, and the snowmobile shot off like a sharp sword. Luo Tian breathed a sigh of relief as the cold wind blew against his face. The initial emotion had subsided considerably. After looting Yanghui supermarket, his next destination was the university campus. Maybe I can even find a beauty to satisfy my needs. Since he was already there, he thought he might as well go to the university and flirt with a beauty before leaving. In his previous life, as a student, Luo Tian was quite envious of some of the beauties and pretty girls in the school. However, since Luo Tian wasn't as wealthy as many others, he didn't have the courage to pursue them. With the possession of the infinite space, with hundreds of billions of resources in his dimensional space, wouldn't it be as easy as pie to woo a school beauty? That would satisfy his wish of never having dated a school beauty in his previous life, Luo Tian thought with a smirk. Moreover, this year's class seemed to have a very popular ice queen who possessed such stunning beauty that she was considered a dream goddess by countless people. The speed of the snowmobiles increased again, and behind many windows of the high-rise buildings, the figures of survivors appeared. They were naturally attracted by the noise and sound of the speeding snowmobiles below. However, before they could open their windows and shout a few times, Luo Tian's figure had already disappeared from sight. Outside the campus of Qinshui, Jiaotong University, Luo Tian had stored his snowmobile in his storage. He was speechless. If it weren't for my memory, I wouldn't even recognize my old school. Even Baoan City has completely disappeared from sight. A vast expanse of white snow stretched all the way to the front of the lecture halls, completely covering the floors below the third floor. From a distance, the scene looked desolate. The campus seemed to be nothing but snow and buildings. However, Luo Tian knew that in the harsh cold of -60 or 70 degrees Celsius, no one would be outside. The survivors were probably all hiding inside the buildings. With a series of heavy footsteps, Luo Tian trudged through the soft snow, entering the university campus. Only after leaving the snowmobile did he realize how difficult it was to cross this 3-meter-deep snowfield. It took Luo Tian quite a while to reach the lecture hall. No need to worry about the bone-chilling cold. A shout rang out. "Who are you?" Luo Tian looked ahead and saw 5 men in thick coats, climbing out of a third-floor window of the lecture hall. They weren't carrying baseball bats, but bows and arrows, with quivers on their backs. Luo Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he became vigilant. Although he had worn a bulletproof vest he had picked up from the police armory before setting out, being hit by an arrow in the head or limbs would be disastrous. "I'm just a passing traveler," Luo Tian thought to himself timidly. Apparently, those words didn't convince the men in front of him that the traveler was talking nonsense. Didn't he realize the situation? "We don't welcome strangers. Please leave," a man with a bow and arrow said. "You must have put a lot of delicious food in there, right?" "Oh, you want to take my backpack?" Luo Tian sneered. The backpack on his back was used to conceal his spatial ability in certain situations. It didn't contain many supplies, just a few bottles of water and some bread. Facing the threat, he looked at the other person with contempt and said mockingly, "I'm sorry to inform you that I will not be giving you my backpack, and I'm coming in." The male thug immediately flew into a rage. "I'll break your legs and make you crawl out of here." He grabbed a baseball bat and advanced menacingly. But halfway there, seeing Luo Tian still standing there, his face covered in blood, not moving an inch, the thug immediately chickened out. "What are you guys standing there for? Go kill this guy." The other two, holding baseball bats, hesitated for a moment before rushing to help. The 3 of them formed a circle, coldly weighing the sturdy baseball bats in their hands, and surrounded Luo Tian. Luo Tian said calmly, and as soon as the baseball bat came down, he skillfully dodged it by stepping to the side. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Tian struck decisively, grabbing his opponent's wrist and twisting it hard. Almost fainting, Luo Tian gave him no chance to continue. Before he could scream, Luo Tian had grabbed the baseball bat and smashed it into the thug's face. While they were still stunned, Luo Tian didn't stand still. Then, a heavy baseball bat slammed into one man's face, sending him and Nayu tumbling into the abyss. The remaining man dropped his bat and tried to flee, but the enemy's strength was too terrifying. He didn't have the courage to resist. "My strength is now more than double what it was when I was riding a horse," Luo Tian panted, then held the hot pool of blood in his hand. The slightly deformed baseball lay in the snow, a result that surprised him. In just half a minute, 3 friends with baseball bats were easily killed by the unarmed Luo Tian. He was killed by an arrow. "We have bows and arrows. He can't get close." The 2 of them seemed to realize what was happening and quickly drew a sword from the quiver on their backs, drew their bows to the fullest, and aimed at Luo Tian's chest. "Ignore this shot. No matter how strong you are, you'll die," the 2 sneered. Soul. 2 piercing whistles sounded as a sharp sword plunged down from the sky. A thought flashed through Luo Tian's mind, and he immediately pulled out a riot shield he had looted from the police station armory. "Damn it, where did he get that police shield?" The 2 superpowered beings exclaimed in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe the unscientific scene before them. "Shu Yuan, what should we do? He seems to have superpowers. Damn it, did we run into an important figure?" one of the boys said in fear. "Shoot him, or we'll all die." Xu Yuan gritted his teeth, drew a bow from behind his back, drew the string, and began to aim. She knew very well that Luo Tian would definitely not spare them. Since the opponent had a riot shield, all they needed to do was shoot at their legs unexpectedly. If Luo Tian was injured, the other 2 could escape. Just now, Luo Tian had a strange premonition. Ignoring the 2 of them, he narrowed his eyes, recalling the moment the 2 archers shot at him. They immediately stored it in the infinite space. A perfect opportunity to shoot him in the leg. Xu Yuan and his accomplice seized the opportunity, drew their bows, and shot arrows at Luo Tian's legs. A golden light flashed in Luo Tian's eyes. The 2 arrows shot towards him seemed to vanish into thin air in an instant, disappearing without a trace before their eyes. It actually works, Luo Tian exclaimed in surprise. He was just going to test it, but he didn't expect it to be able to store moving objects in his storage space. Damn it, this guy can not only create a shield out of thin air, but also make a sword disappear. The students were completely horrified. Run as far as you can. The two turned and ran into the lecture hall. Ask me first. Luo Tian sneered. With a thud, the crossbow bolt pierced straight through his opponent's heart. Seeing Xu Yuan still trying to escape, Luo Tian had another thought. Since the space could absorb objects, could it also launch them out? With a thought, he aimed at Xu Yuan's back and explored the use of his spatial power. Thud. The next second, a sharp object was launched from Luo Tian's infinite space, unexpectedly piercing Xu Yuan's body. Because the sword's power was far inferior to the crossbow's, Xu Yuan didn't die immediately but collapsed in the snow, screaming in pain. Luo Tian didn't want to alert them. Who knew how many people in the snow were accomplices? So, he drew another crossbow bolt. He immediately silenced them permanently. Luo Tian suddenly remembered he had quite a few silencers in his armory. Thinking that he could have just used a gun, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. To hide the bodies, he used his spatial power to dig an 8-meter deep hole in the surrounding snow, causing the bodies to fall straight in. Then, he filled the hole with snow, concealing the deaths of Xu Yuan and the others. The snow quickly closed up, covering all traces. From the outside, it was almost impossible to tell that this place had just buried bodies. After resolving the situation, Luo Tian clapped his hands. Actually, he had originally intended to extract more information before the opponent died, but since he was already dead, it was fine. He could find someone to ask later. However, what surprised Luo Tian the most right now was the breakthrough in his spatial ability. Now, he could not only directly access the space inside the space stick, the arrows could be stored in his space, and he could even launch them out again. Luo Tian had once worried about what to do when he encountered people with bows and arrows or even guns. He could store the fangs of the arrows, and bullets would probably be fine too. Even if he encountered a group of armed enemies, he would not be afraid. I will activate my space, and I will be invincible, Luo Tian thought to himself, then casually named his new move, Spatial Domain. He could store bullets in his space and even return them to his opponent, a very fitting name, almost invincible in both offense and defense. He thought that, as his spatial ability continued to upgrade, there might be even more moves. He grabbed the windowsill, flipped over, and entered the teaching building. Before her were rows of classrooms, desks, and chairs. Looking at this familiar scene, Luo Tian smiled faintly, a hint of emotion welling up in his heart. In the bone-chilling cold, around -60 or 70 degrees Celsius, don't even think about showing off your legs. The girls would rather wrap themselves up like dumplings. Luo Tian wanted to find some survivors to ask about the current situation at the university and the famous beauty in the school, but after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find anyone. It seemed that besides those few people, there was no one else in the lecture hall. And the lecture hall was quite large. Just relying on walking to find people is too inefficient, Luo Tian thought to himself, a sudden idea flashing through his mind. Maybe I should try using my spatial perception. He knew that his spatial perception currently had a range of 15 meters, which was equivalent to a radar. If there were any survivors within that range, they wouldn't be able to escape Luo Tian's detection. No one above, no one on this floor. Luo Tian suddenly stopped. Wait, it seems there's someone in the classroom on the first floor. His down jacket was thrown to the side, revealing the charming curves beneath his black sweater. Then, the two of them found this empty classroom, ready to find some excitement, as the classrooms on the first floor were covered in snow. There were also plenty of desks and chairs that could be used for heating, and all the classroom windows were sealed with snow, forming a layer of insulation, similar to an igloo. He didn't want to wait another second. What if they were discovered halfway through? He had to be a successful and handsome man, but right now, everyone was suffering from the bone-chilling cold and blizzards, with barely enough to eat. Du Xin didn't want to starve to death before the blizzard ended. He controlled more than half of the cafeteria's supplies, not to mention his powerful family background. He was the son of the richest man in Qinshui City. Wei Yungang, the newly appointed captain of Xu Yuan's team, received a little more food each day thanks to his official position, which he shared with Du Xing. All he knew was that he could finally take this Shihao's virginity. The classroom door opened, and to the astonishment of Du Qin and Du Qin, Luo Tian walked in with a smile on his face. Sharing is caring, he thought, or should I join in? Luo Tian's gaze fell on Du Xin, who was sitting on the desk, her clothes not fully buttoned. Seeing her fair skin and long, slender legs in black stockings, Luo Tian felt his suppressed urge resurface. How could he not be angry? Wang Yun had just decided, as long as Luo Tian wasn't one of Kong Xiao's men, he would definitely cripple him. I'm not interested in being someone's lackey, Luo Tian said calmly. It seemed his guess was correct. The survivors in the university had formed their own factions. You came here to ruin my good fortune, so you're just asking for death. Wang Yunggang's face immediately turned ferocious when he heard this. Wang Yunggang didn't force Du Xing because he wanted to completely win her heart. After all, he had a crush on Du Xing even before the blizzard. Today, I'll cripple you. Wang Yunggang picked up a baseball bat, a cold smile on his face, and advanced towards Luo Tian. In his eyes, Luo Tian was unarmed, while he, not only a sports student, also had a weapon. His opponent was no match for him. One blow would be enough to knock him unconscious. Click. Luo Tian pulled out his pistol and immediately cocked it. Then, pointing the black muzzle at him, his face full of amusement, he said, "Don't move. This gun can easily go off." With a gun pointed at his head at such close range, Wang Yunggang's baseball bat unconsciously fell to the ground, in a situation where the enemy was unknown. In a remote, snow-covered classroom, he had no intention of testing the gun's authenticity. You see, once someone is killed, there's a thing called killing intent, and Luo Tian, who had revealed the identities of residents from several buildings and the number of people he was holding, was unknown, numbered in the hundreds, and extreme fear welled up inside him. "Next, I'll ask you a few questions, and you answer them," Luo Tian said, pointing the muzzle at the other person. "You don't need to move, just sit there," Luo Tian said casually, glancing at Du Xin who was preparing to get off the desk. But there was also a hint of suspicion. Luo Tian, holding the pistol, looked down at Wang Yungang kneeling on the ground. She cautiously glanced at Luo Tian, then, staring at the black muzzle, immediately lowered her head, her whole body trembling more violently. Although he didn't understand why Luo Tian was asking about the situation in the school, was the other person from outside, Wang Yungang, didn't dare to say anything due to his own predicament. After hearing the explanation, Luo Tian understood. Since the extreme flood, more than half of the people in the school had died. The students who died, only a small fraction died from the cold. Most died from high fevers due to colds, and the university hospital was severely short of medicine. Their weakened immune systems finally gave out, and in the university dorms, if one person caught a cold, everyone else was in danger. This caused a chain reaction, leading to a sharp decline in the number of survivors on campus during the cold snap and blizzard. All the food from the various canteens was gathered and distributed to everyone daily in certain quantities. But no one expected that the two principals would suddenly and mysteriously commit suicide shortly after. The cause of death was announced as being stabbed 12 times in the heart. Although no one believed it, the university administration immediately changed. From that day on, the survivors on campus received drastically reduced rations each day, from 2 meals a day to 1. Since everyone could see that the team led by the old-fashioned professor was about to be swallowed by the enemy, Du Xin's stomach suddenly rumbled, interrupting Luo Tian's thoughts. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Du Xin said, sitting at the desk, stammering, her face flushed, immediately covering her stomach with one hand, afraid Luo Tian would get angry. However, the two of them only ate dry, hard and cold steamed buns, 1 or 2 a day. Young Master Kong, who monopolized the supplies in the canteen, and his group of bodyguards ate and drank their fill every day, while those in the lower classes suffered the consequences. Some students were even more miserable, as their meager daily rations were snatched away by others. Just a glance, down. To their astonishment, Luo Tian opened his backpack and took out a large golden-brown roasted chicken, placed it on the table, and urged them to eat. Their mouths watered uncontrollably, their eyes almost glowing green. They didn't know where Luo Tian got it from. At the same time, Du Xin wondered why Luo Tian would bring out a dish that countless people in the school would fight fiercely for. "Here, is this for me? Aren't you hungry?" Luo Tian said with a light laugh. "But of course, it's not free." He walked over, leaned close to her ear, and whispered something. However, since the temptation of the large game machine was too great, Du Xin didn't completely rule it out, she added softly. "Otherwise, go to my dorm later and tease Du Xin," Wan Yun said angrily, her face purple. "Bitch." Luo Tian glanced at him playfully. Wan Yungang asked tentatively, "Take it and go." Luo Tian, with a look of disdain, replied, all right, thank you brother." Wan Yungang's eyes lit up. Seemingly afraid he would change his mind, he grabbed the large roasted chicken from the table and stealthily left. He could easily get 10 different beautiful high school girls. However, what he didn't notice was that on the surface of the roasted chicken were colorless, odorless, transparent crystals that had melted into the meat. "Give me back my roasted chicken." He clenched his fists angrily. Didn't he realize he was just pretending to be reserved? Covered by the black stocking, gently stroking it, feeling its softness and warmth. "You almost killed me," she thought. She hadn't expected that Luo Tian was not only handsome, his ability in that area was also very strong, giving him an unprecedented experience of pleasure. Luo Tian not only changed clothes quickly, but his experience with Du Xin, this delicate flower, was also quite good. Although there were desks and chairs in the classroom for heating, it was still somewhat awkward, feeling like being caught between fire and ice. Luo Tian, after putting on his cold-proof suit, stared at the other woman's smooth white skin and asked, "What's wrong?" Du Xin replied lazily, not hiding anything. "We just finished, and you're already planning to replace me with another woman? You have to understand, the difference between 80 and 90 points is a world of difference." For some reason, his current actions suddenly made him feel like the kind of scumbag who plays with girls and then kicks them to the curb. Du Xin's face was grim. However, Du Xin quickly put on a sweet smile, wrapped her arms around Luo Tian's waist, and said in a guilty tone, "Oh my, you're so ruthless. But since you said so." He paused for a moment and then said softly, "Then let me tell you. The school belle you mentioned is named Yang Mengyu, the heir to the Yang Meng group. That's right. It's the famous Yang family." "Yang Mengyu?" Luo Tian was a little surprised to hear this. This was truly a powerful family. Although their main base was not in Qinshui City, it was strange that the daughter of the Yang family was here. She's usually in her dorm, but you can occasionally see her in the cafeteria. At mealtimes. If you dare to touch him, you'll have to face young Master Kong, he said, his purpose being to dispel Luo Tian's fanciful thoughts. No matter how strong you are, even with a deadly weapon like a pistol, you'll only meet death when you face young Master Kong's hundreds of henchmen. However, he was a person with infinite space, always carrying a portable arsenal. No matter how many enemies there were, no one could survive his rain of bullets. By the way, when I was building the shelters for SHIELD, I remember hearing Zhao Xiao say that a few years ago, they built a $3 billion shelter for a rich man. Is there a connection between that rich man and Yang Mengyu? However, Du Xin saw his thoughtful expression as a sign of interest. Luo Tian completely overwhelmed his opponent in every aspect, from looks, physique, to extraordinary abilities. He was also very confident in himself. After all, he was a famous actress with many pursuers. However, what he didn't know was that the bracelet in Luo Tian's space was only for goddesses. With a shrew like him, a simple transaction was fine, but getting involved emotionally was completely out of the question. After all, in that shelter, weren't Yan Shu, and Yu Yan, Li Ru, and Bai Ya, all top-tier goddesses? I've made up my mind, you don't need to say any more, Luo, Tian said calmly. Du Xin sighed, then suddenly reached her right hand into her pocket. He immediately threw the backpack over. Or I'll shoot. You don't want to die by your own gun, do you? He said arrogantly. The gun was taken away so easily that Du Xin showed a look of contempt. She had originally thought Luo Tian was a formidable man, but now he looked quite ordinary. Du Xin believed that as long as she handed this guy over to young Master Kong and brought the gun, young Master Kong would surely value him, and might even become his woman. Don't dawdle, do as I say, Du Xin said coldly, facing the threat. Luo Tian remained calm, seemingly unconcerned about life and death. If you're so sure, then shoot, he grinned. But please hurry, I'm in a rush. Aren't you afraid of death? Du Xin asked in astonishment. Luo Tian's expression, this even made Du Xin a little panicked. Is the gun out of ammo? Du Xin's hand holding the gun trembled slightly. No, he quickly realized something was wrong. Luo Tian had just threatened Wan Yungang with a gun. How could he have done that if the gun had no bullets? Since you want to die so badly, then I'll grant your wish. Du Xin stared blankly, completely stunned. Why are they firing a cannon? This gun is a fake, Luo Tian thought, unable to hide his filial piety. Tell me what you call that a surprise. As a cautious dog king, he wouldn't be so careless as to give someone a chance to snatch his gun. The moment he put the pistol in his pocket, Luo Tian had taken a toy gun from his dimensional space and replaced it. Even if Du Xing had gotten the real gun, it wouldn't matter. He still had his limited space. All the bullets fired at him would be immediately diverted into his limited space as soon as they entered. It would be immediately absorbed into his spatial storage and used as a method of attack. Then, he pulled a pistol from his pocket and played with it in his hand. But this time, it was real. Du Xin realized she had been tricked. The real gun had been hidden by Luo Tian. I've seen too many people die. Although you have some ability, Kong Shou is 100 times stronger than you. He regarded Yang Da Xiaohua, whom he considered a twitcher, as a fool. I think you'd better give up now, or you'll lose your life. Luo Tian snorted. You should worry about your own life. He bowed his head and looked at the other man. His clothes were in disarray, revealing large patches of pale skin. Shooting him seemed too cruel. After all, he wasn't a bad person. But if he spared Du Xin, he would surely go to unclear, possibly a name or title, and reveal his information. Are you going to kill me? Luo Tian said nothing, but took out a hot roasted chicken from his backpack and placed it in front of the other person. This is your reward. Du Xing looked on in disbelief. Anyway, even if I die, I'll die with a full stomach. Du Xin gritted her teeth, deciding to eat the delicious roasted chicken in front of her first. Not to mention mussels, they didn't even have a simple meal. The cafeteria had plenty of food reserves, but every day they only received a small, hard and dry piece of bread, a pitifully small piece that tasted like chewing on spices. Du Xin's pupils suddenly constricted, a sharp pain shooting through her stomach. Du Xin's face was as pale as a corpse. What did you put in the chicken? He gasped, like a drowning man, his eyes filled with terror. Luo Tian looked at him with pity. The small bottle you picked up didn't contain salt, but a highly toxic compound. The small vial containing what appeared to be a highly toxic compound was not part of this transaction, so this was a suicide. If Du Xin could have restrained himself from opening that vial of poison, he probably wouldn't be dead. Only after personally confirming that the galvanized man on the table had stopped breathing did Luo Tian cover him with his down jacket. Although his clothes were quite thin, although they hadn't known each other for long, the time they spent training together was enjoyable. In the dark corridor, he had only walked a short distance when a corpse lying on the floor appeared in the bright flashlight beam. That's right, this corpse was Wan Yungang. There's no such thing as a free lunch. This guy, like Xu Yuan and the others who had died at his hands, was one of Kong's subordinates. Of course, Luo Tian couldn't let him go, so he used his spatial power to sprinkle a layer of transparent, odorless, highly toxic compound on the giant furnace. Just a small sip was enough to kill a person instantly. Luo Tian didn't believe the other person could resist the temptation of delicious food, refusing to eat a bite of the hot, roasted chicken in his hand. A path was paved with desks and chairs, making it much easier to walk. However, contrary to his radiant appearance, most of the people around him looked thin and pale from malnutrition. Instead, they switched to using deadly weapons: baseball bats, machetes, and iron bars. His spatial ability and the entire arsenal he carried allowed him to ignore most risks. Then get ready to face a barrage of bullets. Thinking back, I haven't been back here since I graduated. With hundreds, or even trillions, of resources stored in his dimensional space, he felt like he was returning home in glory. However, the crowd didn't seem too crowded, because the number of survivors in the entire university had dropped to less than half. Instead, he stood still and observed his surroundings, as if looking for something. Then he found an empty spot and started eating. Not even a small sound. Before the others could realize it, Xu Yuan and they were gone. Although it should have been white, the surface was mixed with some kind of ash, looking as if it had been thrown into a pile of coal and rolled around. This must be pig feed or even dog food. 100 times better than this. Luo Tian casually found an empty spot, sat down, and stared at the cold, hard steamed bun in his hand. But looking around, everyone seemed to be eating some delicacy, nibbling on their buns, while constantly on guard against others stealing their food. The environment can really change a person, Luo Tian sighed softly. For some reason, he suddenly remembered the duck neck from a certain high school before the apocalypse. Luo Tian pretended to eat the bun, then secretly broke off a piece with his hand and threw it straight into his storage. He still hadn't forgotten his main purpose. Yang Mengyu is here, one of the boys in black exclaimed excitedly. Despite being hidden by a down jacket, her slender figure stood out with a seemingly emotionless expression. Yang Mengyu is eating in the cafeteria again. She's so beautiful and cold. The students eating there were all full of admiration, murmuring excitedly among themselves. Even the guards seemed eager to look but didn't dare, only managing a glance as if they were doing something wrong. He was used to these seemingly greedy, admiring gazes, but this time, something was different. Halfway there, Yang Mengyu suddenly glanced in a certain direction, but quickly looked away. Yang Mengyu is looking this way. You're talking nonsense. Don't you realize that Yang Mengyu, the school's beauty and heir to the Yang Meng group, would ever notice a bunch of toads like you? The students at the table blushed and vehemently refuted. Although Yang Mengyu only glanced over indifferently, this action, to everyone else, it was like an atomic bomb had just been dropped. But now, she was inexplicably drawn to someone and looked towards them, something completely unexpected. He even offered to give him all the food reserves in the canteen. But before this act that would drive most people crazy, Yang Mengyu remained unmoved, not even glancing at Kong Shu, coldly refusing. A hint of surprise flashed in Luo Tian's eyes. However, unlike the others who acted like thieves, Luo Tian looked openly and intently, his gaze following Yang Mengyu's chestnut-colored hair, her long, curved eyebrows, down to her fair face and slightly sensitive lips, like cherry blossoms. Unexpectedly, the other person glanced away, even briefly meeting Luo Tian's eyes. Yang Mengyu, the daughter of a large corporation, every detail about him suggested a life of luxury. However, such a stunning beauty was born into the upper class. At the very top of society, something ordinary people could never dream of. Luo Tian's eyes flashed with confidence. Luo Tian was even less likely to ignore him. My powerful space and reserved arsenal are enough to clear any obstacles. Luo Tian's eyes flashed as he said, for an ordinary person, daring to attack Yang Mengyu is like committing suicide. But for me, it's nothing. Yang Meng, his face like ice, walked to the window. Yang Meng and Miao Min were lost in thought, but on the surface, compared to the self-conscious and furtive behavior of the others, Luo Tian appeared confident and calm, his gaze sharp, exuding a strong but reserved aura. But he had absolutely no memory of her. They didn't even have the courage to look directly at Yang Mengyu, let alone dare to do so. With my strength, taking down Kong Kui would be no problem. It's just that many people would die. However, he had a deeper concern. If he acted rashly, with the power of a thunderbolt, wiping out Kong Kui's entire force, and then forcibly abducting Yang Mengyu wasn't impossible, but it would certainly be quite risky. The billionaire behind the $3 billion shelter, it was very likely there was a connection between the two. Could it be that he also knew something and was entrusting that shelter to her? It must be said that, at this moment, Luo Tian also had feelings for that shelter. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. A $3 billion doomsday fortress. To put it in perspective, his current shelter cost $300 million, while the other party's was $3 billion. He couldn't even imagine how luxurious a $3 billion doomsday fortress would be. It must have multiple underground levels, it could withstand nuclear attacks, and be equipped with all sorts of recreational facilities, including farms and botanical gardens. If this beautiful Yang girl knew anything like the location of the doomsday shelter, Luo Tian's eyes flashed with a golden light. Perhaps he could consider taking over that fortress for himself, but then he had to find a way to get that information from Yang's mouth. He had gotten information from them, but he also had to be sure they were telling the truth. Otherwise, what if he recklessly entered a high-tech doomsday fortress and was killed by the internal security system? Luo Tian thought, based on the reason for the first collection and the goddesses he acquired later, including An Yuyin. The most important lesson Luo Tian learned was that as long as the goddess had needs, she had a weakness, and her fall was inevitable. His ruthlessness was only for his enemies, but for Yang Mengyu, the goddess he had chosen, he naturally had to pamper her. She suspected she wouldn't even have to ask. Yang Mengyu would willingly reveal everything. So, he decided to try to contact her first. Haha, it seems everyone thinks the same. The people next to me are arguing heatedly. They're willing to trade 10 years of their lives just for this experience. These people have taken all the tables. Yang Mengyu clearly couldn't come down to eat, but if she didn't share a table, she would have to eat standing up. That was too pathetic. Yang Mengyu couldn't accept that. His gaze swept over the boys, who, despite having their heads down, kept glancing in his direction. However, this also made him hesitate for a moment. Yang Daxiao seemed to have made up his mind. Damn it, it looks like he's coming this way. We're so lucky. He suddenly regretted it. What if Aunt Kong finds out? The boys from the same dorm, after seeing Yang Mengyu slowly walk towards them, his face flushed with excitement. Classmate, would you mind if I sat here? Just as Luo Tian was wondering how to approach Yang Mengyu, the most beautiful girl in school, he suddenly heard a clear, cold voice ask, "Oh my god, can someone tell me what's going on? How did I get distracted for a moment, and this person came to me? Like this?" But he wasn't going to refuse a school beauty who willingly came to talk to him. In the end, even raw rice can be cooked into cooked rice. Hurry up, eat. Although life is hard, being able to see Yang Xiaohua in the canteen every day is like finding joy in hardship, a sweet gift in a bitter wilderness. It's bitter and sour, Yang Mengyu said elegantly. As she sat down and opened the steaming thermal box, she thought this was probably special treatment. From the teachers, or maybe from Kong Xiao, since Yang Mengyu was treated so specially. In short, the boys at the next table had revealed quite a bit of useful information to Luo Tian in their casual conversation. Another point was that the survivors in the school were currently divided into two factions, one firmly believing that. However, the other side was dismissive, believing that this was just a global ice age, a matter of survival for all of humanity. On the other side was the force controlled by Kong Kui. Most of the antenna poles had collapsed under the weight of the snow. The key point was that the person sitting opposite her was a handsome, well-dressed man. Unlike Luo Tian, who calmly said, "I'm not ashamed at all. You're just too beautiful. I can't help but want to look." Yang Mengyu heard this. Luo Tian, as quick as lightning, caught it. He handed down Nua's chopsticks to Yang Mengyu, saying, "Thank you." Yang Mengyu, though slightly sensitive to the tingling sensation on her lips, maintained her cold expression. He reached for the chopsticks, but as soon as he touched them, Luo Tian gently pinched his fair skin. Yang Mengyu had almost forgotten when was the last time he was harassed. But now, Luo Tian, sitting opposite him, not only harassed him with words but also took advantage of his body. Yang laughed and said, "Are your beautiful hands something everyone wants to touch?" However, what Yang Mengyu found strange was that he felt nothing when faced with the burning gazes or fawning flattery of others. Just now, when his hand touched Luo Tian's, his heart seemed to beat a little faster. Don't foolishly wait for the other person to take the initiative. Although he didn't pursue the matter further, the students who were secretly watching suddenly gritted their teeth in anger. Damn it, that guy deserves to die. If Kong Kui finds out, he'll definitely cut off one of his hands. The crowd discussed with a mix of amusement and envy. That was Yang Mengyu, the cold goddess, famous in everyone's hearts. A look of disgust flashed across his upturned face. "I'm not going anywhere," Yang Meng and Liu Meng cursed, their tone becoming colder. However, since Kong Kui had personally ordered them to bring someone as his subordinates, they would certainly not give up easily. "I tried it last time. The feeling was indescribable. Ha ha ha." Kong Shu and his cronies were very reluctant to touch her, but to force Yang Mengyu to submit, they had kidnapped her best friend, who had become their tool. Yang Mengyu would not submit. Kong Kui not only organized a party this time but also drank a lot of medicine, making everyone eager to seize the opportunity. He had just boasted that he would sleep with that little Yang Mengyu right in front of his subordinates, so she would stop ignoring him. "Invite Yang, the school's beauty, over here," Liang Dong shouted. Immediately, several of his henchmen surrounded them. Seeing this, the people eating at the nearby seats stood up in panic and quickly scattered, afraid of being hit by stray bullets. However, with lustful eyes, Liang Dong and his subordinates didn't bother to pay him any attention, because they felt that Luo Tian didn't want to leave, but rather was very scared. After being taken away, he understood his fate, but no longer had the strength to resist. Just as Liang Dong and his cronies were about to touch Yang Mengyu, Luo Tian stood up from his seat. "Yang, the school's beauty, why don't you come with me?" At this moment, Yang Mengyu's eyes were filled with astonishment and malice. "Isn't he afraid of Kong Shu's revenge? You dare to steal our people? Dare to touch Yang Xiaohua and we'll kill you on the spot." Several henchmen raised their baseball bats, threatening Luo Tian fiercely. Immediately, to everyone's surprise, Luo Tian pulled Yang Mengyu into his arms and said coldly, "I'm taking him today." "Damn it, is that warrior crazy? How dare he talk to Brother Liang like that? But he's so handsome, he dares to resist them. He's looking for death." Several henchmen behind him also raised their baseball bats threateningly and swung them at Luo Tian. Yang Mengyu's face was filled with panic. Luo Tian was alone, while the other side had 5 men. Moreover, they all had weapons. Humph. Looking for death, a cold glint flashed in Luo Tian's eyes. Her physical fitness had doubled compared to an ordinary person, and she had also learned many fighting techniques from Officer Yan Shu. With just a few powerful punches, there was even the sound of cracking ribs. Liang Dong and his cronies were all knocked to the ground in a single blow. I'll never do it again. Like dead dogs, they lay scattered on the cold floor, groaning in front of everyone. Luo Tian's strength was terrifying. They simply couldn't defeat him. This guy is terrifying. At first, I thought he was just an idiot, but he's completely different. Everyone in the canteen exclaimed in utter astonishment. The people who were so strong in their eyes, the ones they wanted to avoid at all costs, were beaten to a pulp like dead dogs by Luo Tian. Luo Tian said coldly, "It's too crowded in the canteen right now. Let's go, get out of here." President Liang and his group limped away, supporting each other as they walked out the back door of the canteen. If it weren't for Luo Tian, she would have probably been in a very dangerous situation today. Maybe my chastity is in danger, Yang Mengyu thought to herself. Excuse me for 2 minutes. She was about to say something when she saw Luo Tian grab his backpack, turn to face her, and then quickly walk in the direction. Liang Dong and the others had just left. His spirits immediately sank. "Yang, school beauty, what are you doing here?" Luo Tian suddenly felt someone looking at him from behind. Yang Mengyu looked at the people scattered in the snow, her expression changing slightly. He would use his spatial power to dig a hole in the snow and bury Liang Dong and the others' bodies in it. Together with Yang Mengyu, who had been waiting at the corner for a long time, they went to the nearby library. "My name is Yang Mengyu." Yang Mengyu smiled and introduced herself, repeating the Chinese characters for Yang, Meng, and Yu in the same way. She had met Yang Mengyu on the way here. The boy kept fiddling with his tiny hands, looking like he wanted to say something but was too embarrassed to speak up. She even sent him several photos of Lu Yi, completely naked and tied up with ropes. "It's just you," Yang Mengyu said with guilt, her glossy pink lips bitten by her white teeth. "Please give up on that idea," Yang Mengyu said decisively, a hint of disappointment in her eyes as she looked at Luo Tian. Even his fair ears were flushed. But her figure was undeniably amazing, with charming curves. She put away her phone, looked up, and asked Luo Tian, "Do you remember?" "Ah." Luo Tian dropped the hand that was touching his nose. "Can I look at you again?" Yang Mengyu replied angrily. "This is the last time you're allowed to see my best friend." After looking again, Luo Tian nodded and said, "No problem. I can recognize her whether she's wearing clothes or not," Yang Mengyu said impatiently. "Don't just look at my best friend." He was angry. The words he said before were all jokes, meant to tease Yang Mengyu, this smiling flower. Don't say that Xiao Hua is quite handsome when he's angry. Only then did Yang Mengyu realize that, unknowingly, he had been teased by Luo Tian again. He silently told himself not to get angry. His best friend still needed Luo Tian's help, and besides, the other person had just helped him. Perhaps his best friend had been dragged to a big drinking party by that Kong Shu. But anyway, Lu Yi was his best friend, and Yang Mengyu absolutely could not let her become their plaything, living in shame and fear. She leisurely leaned back in her chair, her eyes smiling as she observed Yang Mengyu sitting opposite her. "I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush," Luo Tian said with a smile. "I spent a lot of effort dealing with those idiots. My shoulders are aching terribly. Consider it compensation for Yi." Yang Mengyu sighed. Moreover, hadn't Luo Tian already touched his hand and pulled him into his arms in the canteen? Yang Mengyu's pretty face suddenly flushed. "Let me give you a massage," Yang Mengyu said, getting up from her seat and timidly walking behind Luo Tian. "Yes, a little harder. Right here," Luo Tian said with a look of enjoyment. "You smell so good. What do you think?" Yang Mengyu said timidly, her fair hands gently massaging Luo Tian's shoulders. Although it was just a simple shoulder massage, and there was a thick layer of clothing between them, it was still a man's body. The feeling of her limbs suddenly losing all strength was so embarrassing. To think she could get something for nothing, or secretly benefit from his shoulder massage, and then ask him to kill that Kong Kui and rescue Luo Tian should have gone to save Yi immediately, but now it was impossible. If this were before the apocalypse, Luo Tian might have been tempted, but unfortunately, this was the apocalypse. "You don't look like a fool," Yang Mengyu said hesitantly. "So, tell me, what do you want as a reward?" His massage stopped, and his attitude suddenly became weak. He was studying at the university alone in Qinshui City, far from his family. Yang Mengyu immediately became vigilant. She shouldn't even think about it. He crossed his arms and immediately took a few steps back, explaining that Lu Yi was kidnapped by the thugs, because they wanted to force Yang Da Xiaohua to submit. He was willing to pay a price to have Luo Tian save his best friend, but not with his own body. "All right then," Luo Tian sighed guiltily. "If you grant me one small wish, I'll help you save Lu Yi," Yang Mengyu asked, her expression unreadable. "Before I graduated, I always wished for a beautiful school belle as a girlfriend, but unfortunately, I still haven't fulfilled it," Luo Tian said softly. "So Luo Tian is confessing to me, wanting me to be his girlfriend. I scared him with a kiss, intending to refuse immediately, but I knew you wouldn't agree." Zhang Miaoyi's eyes widened, unable to believe the offer. Yang Mengyu held her breath, a graceful blush appearing on her delicate face due to the tense atmosphere. "It's clear she was dragged into this, but people's hearts are made of stone," Luo Tian said with regret. shaking his head. Hey, where are you going? Yang Mengyu asked when she saw she was about to leave. I asked worriedly, Luo Tian said lazily, holding his head. Even when Luo Tian tried to act like he wanted to leave, she didn't budge. Under his gaze, Luo Tian walked step by step towards the window, then grabbed the curtain, flipped over, and disappeared into the vast snow. At first, he was engrossed in his book, but gradually, the movements of turning the IV tube began to quicken, his fair skin tensing, even squeezing the IV bag into a fold. Rolling his eyes around, Yang Mengyu, she called him, but it was dead silent. There was no response. How could he leave me like this? If Luo Tian was gone, then how could he face Kong Kuei and his gang alone? Trading her best friend's safety probably wasn't easy, so let her rest for a bit. By the way, the last time I searched at Yonghui supermarket, my spatial perception was upgraded, increasing the range significantly. Looking at the books on the shelves around him, Luo Tian thought, since collecting food is so helpful for upgrading abilities, why don't I collect all these huge quantities of books from the library into my spatial storage? Will it work? Strangely, his spatial perception didn't register anything. This time, collecting items. Surprisingly, it didn't help improve his spatial perception at all. Since there were no instructions and no one else's experience to refer to, he had to figure out everything about his spatial ability on his own. After rummaging through a few more bookshelves without getting any response from his spatial ability, he shook his head and gave up. Why are you in such a hurry? Luo Tian asked, feigning ignorance. Yang Mengyu's panicked expression immediately appeared on his face. He thought Luo Tian had left and was about to chase after him, but the other person came back on his own. Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh. His mind was completely blank. He even tried to stick out his tongue. He gritted his teeth, showing fierce resistance, but unfortunately, Luo Tian's large hand grabbed his buttocks, causing him to lose control immediately. At that time, the canteen had just closed, and many male and female students were pouring out of the gate, returning to their dorms. Of course, they did not escape the attention of some students. The surrounding students immediately stopped and turned to look in that direction. Many, unable to accept reality, collapsed in the snow, their knees giving way. The past few days had been difficult for everyone, but luckily, they had Yang Mengyu, the school's cold beauty. But now, that goddess was being held and kissed by someone else. Hey, don't stop me. I'll kill that guy. I'm so jealous. A group of boys couldn't hold back anymore, their eyes red, and were about to declare they would kill Luo Tian. But they had only run a few steps when someone recognized the person kissing Yang Mengyu. It was Hen, the one who had just beaten Kong Xiao's lackey, in the canteen. So, the boys who were about to save their goddess immediately stopped, cowardly lowering their heads. Luo Tian is so strong, how could they dare? Yang Mengyu never paid him any attention, but now this iceberg has melted. It's all your fault for embarrassing me like this. A sly glint flashed in Yang Mengyu's eyes. A huge crowd of students, at least a few hundred, were secretly watching the two of them. They could only watch helplessly. It's all your fault. Yang Mengyu looked at the photos of her kissing Luo Tian that were spreading widely on her phone, her face full of annoyance. Now the whole school knew he was innocent. He unconsciously raised his small white fist and said, "Save me. My dorm has no food," Yang Mengyu said warily. At this moment, he suspected the other party had ulterior motives. Who would trust you with so little? Even a dog would shake its head. Luo Tian pouted and said, "Anyone who knows it's a bun would probably think it's a rock." Yang Mengyu turned her head to look at him, flicked a lock of hair behind her ear, and then smiled. Could it be that someone from outside came in? Are the supplies sufficient? He didn't know what other people's supplies were like, but his were definitely sufficient. You'd be shocked if he told you. Hey, why are you still following me? Yang Mengyu said angrily. He thought Luo Tian was just joking earlier, but he didn't expect him to actually come in. Luo Tian, calling himself a monster who came to save his best friend, had successfully convinced Yang Mengyu. Everywhere you looked, it exuded high-end luxury. What does your family do? It's not time to ask about the $3 billion shelter yet, but we can learn a little about their background. After all, if our purpose is revealed too early, they'll be on guard. Nothing much. My parents just run a small company, Yang Mengyu said coldly. There was no hint of arrogance in his expression. It was as if what he said was completely true. The famous Yang family, a leading multinational corporation in China, a family conglomerate with a market value of $150 billion, could be called a small company. If I could live off a rich woman, I could probably skip a lifetime of hard work, Luo Tian said, leaning back in his chair with a smirk. There was only one man and one woman in the room. It was normal for something to happen, right? For some reason, perhaps his mind was blank, Yang Mengyu didn't resist at all. Instead, she let Luo Tian's hand wrap around her slender waist, and they quickly moved upwards. Unbelievable, he said, both embarrassed and annoyed. But if she hadn't realized it sooner, her virginity might have been exposed. In the dorm. At least I don't have to worry about baby formula anymore, Luo Tian said with a laugh. Although Yang Mengyu's figure wasn't as massive as Li Rose, not even touching the floor, she was still quite tall, and her bust was confirmed to be a 66C. Yang Mengyu said nothing, but looked around the room for a knife or something to stab the bastard who had taken advantage of her. Yang Mengyu sighed in resignation. As the heir to the Yang Meng group, he had been completely taken advantage of by Luo Tian. The two had only known each other for less than half a day, yet their progress was so fast that it was not only fast but also like lightning. He could play with the other person for half an hour as he pleased. If he didn't want to get information about the $3 billion residential area from the other person, would he be so gentle? I'm going to save your best friend. Luo Tian finally decided to set off. I wonder how Yang Xiaohua's best friend is doing now, but I don't care. It's fine if she dies. Luo Tian thought that the biggest reason he killed Kong Kuei was because he was afraid Kong Kuei would discover the existence of that shelter. Therefore, to hide the news as much as possible, Kong Shu had to die. Luo Tian didn't want to be constantly targeted by a group of people after taking over that post-apocalyptic shelter. As for Liu Yi, she had become a pawn that anyone could use, so Luo Tian absolutely could not drag her along. Thinking of Yang Mengyu's feelings, Luo Tian decided that if she didn't die, so he would finish the job, then come back and say that the guy had been dealt with by Kong Kuei and was dead. If Liu Yi returned alive, Yang Mengyu would surely not abandon her. That would mean an extra burden. In the shelter, he didn't think she was worth letting into the shelter. Luo Tian, you must save Yi Yi. Yang Mengyu bit her lip, momentarily forgetting that she had been taken advantage of. He had also moved his headquarters there. This was a 7-story building, so besides the 4 floors buried in snow, there were 3 exposed floors. Looking at the direction he was going, it wasn't hard to guess where he was headed. But did Luo Tian care? If Kong Kuei hadn't ordered us to let him in, I would have killed this fool immediately. Brother Ha and Kong Kuei are on the top floor. Luo Tian didn't even glance at them, calmly walking past. As if ignoring their words, the henchmen were angry. Damn it, is this guy deaf? They intended to provoke Luo Tian, but instead, his silence only fueled their anger. Oh, an answer? Luo Tian stopped, turned around, and said with amusement. Then he slowly pulled a black pistol from his pocket, pointing the dark muzzle at their heads, seemingly considering whether this was a retaliatory shot. Everyone was stunned, then their expressions changed. Is this gun real? What should we do? Run and scream. It must be fake, right bang? But Luo Tian didn't let them hesitate for long. However, seeing their comrade shot in the head right in front of them, the others finally came to their senses and realized it was a real gun. Damn it, it's real. But how can a person outrun a bullet? With each shot, the once arrogant crowd was now just a pile of corpses. These people were like easy prey. Dealing with them would be a piece of cake. Just a few pulls of the trigger and it was over. Luo Tian dodged to the side, and 2 corpses fell straight beside him, rolling down the stairs. Their faces were contorted, weighing their weapons, as if trying to intimidate Luo Tian with their expressions. After a glance with what he thought was a fierce expression, a black muzzle was pointed straight at them. With a click, Luo Tian calmly ejected the empty magazine, took a new one from his infinite space, slowly reloaded, and then cocked it. In the corridor, one by one, corpses with blood-filled foreheads lay scattered. He wasn't used to being attacked from both sides, so even if these people didn't make a move. However, Luo Tian still generously let them go. The 2 older men were originally teachers at the school, but they had sought refuge with Kong Kuei. Am I afraid of him? Kong Shu, in his pajamas, arrogantly hugged Liu Yi, his hands roaming all over her full figure. Who is this guy? Can he beat a professional fighter? Besides these 2 bodyguards, there was also a group of subordinates in the next room, ready to fight at any moment. Kong Shu was completely confident that he could keep the man who had stolen Yang Meng's first kiss, making him suffer the humiliation of losing his wife, here forever. But before he died, he had to torture him to the fullest. It was thanks to these 2 bodyguards that he had been able to become the head of the school so quickly and brutally. Hehe, anyway, we'll need your father's help when we get to the shelter, the 2 burly bodyguards said, bowing and scraping respectfully. Although they possessed superior strength, survival in this icy apocalypse still depended on their powerful fathers. Wait, I've suddenly changed my mind, Kong Kuei said, a cold smile on his face, as if he had almost forgotten that little Yang Mengyu. Later, I'll make him watch with his own eyes, as the person all our hopes are pinned on is trampled by me and then tortured to death. After dealing with Luo Tian, Kong Shu decided to capture Yang Mengyu immediately and then kill him in front of all his subordinates. He wanted his best friend to experience the same suffering he had endured. If you weren't their best friend, I wouldn't even bother looking at you naked in bed. Actually, he didn't want to answer, but thinking that Luo Tian might also be there, or that something might have changed, he pressed the answer button. Suddenly, the door was kicked open violently. Luo Tian walked in calmly. You're Kong Shou, right? Luo Tian asked indifferently, his eyes scanning the room and spotting a person who was shirtless. I can't stand seeing Liu Yi in the photos, Luo Tian replied. Their gazes were as fierce as wolves, fixed on Luo Tian's figure. When asked for his name, Luo Tian didn't answer, simply saying, You're all going to die anyway, no need to know. Ha, how arrogant. Kong Shu feigned surprise. He didn't see the thugs outside and in the corridor, holding baseball bats. What Kong Shu didn't know was that his subordinates were already lying on the floor, probably frozen to death in this cold weather. These 10 henchmen were different from the rest. Instead of baseball bats, they carried bows and arrows. They quickly drew their bows, aimed at Luo Tian, and on Kong Shu's command, 12 sharp arrows were fired. Oh no, Hao Juo. Kang Shu burst out laughing almost in tears. This was something the other side had never mentioned before. Even if Luo Tian had a pistol, it would be useless, because if he was hit by an arrow, he would immediately lose his ability to fight. He absolutely could not accept this result. In fact, even if Luo Tian did as he said, then Kang Shu would definitely not keep his promise. According to them, Luo Tian would surely agree to Kang Shu's condition to save his own life, because there was only one way out: death. Once the spatial barrier was activated, not only would bows and arrows become useless, but even bullets would have no effect. Even if each of the dozen or so people here were equipped with a Gatling gun and fired indiscriminately, Luo Tian wouldn't be afraid. However, just before kicking open the door, her spatial perception allowed her to detect Kang Shu video calling Yang Mengyu. "I didn't expect you to have so many trump cards," he sighed, "but I have no regrets." The subordinates and the two bodyguards were so shocked, their eyes almost popped out. They thought, "Damn, I have to respect you." They had never seen anyone so willing to risk their life for love. She hadn't expected that Luo Tian would risk his life for her after only a short time of them officially being a couple. This required a lot of courage. For Yang Mengyu, who had long endured tremendous pressure alone without anyone to rely on, these words were like an atomic bomb exploding in her heart. At this moment, Yang Mengyu even felt that Luo Tian was the most perfect other half she had ever met in her life. Wu Luo Tian and Yang Mengyu were both in tears. Then he would surely not refuse Luo Tian. On the contrary, he would willingly offer himself to him. After all, from the moment she heard this sincere confession, Yang Mengyu had decided in her heart that, besides Luo Tian, she would never let another man touch her. "Damn it, you're really asking for it." Kang Shu was furious. He was on a video call, intending to show Yang Mengyu the pathetic sight of Luo Tian kneeling and begging for his life. "Shoot him," he shouted. The henchman showed a cowardly expression. "Shoot him." Dozens of sharp swordsmen rushed forward, aiming straight for Luo Tian in the center of the arena. Yang Mengyu witnessed this scene and cried out in horror. Crack! Her phone screen suddenly went dark. What happened? The cameraman saw that not a single one of Luo Tian's sword strikes hit his opponent. Instead, they all seemed to be deflected, embedding themselves deep in front of Kang Shu. The two bodyguards, their faces filled with horror, seemed completely stunned to learn they were about to be shot by Jian Shi. Witnessing this ridiculous scene, Kang Shu, hiding behind them, almost died of anger. "I told you to shoot Luo Tian. You shot my bodyguard." Not only the bodyguard, but his phone also exploded. As soon as the arrow was fired, he activated his spatial domain. After all, both were professional bodyguards, and the biggest threat to him. As for them, they were all just unruly kids. "Shoot him!" Kang Kui roared, his eyes red with anger. Although he didn't understand what had just happened, they obediently drew their bows to shoot, showing respect for their long-standing fear of Kang Kui. A black, imposing-looking pistol appeared in his hand. He tapped a classmate on the head, and the gun exploded like a watermelon. How could a bow and arrow stand against a gun, especially a pistol with live ammunition? The king of close combat. Luo Tian pulled the bolt of the rifle, ejected the shell, and then fired another shot. Facing the panicked subordinates running towards the door, Luo Tian remained cold-faced, simply continuing to pull the bolt and fire. A shattered skull, severed limbs, and hot, bright red blood covered the living room floor. "If you kill me, he'll never forgive me." Boom! Kang Shu's head exploded instantly. "Ah, don't kill me." The naked girls in the room screamed in terror. To them, Luo Tian, holding the limited edition pistol, was like the Grim Reaper from hell. In just a few minutes, almost everyone in the room was killed. Unfortunately, Luo Tian had no mercy. Even the girls who posed no threat to him now all shared the same fate, following in the footsteps of the boys, or even the old-fashioned escape routes. "They witness my spatial power and still want to live?" His gaze fell on the only remaining survivor, Lu Yi. Severed organs and limbs, gray matter scattered across the floor, all caused by the man in front of him, the reinforcements his best friend had brought. You're the one Mengyu sent to save me, right?" Lu Yi suddenly realized. Although Luo Tian had slaughtered everyone else like a mad killer, the other person was his best friend, the one she had personally sent to save him. Lu Yi forced a smile and said, "Thank you, classmate. That's fine. Come on, I came to save you." He grinned, "But I've changed my mind." Looking at Lu Yi, who looked completely innocent and like a victim, Luo Tian slowly raised his gun. Then he pressed his hand against the other person's soft chest. In Lu Yi's terrified, confused, and bewildered eyes, the gun fired. "It's a pity that when you died, you cared about me the most," Luo Tian said softly. "Now you can rest in peace." In this cold world, death is the final destination. Luo Tian took gasoline from his infinite space and sprinkled it evenly around the room. A fierce fire erupted, engulfing everything in the room, including the corpses on the floor. Staring at the burning dormitory building, everyone in the school was stunned. Luo Tian and Yang Mengyu looked towards the familiar figure. Overjoyed, she burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. "But my best friend is dead. Is it my fault? Having been killed by a woman in his previous life, how could Luo Tian be so soft-hearted in this life?" In other words, Yang Da Xiaohua's value was great enough for her to go with him and stage a school romance. Her beautiful smile faded slightly, but she squeezed Luo Tian's hand. he won't blame you. The two returned to the dormitory. Yang Mengyu, the usually cold and distant beauty, suddenly shed her cold exterior and sat on her lap like a clingy kitten. However, she quickly felt something touching his thigh. Those delicate, cherry blossom-like lips were now being bitten by snow-white teeth. Yang Mengyu looked surprised, but Luo Tian didn't explain. At this moment, Luo Tian finally got a clear look at the other person's figure. It lasted for a very, very long time. The two began to discuss their future plans. Anyway, the other party is already dead, and the evidence has been burned. He wasn't worried about being questioned by the other party. However, the dormitory door was knocked on lightly at an inopportune moment. We are the school's leaders and teachers, and we would like to meet the benefactor who saved everyone. Hearing this, Yang Mengyu realized her situation was inappropriate. She wasn't wearing any clothes. Damn it. Luo Tian immediately became angry. Didn't he see that Yang Mengyu was about to reveal the news about the $3 billion doomsday shelter? The guys outside took this opportunity to knock on the door. After seeing Luo Tian open the door and leave, he slowly and carefully put on his clothes. However, since they already had a romantic relationship, so Luo Tian didn't mention it, and Yang Mengyu didn't press the matter. The one who had eliminated Kong Shu, that evil young master, along with his bodyguards and henchmen, was the person sitting in front of them. Even if Kong Shu's words were true, and that high-level refugee father sent people to find him, they wouldn't find him. The power structure would surely be shuffled. What if the ruthless person who killed Kong Shu wanted to become the leader of the university? I'll leave on my own. After receiving Luo Tian's assurance, the teachers quickly assigned tasks to restore order in the school, including taking inventory of the cafeteria's supplies and considering restoring 2 meals a day. Everyone was busy, but Luo Tian shook his head in disdain, thinking these people were naive. This cold snap and blizzard could last forever, but none of that mattered to him, an outsider. Seeing him get up to leave, the secretary hurriedly said, "Sir, why don't you stay and we'll hold a thank you ceremony in front of the whole school to express our gratitude for your help?" Luo Tian waved his hand without turning his head, saying, "No need. After all, he was a leader." He liked this kind of formality regardless of the situation. Yang Mengyu took off her down jacket and put on a black plaid bib dress, paired with a fleece-lined sweater and a white shirt. Just then, Luo Tian pushed open the door and entered. It could even increase to 1,000 percentage points. "Is it beautiful?" Luo Tian didn't answer. Instead, his gaze was fixed on her long, straight legs and black stockings under the short skirt. Yang Mengyu blushed, but turned away without stopping her. In the past, I could only look at them on campus. Now I can finally touch them. However, due to physical discomfort, Yang Mengyu was currently unable to walk normally. So Luo Tian stayed in the dorm with her, even sleeping over in a female dorm for the first time. Seeing him about to put on his old clothes, Luo Tian stopped him, and to his surprise, Luo Tian took out a new set of polar cold-proof clothing from his storage specialized equipment for the Arctic expedition team. It keeps you 10 times warmer than a down jacket. You have the ability of spatial teleportation, allowing you to store supplies at will. Luo Tian smiled and explained, showing off his ability to the other party. He also mentioned that he had looted an entire dock, filling containers with enough food to last 2 people for hundreds of years. This meant that he could now focus on enjoying his honeymoon. As the heir to the corporation, Yang Mengyu was willing to endure the daily shortages, hunger, and cold with Luo Tian, but that didn't mean she didn't like a prosperous life, free from worries about food and clothing. "Let's go, it's time to leave," Luo Tian said, raising an eyebrow. So there was no intention of staying here any longer. After being out for several days, it was time to return to the shelter. "Honey, wait a minute." Yang Mengyu didn't follow but went to the wardrobe, opened the door, and saw a lot of her clothes inside. "These are some of my personal belongings." For Luo Tian, who possessed spatial abilities, this was as easy as pie. With just one scan of his spatial ability, the dorm was completely empty. The two of them woke up a bit late, so when they got near the cafeteria, they already saw groups of students coming to get food. How could anyone possess such a beautiful woman? Luo Tian remained indifferent, not paying much attention, but Yang Mengyu suddenly stopped, a hint of annoyance on her upturned face. "I like to say yes," she suddenly said sweetly. Looking at Yang Mengyu, smiling beside him, a snowmobile sped across the vast white snow. After a month of being confined in the university, being on a snowmobile, speeding on the snow and looking at the outside world, which looked like a frozen kingdom, Yang Mengyu felt happy, like a caged bird set free. Luo Tian looked straight ahead and said, "Of course we're going home. It's a neighborhood a few kilometers away." Hearing this, Yang Mengyu hugged him tighter and asked with a smile, "So, which neighborhood does my husband live in? Which neighborhood?" Luo Tian thought for a moment and came up with an adjective, a neighborhood with a rapidly declining population. So, he mentioned a few bosses he had met there. After hearing what had happened, Yang Mengyu was also astonished. People even killed and ate each other. He had thought the incident with Kong Tuo at the university was bad enough, but now it seemed he had been blinded by a leaf. "Yes," Luo Tian sighed softly, slowing the snowmobile down a bit. "Fortunately, the door to the house was very sturdy, which helped us avoid many attacks. I have a lot of food, but unfortunately, I lack a sturdy shelter," he said, a faint smile on his lips. As he expected, Yang Mengyu, A hint of surprise flashed on Meimu's face as she said, "My love, I actually know a few things about the Doomsday Shelter. Do you want to hear?" "Of course." Luo Tian's eyes flashed with a golden light, and he immediately stopped the snowmobile. They were far from the buildings, a vast expanse of white. No one would hear them. "My beloved wife, is what you said true?" Luo Tian asked in surprise. He had been hiding in that shelter for too long. No, for too long, and now he could finally reveal the secret. "I've never told anyone else, not even Yi Yi." A faint smile appeared on Luo Tian's lips. "My dear wife, tell me quickly. If the information is correct, we definitely can't miss it." With the spatial ability, the shelter taught him, "Our safety will be absolutely guaranteed." Although the shelter Luo Tian built in the community, whether it's the security doors of later generations or the sturdy walls and ceilings like bronze and iron walls, this place was not easily broken into by others, but it was in a residential area and on a rather high building. If someone managed to get a large amount of explosives and started detonating them from the ground floor, even with specialized rooms and shock-absorbing equipment, safety would be severely compromised when the explosives fell, leading to instant death. Therefore, before that happened, it was important to find a safe place as soon as possible. A safer and more reliable shelter was crucial. Yang Mengyu nodded and said without hesitation, "Actually, that shelter was built by a relative of mine about 10 years ago." "Dad?" Luo Tian asked. Hearing this, Yang Mengyu blushed and mumbled, a hint of secret joy flashing in her eyes. It was the boom period for domestic doomsday disaster films. Natural disasters, zombie apocalypses, and space colonization all became popular, creating an unprecedented wave of popularity. In a few decades, humanity would surely face an unprecedented prehistoric extinction crisis. When his father found out, he almost went mad with anger. Yang Mengyu sighed softly. The $3 billion shelter project was a massive undertaking. If the Jihan disaster had happened 10 years earlier, he might not have become a regional hegemon, but he would surely have lived a very comfortable life, at least 1,000 times better than those outside. Perhaps recalling that scene, a smile appeared on her face. "Are her kidneys made of iron?" "Ahem, my dear, what did you just say?" Yang Mengyu asked cautiously. He seemed to have grasped some important information from Luo Tian's words, but before Luo Tian could cough, he quickly dismissed it. After all, Yang Mengyu, the school's cold beauty, still didn't know that he was hiding 4 women in the residential area's shelter. There was no other way. Li Ru and Bai Ye had left first, but Yang Mengyu was different from the other girls. "My heart will leave first. But if it's dozens of kilometers away, not to mention other things, just traveling and finding the way would be a huge struggle." "The shelter is at Cloudtop Manor," Yang Mengyu said, glancing at Min Ying-chun with a faint smile. "It's a famous, wealthy area. The people who can live there are all the richest tycoons. Using a snowmobile, it would take at most a morning to reach the shelter at Cloudtop Manor. By the way, my dear wife, do you have the key?" Luo Tian stroked his chin, looking along the cable line. Knowing the location wasn't enough. Figuring out how to open the shelter door and get inside was another matter. After all, he had spent 300 million to build this shelter, and just opening the door required a 3-layer fingerprint lock, not to mention the inner steel door, which was locked with a shelter lock. "Yes, my brother invited me to visit. He uses facial recognition, combined with a password, fingerprint, and other functions to identify intruders. Fortunately, although the resort has a central management system that prevents entry without a whitelist, Yang Mengyu had been invited before, and even Yang Ming, the songwriter. They also allowed him partial access to the shelter, so he could freely open the door. Although the shelter has an independent AA system, how can your 10-year-old artificial AR system compare to an AA system created 10 years later by a team of top Chinese AI experts? If the shelter's AR is the first generation, then Luo Tian's butler is the latest and most powerful generation. The snowmobile continued its journey. There was no need to rush there yet. First, Luo Tian needed to return to the shelter to arrange accommodation for the girls, then explain his plan to move to his shelter. Only then should he go to Cloudtop Manor to investigate. The trip to the university campus, which was originally just to flirt with a beautiful female student, ended up not only with a school goddess but also a luxurious shelter in the middle of the post-apocalypse as a reward. "You've struck it rich, haven't you, my dear wife?" Yang Mengyu blushed and smiled sweetly. "Everything I have is yours, so you have to treat me well too." The neighborhood was just a short distance away, but as they entered an intersection, Luo Tian suddenly felt something was wrong, like a sense of space. As if warning himself, he secretly became vigilant. The snowmobile screeched to a halt, leaving a long trail in the snow. Anytime, he won't refuse. 5 meters away, a sturdy but thin iron cable, obscured by snow, stretched across the road. If he hadn't braked and hit it, the snowmobile would have surely flipped, especially at such a high speed. Luo Tian and Yang Mengyu would have likely been injured. Hearing his command, Yang Mengyu immediately spotted the thin iron chain covered in snow ahead. My god, this trap was so well hidden, almost perfect, yet it was discovered beforehand. 5 or 6 men, all dressed in tight-fitting clothes, emerged from a nearby building. The man named Yu Qi hurriedly patted his chest to reassure him that, to ensure concealment, he had covered the wire with snow from end to end. Unless someone passed by, they would never notice the trap. But this person, for some reason, sensed something was wrong even at such a high speed. I don't think I've ever met you before, Luo Tian said, frowning slightly. Everyone's faces were completely unfamiliar. He was sure he had never met them before. And although this place was near the residential area, it was still quite far, so they probably weren't residents here. Kid, you've never met us, but we've seen you, the leader Songrong sneered. We live in the high-rise buildings around here, and we always see you driving your snowmobile back and forth. At this point, their eyes were fixed on the snowmobile with desire. You two stole his snowmobile, and he still dares to talk so sweetly. Of course, he wouldn't hand over the snowmobile to the other party. Violence may not solve everything, but it can solve 99% of problems. Yes, my love, good luck. Yang Mengyu smiled sweetly and obediently jumped off the back of the snowmobile, landing lightly on the snow. She's absolutely beautiful. Song Rong and the others were immediately captivated when they got a clear look at Yang, the school's beauty. That small mouth must be great at playing instruments, the men said with greedy looks. The whole group writhed like insects, a terrifying sight. Yang Mengyu, her eyes flashing with unease, hugged her husband, Luo Tian, and cried out, "They're so disgusting. Even I, a pervert, can't stand it." Luo Tian gritted his teeth, thinking, "They dare to flirt with my beautiful school wife right in front of me. I can't let these people live." Immediately, Luo Tian hugged Yang Mengyu tightly and pulled her close. To the other person's astonishment, a hand suddenly slipped inside his collar. To the astonishment of the crowd, Luo Tian slowly pulled a long, slender rifle from Yang Mengyu's chest. I pulled a gun out of my chest, feeling like my eyes were deceiving me. I thought, I'm starting to like this fierce, murderous aura. Luo Tian cocked the gun, loaded a bullet into the chamber, and sneered. To ensure safety and avoid being discovered by the survivors hiding on the higher floors, which could expose my spatial ability, I took a perfect precaution. Originally, Luo Tian wanted to pull the gun from under Yang's skirt, but it was too cold, and besides, Yang wasn't wearing anything. They have a gun. Are you looking for death by continuing to cause trouble? I'm dead. It moaned a few times before trembling and stroking its body, but then he suddenly realized he was completely unharmed. Nothing was lost in the forest. Damn it, scared to death, he sneered. Just as he was about to say something more, he heard a loud explosion next to him. The companion, standing to his left, his head exploded. Like a watermelon, red and white brain matter splattering all over his face. The bullet even has a delay. The 3 fish and the other 4 were unharmed, but they stood there, looking around in terror, not daring to let their guard down for a second. Boom. This time the person behind Song Rong was shot in the head. The 3 survivors' eyes widened, their faces pale. The bullet curved. This is Gun Fu. Yu Chi screamed in terror, his wrist trembling as soon as the bullet left the barrel. He created a horizontal acceleration, causing the bullet to curve. This ruthless person with superpowers, coincidentally, became their target for robbery. Good analysis, but don't do it again next time, Luo Tian sneered. This was definitely not some ordinary gun-toting rat. Rather, it was a new method of using spatial abilities that Luo Tian had just developed. Within a 15-meter range, as soon as a bullet left the barrel, he could instantly store it in his space and fire it again. This had many advantages over conventional aiming, namely that there was no need to aim at close range, and the ability to attack opponents from any angle without blind spots, without worrying about being blocked by obstacles. Within his spatial perception range, he was a sharpshooter, capable of firing 10 consecutive shots without looking, all hitting the exact same spot. Seeing the headless corpses stained red in the snow, Yang Mengyu doubled over and retched. Yang Mengyu had never met Sha Kun before, so she sat in front of the snowmobile, weakly leaning against Luo Tian's chest. Then, he restarted the snowmobile and headed towards the residential area. In another deserted corner, Luo Tian, holding Yang Mengyu, whose complexion had become a little rosier, got off the snowmobile and stored it in his storage. "My love, is our home in this building?" Yang Mengyu asked, lifting her small head. Mei Mo showed a look of anticipation, her heart filled with excitement for the two of them. "I think you'll like it." Although Yang Mengyu was a little confused, she didn't hesitate. Wearing the pendant on her slender wrist, Luo Tian and Yang Mengyu went up to the top floor. As soon as they saw Luo Tian, those residents reacted as if they had seen a terrifying monster, immediately hiding in a corner to rethink their actions. Although Luo Tian had told her about this neighborhood before, he had left out some details, so Yang Mengyu didn't know what her husband had done to these residents. After a curious glance at the residents, she and Luo Tian went upstairs to see the introverted residents, facing the wall with a look of remorse. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind, a herd of alpacas. The heavy security door slowly opened, and a wave of warm air rushed in, dispelling the cold in the corridor. Yang Mengyu immediately forgot about her aunt and stood beside Luo Tian with an expectant look. The goddesses, all with full and charming figures, bowed with a smile, welcoming him to the grand venue. However, compared to her composure, Yang Mengyu was immediately stunned. "Why are they in my husband's house?" Yang Mengyu asked in astonishment, still stunned from the shock. Bai Ya, Yan Shu, and their daughter, upon seeing the young and beautiful woman beside Luo Tian, were equally astonished. "Husband, what's going on?" Yang Mengyu gritted her teeth. Unfortunately, just as Yang Mengyu was eagerly waiting for a satisfactory answer from Luo Tian, His next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over her. "They are all my wings," Luo Tian said with a faint smile. Then, he added, "By the way, after we enter the shelter, I expect you to remember the new title I've given myself, Master." At this moment, "This must be a joke you set up. It's not real," Yang Mengyu said, biting her lip in disbelief. "Xiao Yu, no wonder you were so good before," Yang Meng said, her eyes welling up with tears. Whether it was the first kiss, or the first time playing cards together, Luo Tian always acted as if it was a matter of course. While he was completely led by Luo Tian, the scene was sensual. It turned out the other person had experienced this countless times. It seems that this time the master has captured both the body and soul of this sister. Look, the extreme pain, almost suffocating. He could have been so happy, but that beautiful dream was shattered. "I will still be the obedient wife who loves you. The promise of the $3 billion shelter still stands. If I choose them, I will leave." She had never even seriously considered what would happen if she left Luo Tian's chameleon. Where could she go alone? Unfortunately, he was a conservative man who only accepted polygamy. "Luo Tian, you villain, let me go." Although they hadn't seen each other for 2 days, she was still looking forward to rushing into Luo Tian's arms and enjoying sweet moments of affection. Unfortunately, the atmosphere was a bit awkward right now. "Master, you didn't bring back Yang Mengyu, the heir to the Yang group, did you?" Bai Ya asked, pursing her lips. Before the apocalypse, as a national superstar, he was naturally invited to many large-scale gatherings, organized by the Yang group. In the past, he was just an ordinary person, only able to admire such a great person. But now, he was in the young lady's private room. Yang Mengyu must be heartbroken, her mood quite unstable. Although he had completely wiped out Boss Ming's unruly gang, he hadn't forgotten that besides them, there were still some. With a threatening look, some residents, their lips slightly parted, began to tell their stories. It turned out that since Luo Tian left the neighborhood, Zhu Jin, the administrator of Building 11, had started to cause trouble. She even led her people to occupy Building 13, which was full of women and had been abandoned by Boss Ming. Not only Building 13, but also the adjacent Building 10. Moreover, Yan Shu discovered that she was secretly working in the next building. A large number of residents had been left behind. Currently, only Building 9 was unaffected. Building 12 had been completely surrounded and isolated. Moreover, there were rumors that Zhu Jin was planning to use his numerical advantage to engage in a fierce battle with Building 12 in the coming days, and attempt to gain absolute control. Luo Tian frowned slightly and cursed under his breath. If they also took over Building 12, wouldn't all the buildings here, except for his Building 9, become their territory? At that point, Building 9 would become a coveted position, which was not a good sign. Luo Tian lightly tapped his fingers on the coffee table, telling himself, "It's not the thief but the one who's watching me that's scary." Moreover, this was a group of 1 to 200 people controlling multiple buildings, and their nature was greedy and cruel. "Master, the leader of Building 12 is named Ai Yarong. In the 2 days since you left, he has contacted Building 9 several times, saying he wants to talk to you." Yan Shu bowed his head and said, "Of course, since Luo Tian wasn't there, he had directly refused them. Why was Ai Yarong in such a hurry?" Anyone could see that Building 12, led by Ai Yarong, was significantly weaker than Zhu Jin's Building 11. Therefore, he was eager to ally with Building 9 to eliminate the great danger from Building 11. "No need," Luo Tian replied uselessly. He signaled to ignore the other party for now. The school bell was so beautiful it was breathtaking, and the two of them were very affectionate, spending days together on campus. But what I'm about to tell you will scare you to death. When she told the girls that she had discovered a $3 billion doomsday shelter during this trip, Rock Rat, Baya, and the girls exclaimed in surprise. Even Baya, the nation's goddess, was astonished. Luo Tian, who was naturally cunning, said. Faced with this explanation, the ladies suddenly understood. "I built a luxurious post-apocalyptic shelter like this, so we're moving to a luxurious residence. The space will be very large, giving Chongnu plenty of room to move. Growing flowers and plants is a wonderful hobby. However, I'm still not sure about the situation there. If I can't get into the shelter right away, I might have to find a temporary place to stay nearby." He had to consider all possible scenarios, such as the shelter running out of power and not being able to open the door, or it being occupied by someone else first. Mei Muli was surprised. "It's a famous luxury villa area," Baya said, lying on the bed. "I was wondering why a national goddess like you couldn't afford a villa." And Yu Yan nodded in understanding. "Actually, Cloud Top Manor is where I usually live." But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the other girls looking on with satisfaction. And Yu Yan gritted her teeth, using her dragon hands to grab the other's full breasts. "You little rich girl, accept my punishment." Under attack, Leng Pudding immediately begged for forgiveness. The girls couldn't help but laugh. After resting, Bai Ya's villa was at number 120, Cloud Top Manor, while Yang Mengyu's luxurious residence was at number 233. Don't be fooled by the large house number. Its location was very prominent, situated in the most prime spot in the villa area. Luo Tian thought for a moment, but it still wasn't the right time to set off. Planning 2 optimal routes to Cloud Top Manor, Luo Tian said calmly. Although he had custom-designed cold-proof electronic devices in his space, he was too lazy to take them out. After a moment of hesitation, he put down his pen and asked the master with an expectant look, "Should I bring someone this time?" As Luo Tian's top bodyguard, Yan Shu was also eager to show off his skills and abilities in the face of danger. If he could protect Luo Tian's safety, instead of just relying on his strong body to satisfy his needs every night, although he also liked and somewhat enjoyed warming the bed, then it wasn't necessary to bring Yang Mengyu along this time. Luo Tian's filial piety was very discreet. This campaign was mainly for reconnaissance, so there was no need to bring too many people. Just having Yang Mengyu help open the gate to Binan Suo was enough. Hearing this, Yan Shu also felt a little disappointed. Li Ru took off her apron and said with a smile, "Since this is Luo Tian's first meal after 2 days away from home, I've prepared a very sumptuous feast, comparable to a tens of thousands of yuan feast at a high-end restaurant." A rich aroma filled the air. Miss Bayaji hurriedly washed her hands and sat down. "The dinner is very sumptuous, but Yang Mengyu is still locked in her room, refusing to eat with us." Luo Tian glanced at Bai Ya and said that the other party had known Yang Mengyu since before the apocalypse. A few minutes later, he walked out of Yang Mengyu's room, sighing softly. Master, all night, she was ignored. However, from the moment Bai Ya entered until she left, Yang Mengyu remained silent, leaning against the headboard. The fact that the school beauty Yang Mengyu was willing to stay in the shelter and not insist on leaving said a lot. There was definitely affection between them. In the room, Yang Mengyu sat on the edge of the bed, still wearing the old white shirt and short skirt, revealing her long, slender legs in black stockings. "Eat some porridge," Luo Tian said, with a smile, holding a bowl of hot 8 treasure porridge and sitting down beside him. "Carry me, I'm not eating, get out," Yang Mengyu said, barely glancing at her. Yang Mengyu glared at him, and Luo Tian directly fed him again. The warm, sweet 8 treasure porridge was forced into his tender mouth, and then, under her attack, forcing it down, she smiled faintly and said, "It's delicious, isn't it?" Yang Mengyu didn't resist at all. At this moment, he also felt the restless touch under his black stocking thighs. However, with a beauty in his arms, wearing his favorite black stockings, a white shirt, and a short skirt, was there any need to think? An hour later, Yang Mengyu lay on the bed, dazed and confused, panting, her body weak and drained of strength. "Now, even she's bullying me," Yang Mengyu sniffled, then suddenly burst into tears, feeling wronged. She thought Luo Tian had come to comfort her, but to her surprise, the other man was holding her tightly. Luo Tian immediately swallowed her whole. Luo Tian couldn't help but embrace her fairy-like beauty, laughing as he said, "Yang Mengyu, so tell me how I bullied you?" Who looked him straight in the eye in the canteen, and who sat opposite him. Yang Mengyu bit her lip, wanting to retort, but realized Luo Tian was right. Their fate was almost certainly death. Yang Mengyu stood stunned, not knowing how to answer. Instead, it was a cruel world of survival of the fittest. Luo Tian lifted Yang Mengyu's delicate chin, and said, "Killing and looting have become commonplace. In ancient times, polygamy was common, but this apocalyptic world is even more cruel and bloody." After all, Luo Tian had saved her from danger, and moved, Yang Mengyu naturally couldn't live without him anymore. Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction, gently stroking her head. Although she was still a little reserved, it was fine. There were many days ahead. "School beauty Yang, although you have more than one woman, you are my first official girlfriend," Luo Tian said, smiling as he hugged her. "We've been through the whole process from dating to love, and finally to husband and wife." A look of confusion appeared on her pretty, delicate face. Luo Tian, the master, said gently, "Yang Mengyu, so you've shown your true colors, haven't you? Can't you coax her a little more?" After a moment's hesitation, Yang Mengyu still called out weakly. Though her voice was not loud, Luo Tian still heard it clearly. Yang Mengyu blushed furiously. But now, she had uttered 2 words to Luo Tian that she had never imagined in her life. "Very good," Luo Tian said with satisfaction, referring to the bracelet in her dimensional space. "There's still half of it unused. How could the harem catch fire?" The next day, Master, Ai Yarong, the leader of Building 12, has contacted you in the group. Yan Shu handed the phone to Luo Tian. This building leader of Building 12, after anxiously waiting for him to rest all night, finally couldn't take it anymore. "Hello, Mr. Luo, I'm Ai Yarong, the manager of Building 12. I hope you can grant me the honor of a meeting. You can decide the location. Please reply as soon as possible." Looking at the messages in the group, Yan Shu looked at Luo Tian, pursed her lips, and said, "Master, are you going to meet them?" Luo Tian, "Of course you should go. Currently, Zhu Jin from Building 11 is the common enemy of both sides. Letting such a group of grunts die would weaken the enemy's strength." Naturally, he gladly accepted. "The meeting place is your Building 12. We will wait for you." Even after the conversation ended, no one else in the group dared to speak, as silent as if Luo Tian was the only one in the group. It was normal for the leaders of Building 12 to be here. Who would dare to speak up at a time like this? Slightly surprised, he discovered that Luo Tian had chosen the opponent's territory. What if the opponent and Zhu Jin were ambushed? "Master, I think going up to the 12th floor is a bit risky." Luo Tian smiled and remained silent at the serious concern. Instead, he pulled out 2 submachine guns directly from his infinite space. A day earlier, he had received a meeting request from the other side, who had probably chosen Building 9 as the location for safety reasons. But now, all of that was irrelevant. Dang Dai, startled by the sudden appearance of the guns, discovered that although there were sparks flashing from the muzzles, not a single bullet was fired until the magazine was empty. All the fired bullets were immediately stored in Luo Tian's storage space. Right before their eyes, 2 bullets collided in midair, creating sparks, and then disappeared. I can store bullets in my storage space beforehand and fire them at any time, saving aiming time. Within the spatial range, he could even make a bullet hit a mosquito precisely. As long as he stored thousands of bullets in his space before setting out, there would be no need to fear any ambush in Building 12. In an instant, a rain of bullets would wipe everyone out, even if they later encountered enemies. With guns, their fate before Luo Tian's lightning-fast bullets was already clear. I'll draw another backup map, Luo Tian said, pulling out another map before leaving. Outside Building 12, Luo Tian walked slowly towards the 4th-floor window, his feet sinking deep into the soft snow. This time, he chose Building 12 as the location, partly to scout the building's situation. After all, once he had eliminated the intruders, Building 12 would be the only force left. His plan was to thoroughly weaken the strength of both sides, ideally leading to mutual destruction or complete annihilation. Apparently, their boss had announced in advance that Luo Tian would be coming. When you arrive, just go up and see him, a man said in a fawning tone. So this is the boss of Building 9. My legs almost trembled when that gaze swept over me. The important thing is that he dared to come alone. Isn't he afraid of our Building 12? Is it some kind of ambush? It seems I've heard the name Ai Yarong in this neighborhood in my previous life, Luo Tian thought to himself as he walked. Remembering that although she was a woman, relying on the control of a few trusted subordinates, he single-handedly built a powerful force, on par with the other leaders. The important thing was, before the apocalypse, the other party seemed to be just a female secretary of a state-owned enterprise director, who died while riding a horse in search of the rich. Isn't that just abandoning us? Ai Yarong, wearing a thick long coat, stood on the top step, showing her respect. It's nothing, Luo Tian said calmly, his gaze lingering on the leader of Building 12 for a moment. Her long, smooth black hair, as if just washed, framed a delicate face with light makeup. The thick, long coat completely concealed her figure, but it still made one wonder what the body underneath would be like. Sao Luo Tian immediately gave an assessment, though this man's appearance was far inferior to Yan Shu's. He only gave her a maximum of 80 out of 100. Then she easily pulled him upstairs, a fragrant breeze wafting into his nose. Damn it, that little wrong is mine. Seeing the two's intimate backs, Qi Guohui and Cheng Yingwei clenched their fists, standing stunned, their faces dark. Ai Yarong only offered compliments at most, never having any physical contact with them, not even letting them touch her hand. But the harder she was to reach, the more their hearts fluttered, like cats scratching at their hearts. They followed Ai Yarong's orders even more diligently, afraid that someone would win her favor first and claim her as their prize. But now, Luo Tian had just arrived, and Ai Yarong was acting so intimately with him. Her charmingly full breasts occasionally brushed against his arm. How could they not be jealous? They exchanged glances, but faced with Luo Tian's cold power, they could only restrain themselves for now. A row of water bottles was displayed, but they were useless. The water inside had completely frozen due to the low temperature. Thank you, Mr. Luo, for visiting Building 12. The other subordinates also sensed the tense atmosphere. This would create a power struggle between the two, a constant check and balance. However, this is still not enough for me. Luo Tian shook his head slightly, skillfully leaning back, away from the person opposite him who had placed their hand on the table. Leaning closer, Ai Yarong, exuding a pleasant fragrance, noticed a fleeting look of surprise and annoyance in her eyes. Luo Tian had several beauties at home, but domestic flowers were never as fragrant as wild ones, especially when facing the leader of Building 12. Wouldn't the sense of conquest be even stronger? Hearing mention of business, Ai Yarong also became serious, pursing her lips and slowly saying, "All right, Mr. Luo, I assume Zhu Jin from Building 10. You know what I've been up to lately, right?" Luo Tian raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Compared to the very obedient Building 9 and Building 102, Building 101, led by Zhu Jin, was like a ticking time bomb, always thinking of causing trouble. Lately, that guy has been constantly causing trouble, exhausting me both physically and mentally. I think Mr. Luo understands the principle of mutual dependence. If Building 12 is swallowed by Building 11, then all the surrounding buildings and people will fall into Zhu Jin's hands. At that time, even if the other side temporarily hesitates to act rashly because of Luo Tian's weapons, they can still seize any opportunity. He will surely be punished accordingly, Luo Tian said indifferently. Even if he was alone, it wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with Zhu Jin, who had control of several buildings. However, since there were these people as cannon fodder, Luo Tian was happy to cooperate. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Sister, you scared us to death. We thought you were going to marry Luo Tian." A group of subordinates wiped their foreheads, unable to contain their thoughts. "That's scary." Luo Tian raised an eyebrow and asked, "You mean you want to deal with Zhu Jin with me? But you all know the power I've shown before, right? He could single-handedly wipe out Building 13. So this time he could take them all down and rent a few buildings. After all, under the suppression of modern firepower, The human wave tactic is just a joke. That's right, Luo Tian started making demands. Why should we form an alliance without any benefits? He secretly thought this woman's motives were not pure. The goddess's jade hands they were holding were being held by another man. Although you look calm and composed, we all know you're more anxious than we are. Even Shiguo, who had always opposed him, nodded in agreement, a rare thing for him. Standing on the same side as his love rival, Ai Yerong, sitting opposite, pursed her lips in silence. Humph, Luo Tian, you killed Boss Ming last time. Everyone acknowledges that. You must be running out of ammo, Shiguo said confidently with a smile. And the 2 days you were away were to run off and find ammo, right? You thought you were being discreet, but the residents in the neighborhood all know. Otherwise, why would Luo Tian return after looting supplies? Outside and immediately fight with Boss Ming? You rushed out again the very next day? If he didn't know that he went out to search for items and upgrade his spatial ability, he would have almost believed it. He said confidently, it's because we didn't find any ammo on this trip that you rushed over as soon as you saw Sister Ai's invitation. This was the answer they had just come up with, and they were quite sure of it. To their astonishment, Luo Tian stood up from his seat. He headed towards the door. A look of panic was evident on their faces. Luo Tian, if we're killed by Zhou Jin, your situation won't be any better, Shiguo gritted his teeth. Anyway, after you're all killed, even if I kill them all, the result will be the same. Now that Luo Tian was angry, the other party would leave, leaving them to their fate to wait for death. President Shiguo, his face flushed, approached the other man, looking like he was carrying explosives. Hearing this, Luo Tian froze. Luo Tian had never taken those threats seriously, but if the other party had explosives, the level of danger would be completely different, increasing from 0 to 11,000. Blowing up a building was something he could totally do. They had only learned about this yesterday and intended to use it as a trump card in the negotiations, but due to Luo Tian's unexpected attitude, we had to bring it out earlier than expected. Explosives are essential for demolition work at construction sites. After Chen Sheng from the National Assembly arrived, and after many investigations, we learned that the other side had explosives. We don't know the exact quantity, but it's enough to destroy an entire building. They weren't even afraid of Luo Tian's threat with a gun, and continued to cause trouble in the surrounding buildings. To the astonishment of the crowd, he walked to the door, opened it, and was about to leave. If you don't cooperate with us, then sooner or later, Building 9 will be blown up by Zhou Jin with explosives. Shigo Hui's expression became serious. Zhou Jin couldn't possibly use explosives to destroy Building 9 first, right? That's right, Building 12 is still there. Zhou Jin would surely not target Luo Tian first, so Luo Tian could just sit back and watch the two of them fight, then benefit when Zhou Jin eliminated them. It was all his fault for focusing on impressing the beauty, which had displeased Luo Tian. As a result, everyone in Building 12 was in danger. Under his threat, Shiguo Hui, Cheng Yingwei, and the henchmen stealthily left the living room, obediently closing the door behind them. He saw right through her. If Ai Yerong had been angry, she would have flown into a rage when Shiguo Hui actively provoked him. Why wait until he insisted on leaving before pretending to be angry and kicking everyone out? This young lady's heart is very sincere, Ai Yerong said with a charming smile, her fair, jade-like hands wrapping around his arm, her full breasts pressing against him generously. The secretary, wearing black stockings, had her white shirt pulled up by a bulging object, revealing a slender waist and a tight short skirt. Ai Yerong must have anticipated the current situation. Ai Yerong gritted her teeth, thinking that to maintain her power, Luo Tian was an ally she had to win over. Luo Tian sneered and said, "Oh, really? Don't think you can tie me to the same boat with just a sweet trap," Luo Tian said with a contemptuous tone. Besides daily necessities, the only thing he didn't lack was women. The 5 goddesses in the shelter were of all kinds, from famous actresses to cold school beauties. What kind of person didn't he have? "Can you bear to let this young lady be defiled by that rich and handsome Zhou Jin?" Ai Yerong said, with a resentful look. Even if she was taken by everyone in Building 11, he wouldn't care. As long as Mr. Luo nods, this humble woman can do it, Ai Yerong said in a coquettish tone. However, Luo Tian, who had initially shown a look of contempt, immediately changed his expression. "You want me to watch over Building 11 for you?" Luo Tian's eyes widened. Although his tone just now seemed ambiguous, he had no intention of losing his virginity. Is Mr. Luo preparing to ally with this young lady? A flash of joy appeared on Ai Yerong's charming face. An hour later, Luo Tian breathed a sigh of relief, opened the security door, and stepped out. He had miscalculated this transaction, and the price was higher than expected. However, this was completely irrelevant to his secretary, Ai Yerong. An order was given, and soon, all the subordinates from the 12 buildings, armed with machetes and axes, rushed out with threatening expressions. They surrounded Building 11. Many people brought gasoline and firewood fuel provided by Luo Tian. Building 13 had a lot of women, but they were all too ugly, sparking little interest in him. Zhou Jin thought of that old fox Ai Yerong again. Zhou Jin sneered, "Just a bunch of trash from Building 12 waiting for a chance to strike. The combat power of Building 11 is far superior to Building 12. Zhou Jin didn't panic at all. Instead, he looked quite calm, saving him the trouble of calling people to his door. He could ignore Building 12, but Luo Tian was a different story. Witnessing the deaths of Boss Ming and his gang still sent shivers down his spine. Moreover, they weren't ready for a raid on Building 9 yet. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Unlike the chaos outside Building 11, the subordinates in Building 12 were systematically carrying gasoline, firewood, and even rubber and plastic products. Yirong said reluctantly, "At this crucial moment in the attack on Building 11, I don't have time to worry about anything else." Seeing this, the enemy immediately understood the intentions of the people from Building 12. They wanted to use fire. This gasoline must have been provided by Luo Tian. If they light a fire, we'll all burn to death. Brothers, kill them. Zhu Jin roared through gritted teeth. A group of his men immediately drew their machetes and charged at the people from Building 12 who were carrying fuel through the corridor, blocking their path and buying time for those behind. A group of fighters from Building 12, roaring through gritted teeth, rushed into the corridor and engaged the enemy. Once the fuel was ready, the enemy would become an easy target. A fierce brawl broke out. It was a brutal fight, with people dying one after another. He was struck in the back of the head with an iron pipe and fell to the side, then hacked to death by the others. However, since most of Zhu Jin's men were burly thugs, the casualties on both sides quickly became highly disproportionate. For every one person who died on the other side, 2 of theirs died. The lackeys from Building 12 were being pushed back step by step and were on the verge of collapse. "My men are almost all dead," Yirong roared through gritted teeth. The total number of people in Building 12 was probably no more than 90, and over 40 had already died. However, Luo Tian had no intention of intervening, acting as if he were watching a good show. "My bullets are precious. They must be used wisely," Luo Tian said casually. Soon, more than half of the people in Building 12 were dead or injured. Forced to retreat near the area storing gasoline and firewood, Luo Tian finally spoke up. "Have your men fall back. Those useless bastards from Building 12 finally can't hold on anymore. Chase them. Kill these motherfuckers. Crush them." Just as the crowd cheered and charged forward, they suddenly saw Luo Tian blocking the way. Everyone froze, holding their machetes, too terrified to move. The scene was bizarre. A massive crowd of lackeys with sharp weapons was completely intimidated by Luo Tian alone, not daring to make a sound. "Luo Tian, I've always kept my distance and never crossed you. Are you sure you want to get involved in this?" Zhu Jin shouted from behind his subordinates. "Let me tell you, I have explosives. Otherwise, I'll have someone bomb Building 9 another day and bury you all alive," he sneered, deciding to drop the act and tear off all pretenses right then and there. "If you piss off Brother Zhu, he'll blow up your base. You dare go against our Building 11? Can you bear the consequences?" The subordinates seemed to believe in Luo Tian's strength and didn't dare to make another move. The thick long coat he wore over his winter gear was lifted, revealing a gleaming black submachine gun. Gunfire erupted. More than 20 thugs were hit by the spray of bullets, dying one after another. "They're shooting," the other side opened fire. The remaining thugs were terrified, turning and fleeing in panic, afraid that if they were even a second too slow, they would also become victims of the hail of bullets, just like the corpses on the ground. They hadn't expected Luo Tian to be completely unafraid of the threat of explosives. "Is this the power of firearms?" the people from Building 12 exclaimed in shock. They had fought with their lives on the line, only managing to take down 20 or 30 enemies, while their own side suffered double the casualties. Yet Luo Tian had killed dozens in a single exchange. Compared to firearms, melee weapons were an absolute joke. At this moment, they felt relieved. Fortunately, Luo Tian wasn't their enemy. A massive amount of thick black smoke billowed up at a speed of 3 to 4 meters per second, quickly engulfing the entire building. "Hurry, we need to soak towels in water and cover our noses." But there was no water. Everything was frozen. Who the hell can pee on command like this? The apartment building descended into total chaos. After all, 80% of fire-related deaths are caused by smoke inhalation, because the smoke released by fires contains toxic substances that can cause poisoning, shock, and a series of other severe consequences if inhaled. Not to mention the billowing black smoke from burning rubber and plastic, along with the toxic chemicals they produced. With all the windows in the apartment building tightly shut, the entire building became an airtight container. Haha, many people couldn't take it and jumped from the upper floors. Although the snow cushioned the impact, broken bones were still inevitable, and internal organs could rupture. Even those lucky enough to survive would have their throats slit by the lackeys. With a deafening roar, a massive explosion occurred on the 20th floor. "Oh my god, it blew up. The shattered glass is flying like shrapnel. Standing here is a death sentence." The lackeys from Building 12 screamed in terror. Right then, they spotted the entrance to the underground parking lot and fled in panic, terrified of being crushed by falling debris. At this moment, Yirong also looked over in horror and saw Luo Tian. Facing countless shards of glass and chunks of concrete falling from above, he didn't flinch at all, remaining perfectly still. He even wore a smile, looking up at the high-rise where the explosion took place. Is he not afraid of dying? Crash. A massive amount of shattered glass fell like rain onto the snow. If anyone were hit, they would instantly be covered in blood, their body riddled with wounds. His face remained expressionless, but his right eye suddenly shifted, meeting Yirong's gaze. Heavy chunks of concrete smashed hard into Luo Tian's side. In that instant, Yirong's heart seemed to stop beating. Ai Yarong's reaction made it seem like she was running a fever. In extreme cold conditions, a high fever was incredibly dangerous. The fire gradually died down, and there was no more movement inside Building 10. It was assumed that everyone inside had died in the thick smoke. Looking up, everyone saw that the 20th floor had been blown open by explosives, leaving a massive gaping hole. However, this wasn't a big deal, as their goal had been achieved. The smoke quickly dissipated, and the lackeys, following Ai Yarong's orders, swarmed into the building to search for survivors and scavenge usable supplies. After confirming there were no survivors, they proceeded to occupy the adjacent buildings 10 and 13, completely annexing the territory previously held by Zhu Jin. However, inside the surrounding buildings, they found many elderly people and children, as well as many of Zhu Jin's injured men. Holding the report, the subordinates stated that the situation had been investigated. As for how to handle it, that was up to Ai Yarong. Now that we've taken over these apartment buildings, they are our people. She's too kind-hearted. Standing before him, Ai Yarong said coldly, "Later, take a few men and eliminate all those useless burdens. I'll send someone to deal with it immediately." Ai Yarong walked over with staggering steps. Although Building 11 had been completely destroyed, and there was no longer any need to worry about attacks, she didn't dare to neglect Luo Tian, the main mastermind behind this incident. With Zhu Jin dead, you're practically the only one left in the area. I don't care what you do, you can cause trouble, but don't ever think about attacking. Building 9. Ai Yarong, acting completely submissive, promised, "I absolutely guarantee that I will not target Building 9. She glanced around, and seeing that her subordinates weren't paying attention, she leaned in close and whispered, "Anyway, their people are yours now. Don't worry about me betraying you," she whispered warmly beside Luo Tian. He didn't say anything, as if he hadn't heard her, and turned to walk toward Building 9. She couldn't suppress a surge of emotion welling up in her heart. "Welcome back, Master," Bai Ya said with a radiant smile, bowing slightly. "Master, we just heard a huge explosion from the house." Yanshu pursed her lips and asked, somehow feeling that this wasn't an ordinary explosion. Those guys in Building 11 must have gotten their hands on explosives somewhere. But it's fine now, they blew themselves up. Yanshu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank goodness you found out in time. Otherwise, if they had planted the explosives and detonated them on the lower floors, we would have been in danger. That girl knows exactly how fortified this shelter is." However, the load-bearing walls of the apartment building couldn't withstand explosives. When that time comes, whether the building is blown up or not, will have nothing to do with us anymore. After all, that luxury shelter isn't threatened by explosives. Baya's tiny feet, pattering in her slippers, quickly walked over to the sofa and plopped down next to Luo Tian. "But Master, what are you going to do with the secret base now? I can't store the secret base in the infinite space yet." So, he had no choice but to temporarily leave it here. Sigh, he felt a bit regretful about leaving. Bai Ya obediently snuggled into his chest and sighed softly. "This shelter holds all the memories we've shared. Every corner held countless memories. To them, it was a warm home." Thinking about Building 11, which had taken up the entire morning, it was now almost noon. Standing on her beautiful plump legs, her small head was almost buried in his chest. Too busy to even do it. Although it was a bit confusing, she was his woman after all, and this small request she definitely had to obey, especially since he hadn't paid much attention to Li Ru lately. When Luo Tian walked into the kitchen, he noticed Li Ru diligently chopping ingredients on the cutting board, a lock of hair falling down to partially obscure her face. An expanse of smooth, white skin on her back was exposed, and her plump, jade-white legs beneath her slender waist formed a seductive curve. "Master, you're here." Only when Luo Tian walked in did Li Ru pretend to be surprised and delighted, as if belatedly realizing what was happening. "I really like your outfit today," Luo Tian said, wrapping his arms around her waist and whispering in her ear. "But there's one more thing we need to do before cooking." Li Ru immediately understood, and he had been looking forward to this for a long time. Although Li Ru had changed back into her old clothes, the other women sitting on the sofa still looked at her with mischievous expressions, making the married woman blush furiously. "Do we still need to eat?" Although Li Ru hadn't made any noise in the kitchen, the women in the living room had still heard, so how could they not know what had happened? Luo Tian, annoyed, tapped her on the head with his chopsticks, making Bai Ya cry out in pain. She quickly lowered her head, no longer daring to rub against him. Since Luo Tian would be going with Yang Mengyu to investigate the cloud-top shelter tomorrow, today's meal was lavish, featuring many premium ingredients, and the situation was even worsening. "Don't worry about me, it's fine," An Yuyan said, biting her lip. Luo Tian wouldn't understand anyway. Crunch, and Yuyan lazily leaned back on the sofa, her smooth white hands picking potato chips from the bag one by one. "Yuyan, you were so naughty just now." Luo Tian didn't hesitate to sit down next to her, snatching the bag of chips from her hands and starting to eat. Classical Chinese. And Yuyan elegantly adjusted her glasses and asked in confusion, "Master, what are you talking about? You don't want to wear it anymore. Ha ha. Women, you're too stubborn." Luo Tian said gently. These puff snacks were quite tasty. No wonder An Yuyan liked them so much. After all, among everyone, she was the one who had been intimate with Luo Tian the least. Even Yang Mengyu, the campus belle who arrived later, had far surpassed her. At this moment, An Yuyan was nestled in his arms watching a TV drama, while Luo Tian was checking the necessary supplies for tomorrow. He also had the AI butler recompile the program and copy everything onto a thin ID card. This way, managing the shelter would no longer be an issue. Master, when will you come back to pick us up after you get into that shelter? An Yuyan asked curiously, looking up. Luo Tian quickly replied with a smile. Even so, in reality, it would take quite a bit of time, possibly even the whole night, before they could return to the base and pick everyone up. After all, he needed to fully understand the situation inside the shelter, both inside and out, and check for any potential issues or hidden dangers to ensure absolute safety. So Master, when you come back to pick us up, could you let us be the first ones taken? And Yuyan nestled in his arms, smiling sweetly. The sound of running water mixed in as the glass bathroom door creaked open, revealing a woman behind it, covering her chest with her hands. Li Ru was about to get angry when she saw Yan Shu. Luo Tian looked at the soaking wet Yan Shu and smiled. The frosted glass door closed again, and the afternoon passed quickly. As dusk fell, the girls finished eating, played for a while, and then returned to their rooms. Luo Tian, feeling a bit guilty, peeked his head out the door. After giving him a look, she finally closed the master bedroom door, her voice trembling with embarrassment. If they find out, how will I be able to face anyone tomorrow? And Yuyan, wearing a red Christmas outfit, said timidly, lifting her small, arched foot clad in black stockings, and Yuyan was about to slip it in herself, but Luo Tian waved his hand, quickly stopping her. Suddenly, An Yuyan couldn't see anything. What's blinding me? This morning, they saw the other person walking out of the master bedroom. I'll handle this. In the living room, Luo Tian had already put on his winter gear and was checking the butler's ID card, as well as making sure the ammunition for several guns had been replenished. Yang Mengyu, revealing her fair thighs, was heading to Cloudtop Manor, dozens of kilometers away. Even traveling at full speed on a snowmobile, it would probably take the whole morning to get there, so there was no time to delay. After observing her a few times, a hint of shyness appeared in her eyes. Master, Yang Mengyu said sweetly, even though she was already used to it. No matter where she went, she was always the center of attention, but under Luo Tian's intense gaze, she still felt a bit uneasy. But I was just checking your winter clothes to make sure there are no issues. Luo Tian coughed softly. The others also came out to see them off, reluctant to part. Luo Tian unlocked the 3 layers of security doors and stepped into the freezing corridor with Yang Mengyu. Luo Tian and Yang Mengyu didn't linger. Instead, they quickly went outside, found a secluded corner, and took out the snowmobile. The snowmobile carrying the two of them sped toward the edge of the residential area, heading straight for Cloudtop Manor. Don't scare me, no one dares to mess with him, the residents of the high-rises said. Quite a few people had seen the snowmobile disappear from view through their windows. Heated discussions broke out among them. After all, Luo Tian had achieved a significant feat yesterday. Zhu Jin, as the boss of Building 11, had left a significant psychological scar on the surrounding residents recently. His continuous expansion of influence kept everyone living in fear, wondering when their building would fall into his hands. But suddenly, the enemy forces were completely wiped out by Luo Tian and his allies in Building 12. Not a single person in the entire building survived. The screen displayed a friend request interface. This thick snow doesn't affect him at all. He can even take a girl out for a ride. Yurong quickly walked to the window, quietly watching the silhouette of the snowmobile fade away. For some reason, the young subordinate suddenly felt that her boss seemed unhappy. A vast expanse of white stretched out before them. The snowmobile carrying the two sped across the pristine white snow. Nearly 5 hours had passed since they set off, but he and Yang Mengyu, the campus belle, still hadn't reached their destination. The snow outside was up to 10 meters thick, burying all the buildings, shops, and everything else. Looking as far as the horizon, everything was a vast expanse of white, even the sky was a hazy gray. He relied on a few high-rise buildings and recognizable landmarks nearby to determine their approximate location. There's no map software anyway. Although she had told Yang Mengyu this before, for some reason, even when the two of them were alone outside, she still sweetly called him master. It was an indescribable feeling that made this young woman from a wealthy family find it hard to resist. It felt like being immersed in a magnificent landscape painting. Yes, master, Yang Mengyu nodded. She was quite familiar with this area because her brother had visited a few years ago. There was actually a specific road leading to Cloudtop Manor, but the thick snow had buried all the roads, making navigation almost impossible, turning everything into a snowy maze. The snowmobile charged straight toward the villa area, completely ignoring the thick snow. The shelter was right in front of them, and Luo Tian felt a surge of excitement. Its sturdiness and luxurious amenities far exceeded his shelter in the neighborhood, which was only a few hundred square meters. They could easily open the shelter's gate. Villa 130, 125, 120, etc. The snowmobile suddenly braked hard. Luo Tian exclaimed in amazement. Looking at the luxurious 3-story villa in front of him, he secretly admired it. As expected of the most expensive villa area in Qinshui City, this villa looked truly magnificent. Since the snow was only a few meters thick here, most of the villa was exposed. Master, do you want to go in and take a look? Yang Mengyu asked with a smile, wrapping her arms around Luo Tian's waist. Moreover, before they left, "Ba ya, had told Luo Tian the lock password and security question she had set. I can open the door now, but getting to the shelter is more important. Luo Tian shook his head. Although he really wanted to visit his little maid's house, there were more important things to do right now. He could go in and sit for a while after taking control of the shelter. However, Luo Tian only glanced at the other person and had no intention of paying attention to him. But just as he was about to start the snowmobile, the other person blocked his way. He had no interest in interacting with this guy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, regardless of his intentions. Are you officials or people sent by the higher-ups to investigate the situation at Cloudtop? He asked with a soft chuckle, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Luo Tian said impatiently, I advise you not to have any unrealistic delusions. Hearing this, a horrified smile suddenly appeared on his face, followed by a surge of anger. You want to try your luck in Qinshui? Jin Song cursed angrily. Although it looked quite nice, he had never seen anything like it before. It must be from some small workshop. He swore uncontrollably, but what he didn't know was that this snowmobile cost at least 6 figures. I, Jin Song, am the most outstanding businessman in Qinshui City, Jin Song said arrogantly, clearly very confident in his status. Yet, they showed absolutely no respect or deference to a nobody who appeared out of nowhere like him. After all, a person of his status presented a completely different face in front of the camera, compared to when there were no cameras around. He was a very famous figure, being verbally insulted by an unknown junior. If the owners of the nearby villas witnessed this scene, wouldn't they laugh at him for the rest of his life? Oh, by the way, hand over this snowmobile too. 1 million can buy 10 snowmobiles. You're really striking it rich. He looked completely confident. He didn't want to cause trouble when entering Cloudtop Manor, but for some reason, perhaps due to being isolated for too long, this tycoon's confidence had become excessive. Unable to resist getting a taste of that plumpness, Luo Tian wondered, who are they, babe? Just as he reached into his coat, about to do something, a woman in a down jacket suddenly ran out from the villa where Jin Song was staying. They must have gotten a snowmobile from somewhere and are probably thieves trying to steal from our villa area, Jin Song said with disdain. Damn it, I almost forgot this is the home of the big star Bai Ya. Alright, I know what you're plotting. He's probably planning to sneak in and harass the national goddess, Bai Ya. While the roads are blocked by the blizzard, Jin Song thought, his eyes darting around before a sly smile bloomed on his face. Bai Ya and I are very close in real life. We've had several deep conversations. How could anyone dare to commit murder here, and the victim being a famous figure in Qinshui City? The woman opened her mouth to scream, but Luo Tian instantly shot her dead with a single bullet, making her collapse without a sound. Hopefully, there won't be any unexpected surprises. Luo Tian sighed softly. He looked around and saw a blurry figure behind the glass of a distant villa suddenly disappear. He hadn't acted earlier for fear of attracting unwanted attention, but now he couldn't hold back anymore. Stupid people deserve to die, he thought. Master, let's keep going, Yang Mengyu said, turning her head away. There was no need to check the 2 bodies in the snow, and knowing that the gunshot, though silenced, left no other choice. Staying wasn't wise. It's better to leave quickly, Luo Tian said calmly. He didn't want to attract too much attention. Instead, he wanted to quietly enter the shelter. The snowmobile continued to speed away, driven by Yang Mengyu. Soon, the two approached their destination, number 233, Cloudtop Villa, on Tutu Ninan Road. Even without sunlight, it gleamed with a faint metallic luster, giving off a solid sense of security from afar. Combined with its unique shape, it looked like a post-apocalyptic fortress, truly worthy of the title of the most expensive shelter. Let's open the door and go inside right now, she said, putting her hands behind her back. With a bright smile, she added, if it were anyone else, they would probably treasure this doomsday shelter like a precious jewel. But for the campus Belle Yang, Luo Tian's place in her heart was even higher than this shelter. All right, then you open the door. Luo Tian nodded slightly, and they walked toward the villa's gate together. Just then, Yang Mengyu seemed to see something, and her smiling expression suddenly froze, unable to hide her shock. However, next to those footprints were very clear signs that the shelter's alloy door had been opened. The marks were still very fresh, as if it had only been a few days ago. A $3 billion vault shouldn't have a security system just for show, right? It was said that the materials used for the walls of this vault were far superior to his shelter. Even explosives or missiles couldn't breach it. That alloy door, over a meter thick, could completely withstand C4 explosives. Even the Hebei daily newspaper couldn't do anything to it. This news wasn't good for her, because Yang Mengyu had mentioned earlier that this shelter had multiple levels of security. When the shelter was newly built, Yang Ming's brother had significantly lowered the security level, allowing anyone on the whitelist with the Red Devil password to enter freely. At the time, Yang Mengyu didn't think much of it, but now, she wanted to strangle her brother. How could we let outsiders in so freely? She promised to hand the shelter over to her master, but someone else had beaten them to it. Go open the door first, Luo Tian said, determined not to give up the shelter easily. Therefore, the most urgent task was to get inside before the people currently in the shelter noticed anything. Yes, master, I'll open the door right now. Yang Mengyu nodded and approached the heavy alloy door, attempting to unlock it. Red Devil team successful, password correct, but system access denied. An unexpected event occurred. Yang Mengyu was stunned and didn't know what to do. First, we need the consent of the people inside. The mechanism inside the gate is like the steel bolts behind a safe security door, acting as a safety measure. Usually, it has to be opened from the inside. Just then, a surprised young man suddenly spoke through the intercom. Meng-Yu, don't you remember who I am? Who are you? Yang Meng-Yu, holding Luo Tian's hand, asked coldly. Si Yiqi's voice was tinged with joy, as if seeing Yang Meng-Yu at this moment made him happy. I think I remember you. Yang Meng-Yu thought for a moment and immediately recalled the other person. Si Yiqi was a friend of hers who had gained fame through singing. Yang Ming and Si Yiqi, both from wealthy families, had hit it off at a party and had been good friends for years. The host, Yang Meng-Yu, lowered her voice and gently explained to Luo Tian that she knew Yang Ming's background. After learning of his background, Luo Tian nodded slightly, looked up at the hidden camera, and thought, since he knows Meng-Yu and has a decent attitude, then things would be easier. We've traveled a long way to my brother's shelter, but you locked the door from the inside, and I can't open it. Could you please open the door for me, she said. After all, this shelter was actually built by Yang Ming. Although Si Yiqi was Yang Ming's close friend, he was just an outsider with no connection to the shelter. However, because the shelter's security level was too high, no one could break in from the outside, so the initiative fell into Si Yiqi's hands. Seeing that others had entered first, Luo Tian sighed inwardly. If he had known earlier, he would have occupied the shelter first and dealt with the troubles caused by Zhao Jin in the surrounding area later. If Si Yiqi refused to open the door, Luo Tian didn't have a good solution. After all, even though he was a spatial ability user, things weren't going smoothly for him right now. He couldn't just teleport inside. In front of this fortified shelter, all brute force was meaningless. Do you want to be my girlfriend? Si Yiqi suddenly cheered excitedly, confessing his feelings right on the spot. Why do you have such indecent thoughts about me? Yang Mengyu said to him coldly. But Luo Tian was right beside her, and Yang Mengyu didn't want him to misunderstand anything. He hesitated for a moment, then continued. But there was no other way. At that party years ago, I was captivated at first sight. Initially, he had only attended a boring social gathering to please his father, but unexpectedly, he met a beautiful woman there. The breathtakingly beautiful woman who had stunned him turned out to be Yang Ming's close friend and sister. Before Yang Mengyu could say a word, he immediately spoke up. Mengyu, if you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll open the door right away. Yang Mengyu coldly replied with a sullen face. No way. After rejecting him outright, she turned to walk away, her attitude decisive. I'll open the door right now, okay? Si Yiqi hurriedly shouted, afraid that Yang Mengyu would leave without a second thought. No way. Did this guy agree to open the door that easily? Then he turned around, his face as cold as ice. Fine, open the door, he said through gritted teeth. But I have one condition. You must tie up the person next to you. Otherwise I won't open the door. Yang Mengyu couldn't decide, so she turned to look at Luo Tian with a questioning gaze. Only when she saw Luo Tian nod slightly did Yang Mengyu agree to the other party's proposal. Then, under Si Yiqi's close supervision, Yang Mengyu used a sturdy rope thrown out the window to tightly bind Luo Tian's hands. Don't forget, he still had thousands of bullets stored in his spatial storage. With just a thought, a fired bullet could obliterate any target within the spatial range, including the rope in his hands. In this cold apocalyptic world, with blizzards blocking the roads outside, Yang Ming's sister, Yang Mengyu, since she had voluntarily come to him, nothing could make him happier. Si Yiqi, aren't you willing to share supplies and food with others? Wang Tongtong was his girlfriend, but she hadn't expected Si Yiqi to openly let another woman in right in front of her, completely disregarding her feelings. Shut up, what do you know? Si Yiqi cursed angrily. The issue lay with Yang Mengyu's identity and the permissions she held. This doomsday shelter was very smart, but the downside was that it was too smart. There was a whitelist for entry, but they still couldn't do much. The massive amount of canned food and compressed rations stored in the underground vault was inaccessible, and they couldn't even enter the generator and fuel storage rooms. The remaining 95% all depended on Yang Mengyu to unlock. It's fine. Once Yang Mengyu and that test subject guy come in, we'll figure out a way to deal with it. After tricking her into letting him in, a cold glint flashed in Si Yiqi's eyes. But before that, he could experience the joy of having both a brother and a sister. The heavy door of the shelter opened. Luo Tian and Yang Mengyu exchanged a glance, nodded, and walked inside together. If he didn't know how to behave, just one bullet would be enough to punish him. It was made of silver gray alloy, with bright LED light strips hidden inside, at the top and around the edges, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the entire space, creating a modern and high-tech feel. However, he wasn't worried that the other party would activate the ultra-sharp lasers in the corridor. Since Yang Mengyu had implicitly stated that the other party had no permissions and was essentially just a guest taking shelter, unable to use most functions, Si Yiqi guessed that he was trying to gain access to the shelter. This design was quite good. However, this was useless against him. His weapons and guns were all stored in the infinite space. No matter how the machines scanned, they wouldn't detect anything. The two safely passed through the 10-meter-long corridor. No wonder, this is a $3 billion shelter. Luo Tian exclaimed, this living room alone is probably as big as my entire shelter. Then, he saw the transparent floor-to-ceiling glass windows. It didn't block the light from coming in, and on the ceiling of the futuristic living room was a massive circular recessed light. Its unique shape, combined with the wall color, instantly gave the space a sci-fi feel. The surrounding area was illuminated by warm, comfortable lighting, creating a cozy atmosphere. This was a spacious living room, ideal for reading and relaxing. The vast space was almost intimidating. Leaning against a wall, Luo Tian even found a large, soft bed and a bedside table. It had been a long time since Siyi had seen Yang Mengyu. "Please have some self-respect," Yang Mengyu said coldly, leaning against Luo Tian. Hey, sorry, my bad." After all, in his eyes, Luo Tian was already a dead man. He couldn't believe that Yang Mengyu, this ice queen, could actually smile. And this guy was her boyfriend. Many people had brought expensive gifts to propose, but were all rejected. Yet Luo Tian had managed to capture this cold young woman's heart. Then, he suddenly remembered Luo Tian's instructions and asked, "Besides you, is there anyone else in this place?" Siyi shook his head repeatedly. At this moment, Siyi was thinking of an excuse to kick Luo Tian out. Luo Tian suddenly spoke up, and Yang Mengyu, hearing this, didn't ask why. A black pistol unexpectedly fell into his hand. Yang Mengyu said coldly, "At this close range, a pistol doesn't need aiming. Just pull the trigger, and the other party will die instantly. At least empty the magazine." Where did this gun come from? He almost wet his pants. How did this pistol appear out of nowhere? It was as if it fell out of a one-dimensional space. As a wealthy young master who frequently visited shooting ranges, he could tell immediately from the crisp sound of racking the slide that it was probably a real gun. "Mengyu, are you Superman?" Yang Mengyu said with a cold smile. Without needing to know that after the other person obediently squatted in the corner with his hands behind his head, he used the sharp military knife. Luo Tian handed him to cut the ropes binding his hands. "So, can you let me go now?" Luo Tian sneered. "If it weren't for my trump card, I probably wouldn't have survived until tomorrow morning. If you dare touch me, my father definitely won't let you off," he threatened through gritted teeth. But what he didn't know was, these words sounded ridiculous to Luo Tian. "You're talking nonsense." Siyi's face flushed red, but he didn't know how to retort, because during this month of bone-chilling cold and blizzards, he had tried to contact his father, but all efforts had failed. Luo Tian snatched the gun from Yang Mengyu's hand and slowly inspected the bullets. "There are tens of thousands of boxes of food reserves here, enough for the few of us to eat for decades." At this moment, Siyi's face was as pale as a corpse. If they hadn't let him in, the canned food in the kitchen would have been enough for him for a while. But now, the tables had completely turned. He had only just gotten in yesterday and had barely settled down, yet now this most expensive and luxurious shelter was suddenly gone. He pressed the gun against his chin. The bullet pierced through his skull, tearing apart his brain tissue. "Master, we can go down to the underground control center right now. I'll open the door for you," Yang Mengyu suggested. However, Luo Tian gently shook his head, not in a hurry. Under the other's questioning gaze, he gripped the gun tightly and said, "Don't trust this guy. We can enter any time. But it's exactly at crucial moments like this that we must be extremely cautious and not make any mistakes." "Yes, master," Yang Mengyu nodded, signaling no objection. Without permission, they couldn't go down to the lower floors, so even if the other party had companions, they could only hide in the corridors of the second or third floor. As soon as they reached the second floor, a faint sobbing echoed from a corner. Not to mention, girls from wealthy families usually have good qualities, he thought, a pretty face, but tears are streaming down her cheeks. She looked quite pitiful. Her beauty scoring an 80 over 100. But compared to the campus belle Yang beside him, she instantly paled in comparison. "As long as you don't kill me, I can be your lover. Just give me a bite to eat every day, and I'll treat you however you want." Seeing Luo Tian scrutinizing her, Wang Tongtong quickly took off her clothes, revealing her rather plump figure completely naked before him, then shyly turned her head away, letting the other person admire the view. Luo Tian took a good look for a moment and then shot her dead. The corpse was immediately stored in his spatial storage. The other person might be innocent, but Luo Tian wouldn't spare her. What if she escaped? What if news of the shelter leaked out? Now, this luxurious post-apocalyptic shelter belonged to him. Next, he just needed to insert the butler's ID card into the shelter's central system, allowing his AI butler to replace the old one. Before going downstairs, Yang, the campus belle, thoughtfully explained the situation on the third floor to Luo Tian. There were even themed rooms, like one with a hanging flower basket from the ceiling or a soft water bed. They had everything. The small room, with a dominant pink color scheme, instantly made his adrenaline surge. An hour and a half later, Luo Tian finally finished changing, a satisfied expression on his face. After leaving the soft waterbed, he and Yang Mengyu had thoroughly experienced these interesting items. After being granted access to the highest level of the shelter, Campus Belle Yang, "Why aren't you going?" Luo Tian asked with a hint of doubt, standing at the door. "These people ate too much canned food." Luo Tian looked at the empty cans on the coffee table and sighed. Then, he stored them all in his spatial storage, planning to throw them all away when he left. "Such a huge light, wouldn't it consume a lot of electricity?" "Master," Luo Tian replied, "actually, this light uses the latest technology and consumes very little energy. It only needs 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity per night," Yang Mengyu explained with a smile. Many clouds floated in the sky, and around the base, even the small blades of grass swayed in the wind. He believed the ceiling was a blue sky with white clouds, and they were in the middle of a lush green field. When they first arrived at this shelter, they were also amazed by its diverse functions. The beautiful student Yang reached out and pulled open a secret door. This was a green space of several thousand square meters, including fields, meadows, and flower beds, and even a classic pavilion for workers to rest. This place was truly a paradise. He had gotten a taste of rural life in this cold, apocalyptic world. It was a life that even the gods would find hard to imagine. This lake also connected to that place. The two went to the basement, where they could use the elevator or stairs to go down, but they needed to pass through a door that required permission. The alloy door, which could only be opened with Yang Mengyu's presence, naturally posed no obstacle. The room doors were all tightly sealed, giving a very modern feel. What caught Kachi's eye was an extraordinarily large cyber-peak space, filled with countless screens and warm pink, green, and yellow lights enveloping the entire area. The ceiling was a seamless, transparent glass panel. In the center was the operation area, with countless switches and buttons of unknown types arranged across the console. No need, Luo Tian smiled slightly, taking out the ID card containing the butler's information from his spatial storage. The shelter's central system had its firewall disabled, and the butler easily absorbed the entire system, taking it over for itself. Very good. Whether it was all the functions of the shelter or the hidden cameras placed in every corner, under the butler's management, Luo Tian could freely access them at any time. His identity had transformed into the master of this post-apocalyptic shelter, holding supreme authority. Congratulations, Master, on achieving supreme authority over the shelter. Yang Mengyu smiled and said, not only is this place mine, but you are mine too. Luo Tian wrapped his arms around her slender waist and leaned down to kiss her lips. Luo Tian smiled. Canned fish, canned fruit, and other canned foods, along with some items with a long shelf life like compressed biscuits, filled the entire warehouse. A rough estimate showed that the amount of food in this warehouse could feed Luo Tian and Yang Mengyu for at least a lifetime. However, Luo Tian had no intention of touching them. After all, his space already contained countless foods and supplies. This was the place that supplied power to the entire shelter. She has everything available on the ground floor, and even more here, Yang Mengyu said, pushing the door open and walking in. This place also uses simulation technology, right? Luo Tian stopped by the window and said, through this window, the two could clearly see the skyscrapers outside. The overall shape of the building was very unique and had a futuristic vibe. Yes, because this place is underground, to ensure the physical and mental health of the residents, supportive simulation technology is of course necessary, Yang Mengyu said with a smile. In fact, beyond the window, the entire room utilized advanced simulation technology. Amazing, we should have moved here sooner. Luo Tian loved this simulation feature, it was so thoughtful. He originally thought the upper floors of the shelter were great, but now he had changed his mind. Suddenly, Luo Tian stopped, remembering something. This is the third basement floor, the final floor, Yang Mengyu said, having calmed down. This also showed that Luo Tian and Yang, the campus belle, he must have experienced something new and exciting. There are so many sports activities. Yang Mengyu, in her JK uniform, said sweetly. Master, do you want to play a game? Yang Mengyu asked with a smile, her hands clasped behind her back. Before his eyes was an endless expanse of blue sky. What he hadn't expected was that the entire dome of the stadium on the third basement floor could also be simulated. I originally thought this space had enough gasoline, but now it seems a bit lacking. So technology, from 10 years ago, had already reached this level? It's time to pick up Baya and the others. There are many rooms, and the furniture is all expensive designer brands, creating a comfortable resting space. Luo Tian chose room 1, while Yang Mengyu, without hesitation, chose room 2 right next door. Director, are you going to pick up the other sisters? Yang Mengyu asked cheerfully. Yang Mengyu smiled and said, Luo Tian will go back and pick up the girls. There are no acquaintances around. Could someone else have seen him shoot the man blocking the way? Hey, you in there, open the door. The long-haired woman knocked angrily. You dare look at my body but don't dare open the door? The short-haired woman standing next to her also cursed through gritted teeth, calling him an animal. Moreover, he and Yang Mengyu had just arrived. He didn't recognize these two women outside the door at all. Luo Tian stroked his chin and chuckled softly. After all, food was scarce nowadays. He decided to wait until they left. Luo Tian sat on the large, soft white sofa, deciding to ignore the two outside. Going back to the apartment complex to pick up the women was no different. The isolation of the shelter was paramount, even though he could use violence to resolve the situation, but that seemed unnecessary. Once they realized no one was opening the door, they would probably give up and leave. Luo Tian's reasoning wasn't wrong, but he had underestimated the determination of the two women. Alright, you won't open the door. Then, standing at the villa's door, he pulled his phone out of his pocket. Luo Tian's expression in the living room suddenly turned ice cold. Then he suddenly remembered that before he and Yang Mengyu moved in, two other people had entered the shelter, even earlier than them. What did you promise this woman? Regardless of the situation, and regardless of what pictures Si Yichi had taken for her, Luo Tian couldn't let the information leak out. Before that guy leaves, let's hurry inside. So the two of them, like warriors preparing to attack, swaggered in. But when they looked at the silver-white steel corridor and the dim glowing light strips, a flash of astonishment crossed their eyes. The two hosts were unarmed. Very good, Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction. This buffer zone was very well designed, and just as he guessed, the steel corridor was equipped with scanners. All outsiders had to undergo a full-body scan. Compared to this, their $100 million villa was nothing but a slum. Not only were the gates and corridors made of steel, but the interior was so warm it was almost like a haven. At this moment, Ren Han, seeing Luo Tian Deng Mei's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "He's so handsome." Especially Ren Han, who said excitedly, "I didn't expect the guy I video called to be this handsome. I bet if you did that, you wouldn't even feel anything. Naked chatting is one thing, but why mention acting like a dog?" Luo Tian's face darkened as he said, "Perhaps there's a misunderstanding between us." He was about to explain when Ren Han smiled seductively, leaned in close, and said, "Handsome, I misunderstood you. You're a bit short, but I'm fine with it." At this point, Deng Mei standing nearby couldn't hold back anymore, gritting her teeth and saying, "I'm fine too, as long as you give me some food. I'll cooperate in any position." Even if he saw it, the important thing was that he didn't see it. Yang Mengyu and Deng Mei had planned this together, but since Luo Tian said it wasn't true, he would definitely believe him. Ren Han saw Yang Mengyu coming down from upstairs, and her momentum instantly weakened. The beautiful student Yang was simply too gorgeous. However, to get the other party to tell the truth, Luo Tian also hid a few details. "I have screenshots." Han gritted her teeth, took her phone out of her pocket, and opened the photo album. Bang! The two women's eyes instantly widened, drooling. However, this action quickly made the two women realize what was happening. The man standing before them wasn't the person they were looking for, because his physique was too perfect, far different from the previous actor. Then, the other party disappeared. He had also sent a message in the villa's group chat. With a wave of his hand, an unidentified corpse suddenly appeared in the living room. Oh my god, a dead person. Ignoring the screams of the two women, Luo Tian directly searched their pockets for their phones and opened the group chat to read the messages. "Yesterday at 8:55 p.m. Are there any beautiful girls who need food? Damn it, is this guy crazy?" Luo Tian cursed. "Do you think you can casually expose your supplies just because of the shelter's high security level?" Now things were a mess. The other guy was gone, but he had to bear the risks caused by the food leak. Although there weren't many cans of food in the picture, there were still about 40 or 50 cans. With Seiichi exposed, the shelter had been put on everyone's radar. "I don't know what kind of trouble he'll cause. I shouldn't have killed him so easily," Luo Tian sighed. But on the other hand, at least this guy didn't reveal the core secrets of the shelter. "Butler, do you have a way to delete these messages?" Luo Tian asked. After the butler's intervention, the messages from the villa area also disappeared. "You killed him, didn't you? It seems this man is the one I video called last night." Ren Han and Deng Mei were both paralyzed on the floor, cowering and trembling. They were clearly terrified by the sudden appearance of a corpse. "Yes, I killed him," Luo Tian quickly admitted. "Why did they break into this villa?" Now they were in danger, facing a murderer. At this moment, they realized their situation was critical. "Oh, what should I do?" Luo Tian rubbed his chin. Facing two innocent women, he didn't want to kill them. After all, he was a good person. But if he let them go, wouldn't that cause even bigger trouble? After all, Ren Han and Deng Mei had already seen the inside of the shelter with their own eyes. "You don't look like a murderer at all, because I feel you're a kind-hearted person, right?" Ren Han said, with teary eyes. "If you lay a hand on us, we'll haunt you to death," Deng Mei quickly agreed. Luo Tian burst out laughing. "Since you've said so, fine, I won't kill you." Hearing this, Han and Deng Mei couldn't hide their excitement. "Only one of you survives," Luo Tian said, slamming the gun onto the coffee table. On the giant screen, a 30-second countdown began. When the clock hit 0, Luo Tian said, his voice as cold as ice, "If you still haven't made a choice, then I'll have to help you." These words extinguished any faint hope left in the hearts of Ren Han and her companion, filling them with a profound sense of impending doom. Finally, Ren Han couldn't hold back anymore. She snatched the gun from her hand and shakily pointed it at her best friend. "If you kill me, you'll have to live with the guilt for the rest of your life." Deng Mei trembled violently, her eyes hollow, the gun pointed straight at her. "So what if I'm not afraid?" Ren Han said through gritted teeth. "I just want to survive. Even coming to this villa was caused by you. Otherwise, I would never have encountered this." Two sisters killing each other, witnessing this dramatic scene, Luo Tian burst out laughing. Just a moment ago, this girl was standing on the moral high ground criticizing him, but so quickly, she had pointed a gun at her best friend. "No, the gun is in my hands, why should I listen to you?" A hint of confusion flashed in Ren Han's eyes, then she reacted, overjoyed. Unexpectedly, the other man handed her the pistol without any warning. "Ha ha ha!" Ren Han gripped the gun tightly, her face filled with ecstasy. She really hit the jackpot. How could he hand such an important gun to Luo Tian? This guy is handsome and well built, killing him would be a waste. "Move again and I'll shoot." Ren Han snapped out of her daze. "Then just drive," Luo Tian said coldly. The gunshot rang out, the bullet flew, and a gloating expression appeared on both of their faces. In their eyes, being shot in a vital spot at such close range, Luo Tian was almost certainly dead. But immediately both of them were stunned. Ren Han exclaimed in horror. Where did the bullet go? How did it disappear without a trace? The bullet aimed at Luo Tian had vanished, handing you the gun and letting you kill me. Bang bang. The man didn't even listen, but gritted his teeth and continued pulling the trigger, only to be met with despair. Until the magazine was completely empty, producing a series of sharp clicks, Luo Tian stood there, arms crossed, looking at her with a pained expression. He walked over and gently took the bullets from Han's trembling hands. She took the pistol, slowly loaded it, and then placed it back into the other person's hand. Looking at the gun, Ren Han's face turned pale. She acted decisively. Bang, Deng Mei, in sheer terror, was killed by her own best friend's hands. I did as you said. Please don't kill me. Ren Han forced a smile, her face devoid of color. She was terrified. How could anyone in the world swallow bullets? She quickly placed the hero's pistol on the coffee table and ran toward the alloy door. Hearing the sound of the alloy door leading to the living room close, Ren Han finally let out a relieved smile. Luckily, she escaped. Bang! A bullet suddenly pierced through the back of her neck, blowing her skull apart. This is the bullet you shot at me. Strictly speaking, you killed yourself. Luo Tian said with a playful expression as he walked into the silver-white steel corridor. How could he let her go? What kind of bullshit is kindness? As someone who had died once, and had his limbs chopped off by his neighbors in his previous life, how could he repeat the same mistake? If he fell into that trap again, Luo Tian would just store the corpse in the infinite space. He didn't need to worry about filial piety, he just needed to shoot himself. After dealing with the two women, Luo Tian didn't hesitate and drove the snowmobile directly out of the steel corridor. Then the butler opened the shed door, and the snowmobile sped toward the residential area. This time, I need to borrow 4 people, Luo Tian thought, but the snowmobile can only carry a maximum of 2 more people. Do I have to try each group? Wearing goggles, he realized that by the time they returned to the shed, it would probably be quite dark, and the second trip would have to wait until tomorrow. Only then could he return to the residential area to get the remaining 2 people. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. If he remembered correctly, besides the snowmobile, he had something else in his space, the special vehicle of the Arctic expedition team. It had been stolen into his space along with the snowmobile, a snowcat. With just a thought, a very cool-looking snowcat appeared before him. It looked like a car, but its wheels were tracks that allowed it to move on snow. Luo Tian stored the snowmobile in his spatial storage, then opened the door and stepped inside. The snowcat's engine roared. With a light press on the gas pedal, it shot forward. Although not as agile as a snowmobile, it possessed abundant power, and the spacious interior, equipped with a heating system, meant Luo Tian didn't need to wear goggles, significantly increasing comfort. The tracked vehicle sped across the vast white snow, even drifting at an intersection, a sight that attracted the attention of the surrounding high-rises. A survivor who happened to look down was amazed. Terrifying. It can even carry cargo. A few hours later, Luo Tian also drove his snowcat back to the neighborhood. This time, it took much less time than the snowmobile because he didn't have to worry about the bone-chilling cold. He drove into the residential area. I don't know whose car that is, but oh my god, it's Luo Tian's car. A crowd gathered at the windows to watch. Yeah, that guy must have been transferred somewhere else. And Zhu Jin got his hands on explosives yesterday. I heard he almost blew up Building 9. After all, there's a saying, a wise man doesn't seek to take advantage when the opponent is weak. And Luo Tian was a notorious petty person. The discussions among the residents grew more heated, even reaching A Yirong in Building 12. Ai Yirong stood up and walked to the window, her gaze sweeping over the tracked vehicle quietly parked below Building 9. However, Luo Tian was completely unaware of all this. Welcome back, Master. These words instantly made the women's eyes light up, because Luo Tian had previously shown them various luxurious details of the shelter. The shelter base was indeed very nice, but the downside was that the space was too cramped. Meanwhile, that $3 billion vault had a massive interior space, with various activity areas, even a swimming pool and a golf course. His facilities were far superior to a normal shelter. I feel so safe, right? But I'm a bit hesitant to leave this shelter base. This is their old home. So let's take a look around while we still have time, Luo Tian said with a smile. He thought that most of the girls wouldn't have a chance to come back after moving, so let's pack our things and take one last look at the shelter base. At first, Yan Shu was just as excited as the girls, and then they had a lively conversation. He had gradually gotten used to life in the new shelter, but just now, glancing at his phone, he suddenly felt a bit depressed, unsure of what he had seen. However, he quickly realized that a clone of the butler's original body had been created and was currently present in the shelter's central system. The maid Xie Ying spoke up. In that case, she didn't need to leave. As long as there was a network, the butlers in the shelter and the base could communicate instantly. I'll store everything in my spatial storage later. Too bad, spatial abilities are so convenient for moving. Luo Tian smiled as he walked into the master bedroom, which was now completely clean. All kinds of furniture, clothes, and items were neatly organized into his own space with just a single thought, maximizing efficiency. Luo Tian wasn't surprised when he came to see him. With a smile, he asked, "Is it about Cece and her aunt?" News of Luo Tian moving had spread like wildfire throughout the neighborhood. Almost all the residents knew. Some were happy, some were sad, and Cece's aunt, Yi Mengrong, was the most worried. After all, if Luo Tian left, they would lose their protection. So, feeling anxious, she couldn't help but contact Yan Shu via WeChat. Luo Tian didn't say anything, just stood quietly by the window, watching the snow fall outside. Yan Shu stood there, looking worried. About this, Yan Shu, I want to ask you first. Luo Tian turned his head and asked calmly, are they your relatives? Yan Shu replied, of course not. They are not. Luo Tian countered her answer, his tone cold. Yan Shu's lips parted slightly, momentarily speechless. You've done enough. You never thought about this before, but after hearing Luo Tian's words, he hesitated. But to this day, no one knows who the father of the child is. Even ignoring the lower classes, countless tragedies had occurred in the community after residents fed him, even cases involving murder and cannibalizing relatives. Looking into the boy's stern and bewildered eyes, Luo Tian said gently, you need to carefully consider your relationships. Understand, my dear? After speaking, Luo Tian let go of his chin, pushed the door open, and left. Yan Shu stood there, stunned. Her pretty face flushed red. A thought flashed through his mind. That's right, my relationship with Master cannot be compared to theirs. The constant offers of help had given Yan Shu and his colleagues a headache. He could act without hesitation, against the most brutal criminals, even defying orders. But his heart was always soft when it came to family and friends. Master, I know what to do now. A message suddenly vibrated on his phone. Who texted me? Luo Tian wondered, taking out his phone to check. The fact that he had helped kill Zhu Jin and led Building 10 was also due to AI Yurong. It simply infringed on the interests of both parties. Unless unexpected situations arose, the two would have no further contact after moving. If you don't agree, I'll have to come to Building 9 in person. Luo Tian pouted and said, that old fox coming here is never a good sign, right? Yan Shu said that way sounds okay too. His eyes lit up, immediately changing his mind. It seemed necessary to talk to him. After all, he was about to move, but Building 12 would always be there, and Ai Yurong was the most powerful person in the neighborhood. All right, you old fox. I'll come find you at Building 12. I've also prepared a surprise, Brother Luo. Don't break your promise. What surprise? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, a bit confused. Several suitcases were piled on the living room floor, containing their packed personal belongings. I need to take care of some things, but it'll be quick. He sat on the table, his fair, well-proportioned thighs crossed elegantly, revealing from the side that they were bare. She thought she had finally found a powerful patron, but a few days later, Luo Tian suddenly wanted to move. Luo Tian said bluntly, I can help you, but I have one condition. Ai Yurong smiled seductively, which was the very reason she invited Luo Tian today. Although she had taken control of all the surrounding apartment buildings, Ai Yurong's ambition didn't stop there. However, supplies were quite abundant. Recently, Ai Yurong even heard that the underground warehouses of the two supermarkets, near Building 2 and Building 5, had stockpiled a large amount of grain, cooking oil, rice, and flour enough to feed everyone in the building for several months. Therefore, he had to seize them. Otherwise, his people would starve to death. So, this young woman needed her brother to provide some weapons, like guns. Ai Yurong emphasized the last word, saying, with him, I am completely confident in the goal of seizing the supermarket warehouses. You want to seize territory and goods? Why should I care? Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Who knows how many people will die then? And weapons are such precious resources, how could he just give them away so casually? Under Luo Tian's questioning gaze, the door opened. She used to live in Building 9. Anyway, she only bought a jacket this year, and now she's wearing a short white silk skirt, making people just want to push her down. Why did she suddenly come to Ai Yurong's place from Building 9? Are you surprised? More importantly, they used to live in Building 9 and are acquaintances of Luo Tian. If you want to trade them for weapons, I'm sorry to inform you that I can't, Luo Tian sighed. Thinking he could trade these two for weapons in his dimensional space was just wishful thinking, Ai Yurong said with a pout, jumping down from the table and whispering sweetly into his ear, don't try it, that trick won't work on me. Luo Tian brushed her hand away and said, if you want guns, you have to offer benefits. Luo Tian was completely untempted. Brother Luo, if you can give me a gun, even just one, I'll agree to help you. But just thinking about becoming the boss of the entire neighborhood, holding that wonderful power in his hands, made him hesitate a bit. If they said so, it wasn't unacceptable. Moreover, even though he was gone, the shelter base was still there. If they were fine, they could help keep an eye on Building 9. Luo Tian nodded, then threw his backpack on the table, unzipped it, revealing several handguns and some. Remember your promise, Dangxia, or you'll suffer the consequences, Luo Tian threatened coldly. Do you think I'm the kind of person who forgets favors? Ai Yurong feigned resentment, but looking at the black gun, a spark of anger flashed in his eyes. Mu couldn't help but hug Luo Tian and give him a sweet kiss. He pushed the security door wide open and left without looking back. Don't keep Master waiting too long downstairs. Bai Ya opened the security door and urged from the corridor. A hint of reluctance flashed in Jing Nu's eyes. He had run out of food for the past month. How could he have survived until now, relying entirely on selling his chrysanthemum to a boy's family to earn some food? Yu Lin sometimes had to go to the bathroom before he could even take off his pants. But recently, that boy's family's food supply ran out, cutting off Yu Lin's only source of food. If they didn't find a way to get more food, they probably wouldn't live long before starving to death. Luo Tian wasn't here, and Li Ru was a kind-hearted woman. Yu Lin gritted his teeth and pushed the security door open. Seeing Yu Lin step out of the house, the women were momentarily stunned, but the most surprised was Li Ru. I haven't eaten anything for days. I'm going to starve to death. Yu Lin howled and lunged toward Li Ru, but Yan Shu, who was standing guard, intervened. He delivered a spinning kick like a staircase to Yu Lin's body. Now she was Luo Tian's woman, and Li Ru absolutely could not accept that. You were bumped into by someone else. It's fine, Yan Shu said with a smile. He felt nauseous. After more than a month apart, Li Ru's image in the corridor was astonishing. Luo Tian, who used to be just a naive young man, how did he become so strong? I want to take all his supplies, Yu Lin said, lowering his head and clenching his fists. Those guys from before, whether it was Deng Tu or Boss Ming, he had secretly betrayed them, but unexpectedly, they all died at Luo Tian's hands. You have nothing to do with him anymore, right? Yan Shu asked. Then kill him. After speaking, a pistol was placed in Li Ru's hand. Master, Li Ru felt the cold gun in her hand and felt confused. How could he commit such a heinous crime? He's better suited for killing chickens, ducks, or fish in the kitchen. Can't you bear to do it? Luo Tian leaned close to her ear, narrowed his eyes and said, No, master. Li Ru quickly explained, then kill him. Luo Tian said coldly, now that she is my woman, I must put an end to everything in the past. I want to go with my master. Yu Lin, sitting on the ground, was almost scared to death. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. After all, the snowmobile can't carry many people at once, right? Was Luo Tian planning to bring a few more, one for himself and one for Yan Shu? Although it took a little time, when everyone got outside, the snowmobiles were still parked intact. Although the residents of the high-rises envied the tracked vehicles running on the snow, they didn't dare risk their lives. Sitting in there is definitely much more comfortable than a snowmobile after all. It's an enclosed space inside. The ride was quite warm, with no worries about the cold wind. Luo Tian smiled and said, Master, you're so troublesome. And Yu Yan let out a soft, coquettish cry, her jade-like hand intending to pinch his waist. Could his body handle it? This life is finally complete. The residents of the high-rises peeked down, exclaiming in amazement. They realized Luo Tian was moving forward, and his new wife had so many women and they were all high quality, each one comparable to a big star. Why isn't the boss leaving? Yan Shu asked from the passenger seat. Sitting in the back seat, Baya also looked over curiously. Normally, shouldn't Luo Tian start the car and leave immediately? After all, the distance to the shelter wasn't short. The head of Building 12 promised to help take care of them after we leave, Luo Tian said, glancing at Yan Shu in the passenger seat. Is it to help me with this? Luo Tian nodded slightly, smiling. Hurry up and contact them. For my sake, tell Ai Yirong to clear a room for the two of them in Building 12. The journey to the shelter would take quite a bit of time, so without delay, he took out his phone and began contacting the other party. Just then, someone from Building 12 also came down. Without hesitation, Luo Tian floored the gas pedal, and the snowcat sped away. Watching his silhouette fade away, everyone from Yi Mengrong and her companions standing still to the residents of the surrounding high-rises was filled with envy. Now we can get in the car and leave together, Yunana said with regret. Ai Yirong, standing beside them with a black pistol in her hand, sneered when she heard their words. Even if he caught the two of you, you wouldn't have a chance to leave together now. After all, he took her virginity, and now he's stuck here. However, Ai Yirong herself was obsessed with power. Luo Tian has so many resources, providing for. The two of us definitely wouldn't be a problem. Seeing their unfortunate situation, Ai Yirong didn't blame them. Sister Ai, we'll do our best. Below the 9th floor, Yi Mengrong watched the snowcat drive away. Her hands unconsciously clenched, her eyes filled with longing and resentment. Cece, you shouldn't stand here with Auntie. You should open the door and sit in the driver's seat. Auntie, but everyone says Brother Luo is heartless. Actually, that wasn't what he meant. Outside, the snow was thick, and many buildings were almost completely buried. Looking out from inside the car, the ground seemed to have been raised by 10 meters. Although the book didn't describe the apocalypse, the title was fitting. Wow, Sister Yu Yin, you read a lot of books. I've also heard of this novel, but unfortunately, my schedule is always so busy that I never have time to read. The girls in the back seat started chatting lively, and the topic naturally shifted to the falling snow outside. The conversation turned to a certain novel. Compared to the excitement of their first outing, Yan Shu, sitting next to Luo Tian, was much calmer. After all, Yan Shu had already gone out with Luo Tian once before. Getting to the shelter would take a few hours, and staring out the window at the white void would make their eyes tired. A few hours later, the snowcat had traveled quite a distance, at least 10 kilometers. According to Luo Tian's estimation, the group was no more than 2 kilometers away from Cloudtop, and Yu Yin wrinkled her small, delicate nose and said, "Why did the wind suddenly pick up for no reason?" This reminded her of the blizzard she had experienced in Building 10 before. The wind suddenly strengthened, and the snowflakes were almost instantly swept away by the gale. "We might have run into a blizzard," Luo Tian said, raising an eyebrow slightly. Visibility ahead was almost completely obscured. The snowcat was immediately engulfed by the blizzard. We're almost at the manor. Why did we suddenly run into a blizzard? He said, somewhat frustrated. The expressions of the other women also grew more serious. They didn't know how long this blizzard would last, and the snow outside was 3 meters thick. But walking wasn't an option either, because they couldn't see anything beyond a meter. They couldn't tell east from west. Lost in the blizzard, director, will we collapse halfway? The situation was no different from being in the middle of a vast desert and suddenly encountering a massive sandstorm. Even with a blizzard, there was no need to panic too much. After all, within his spatial range, he could contain anything, including this blizzard. However, it was best to find a shelter right now, because no one knew how long this blizzard would last. If it lasted for a few hours, even with Luo Tian's spatial abilities, he probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Whoosh times, a powerful drone, deployment complete. It quickly found an excellent shelter. Guided by the drone, the tracked vehicle quickly rushed toward the 3rd floor of the newly found mall. The window shattered with a loud crash. Luo Tian stored the tracked vehicle in the infinite space and went down the stairs, to the next floor with the girls. The space here was much larger, and the blizzard outside didn't affect it at all. Master's spatial ability is amazing. She clung affectionately to Luo Tian's arm, pressing her face against it. But did you notice? This mall isn't small, but it's completely empty. The shelves are all bare. Could other survivors have cleared them out? She wondered. I did it, Luo Tian coughed twice. Actually, on the way back to the residential area from Cloudtop Manor, he noticed a nearby mall. Unfortunately, the space didn't expand. Oh master, your space has way more supplies. But I'm a bit curious. Can the space hold me too? Bai Ye's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Sure, Luo Tian shrugged, but anyone who goes in ends up dead. Do you want to try? Never mind, Bai Ye said, shrinking her neck. The blizzard continued its work. Come warm up by the fire, Luo Tian said, taking out ingredients and firewood from his spatial storage and starting a fire on the spot. Since fuel wasn't scarce, he went all out and built a large fire. We're safe. Scared me to death. That damn blizzard almost killed us all. Mr. Wang is lost. He couldn't keep up with us. Someone suddenly said sadly. With such a huge blizzard, his fate is probably being buried alive. The survival probability was barely over 0.01%. If he died, so be it. Why mention that dead guy? If they found a large amount of food, then more people would be sent later. But no one expected them to be so unlucky as to encounter such a massive blizzard. Rushing toward the stairs, a lackey shouted in panic, "Boss, someone's coming." Immediately, Luo Tian and the women warming themselves by the fire came face to face with these uninvited guests. The women were terrified. Meeting other survivors in this weather was truly unexpected. Luo Tian and Yan Shu exchanged a glance, preparing to attack. The uninvited guests ignored them. If they just happened to come here to hide from the blizzard, it was best for both sides to keep their distance. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind making the other party regret coming to this mall. This mall is quite large, but the shelves are completely empty. Lu Song exclaimed in shock. Impossible. Even if someone came at that time, they couldn't possibly have taken everything. Bullshit, Vander cursed. If they're taking the stuff in the mall away, I'd rather run naked in the blizzard. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. There must still be plenty, Vander said calmly. Soon, the teammates who went down to check returned, their faces gloomy. Damn it, this fucking mall is a nightmare. Where are all the supplies? Vander couldn't help but curse. Returning empty-handed would definitely enrage their boss. The blizzard outside is too huge. I don't know if we can make it back tonight. The young man, nicknamed Little Wu, replied in a low voice. God gave us a conscience to compensate for the lack of supplies, Vander sneered. The other side only had one person, and he wasn't even carrying a weapon. Don't be so cold. Anyway, now that they have more people, they don't have to bear the consequences for their actions. He slammed hard into the wall, coughing up blood. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then erupted in fury. Motherfucker, how dare he resist? The brothers drew their weapons, and led by Vander, the group quickly pulled out machetes and iron pipes from behind their backs, surrounding him. They couldn't just stand still, right? Where did that bullet come from? There must be a sniper. They quickly fell down next to each other. A gentleman seeking his own death, Luo Tian sneered. Bullets rained down, crackling and flying everywhere, turning the group into cold corpses in the blink of an eye. Facing the hail of bullets, they became living targets, completely powerless to resist. Luo Tian didn't mind this minor incident, assuming these people were just ordinary survivors who happened to wander into this place looking for supplies. An hour later, the blizzard outside finally stopped, and the snowcat roared away, speeding toward the nearby Cloudtop Manor. Almost right before they left, in a nearby building, a man covered in snow was skiing. He cursed as he walked. Those idiots abandoned me and ran out into the blizzard. What the hell are you doing? A bunch of people lying dead. Although the second floor of the mall was covered in snow, it was still quite cold. Oh my god. As Wang Zhuang got closer, he was almost scared to death. He saw that Vander and his group weren't sleeping, they were dead. The ground was littered with corpses, their heads riddled with bullet holes, faces smashed, revealing white skulls and bloody flesh. It had frozen into a solid block of ice in the low temperatures. Everyone was dead. So many people, and he clearly had a pistol in his pocket. How were they all killed? Looking at the bullet wounds, did they encounter a professional army? They killed so many of our brothers, they must pay. Wang Zhuang clenched his fists angrily. It's just guns. We have them in the camp too. Not just guns, but also grenades and grenade launchers. Look, Sister Anne, number 120 in the manor is my house. The snowcat just happened to pass by Bai Ya's villa. Yeah, anytime, Bai Ya muttered, but it's already dark. As night fell, to avoid unexpected situations, it was best for everyone to immediately enter the shelter. The heavy alloy door slowly opened, and Luo Tian drove the snowcat through the gate, heading straight into the silver-white steel corridor. Luo Tian turned his head and said he had parked the tracked snow vehicle in a warehouse in the basement. There were many warehouses here, each capable of storing different types of supplies. It looked very modern, exuding a strong futuristic tech vibe. Why don't you show them around first? Yes, master, Yang Mengyu nodded. After a few days together, he could chat and joke with the women quite easily. She found out that besides Bai Ya, whom she already knew, Yan Shu was also very kind and polite. So, Yang Mengyu gradually accepted them too. As the daughter of a large corporation, Yang Mengyu quickly understood this principle. They quickly finished touring the first floor, as it was mostly warehouse space with a control center. The second floor is the rest area, but we aren't there yet, Yang Mengyu said, opening a door and introducing the interior to the girls, including the impressive simulation technology. Wow, this technology is amazing. But what shocked them even more was yet to come. When they went down to the third basement floor and discovered the stadium, they were completely stunned by the vastness of the space. The luxury of this shelter was astounding. It was beyond their imagination. The space was so large it could fit a football field, even a golf course. Now they would have plenty of room to practice. The layout was very stylish and modern, which the sisters loved. The space was so huge. He eagerly took books down from the shelves, flipping through the pages. The level of comfort had been elevated several notches. Yang Mengyu fell silent after speaking, but they all knew that one day they would experience it too. The bizarre circular bathtub taking up almost half the room made the women's eyes widen in shock. Instead of merely enjoying pleasure, he cared more about resources. After all, in the apocalypse, money might be a bit expensive, but water was a lifesaver. Actually, everyone could rest assured. Beneath the shelter, but there was a massive underground river, said to be a branch of a very large freshwater lake in the country. They all started taking off their clothes, and soon the room was filled with vibrant colors, an array of smooth, plump, and seductive white skin. Sister, your size has increased quite a bit again, hasn't it? Oh Bai, are you trying to kill me? They had all changed into thin pajamas, their long, slender white legs dangling awkwardly in pristine white slippers. Luo Tian was assigned Room 1, while Room 2 was chosen by Yang Mengyu on a first-come, first-served basis. My lucky number is always 3, so this room is for someone else, Bai Ya thought to herself. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. As a bodyguard, I must live close to my master. None of the women could convince the others, so they finally decided to play rock, paper, scissors to divide the rooms. Room 3 was in Yu Yan, Room 4 was Yan Shu, Room 5 was Bai Ya, and the furthest room was Li Ru. Basically, this determined the order the women entered the shelter base. But then the order was reversed. Bai Ya tossed her silky blonde hair, complaining angrily. He was usually very good at rock, paper, scissors, but for some reason, luck wasn't smiling on him tonight. They had only eaten a quick lunch and were now starving. They went to the open kitchen on the first floor, where Li Ru tried out the new cooking utensils. The spacious area allowed the others to help prepare the ingredients. Me too. Everyone was very excited to help prepare the first meal at the shelter. Nice view, I like it, Luo Tian said, standing behind the group. Looking at their figures, he remarked, these pajamas are really nice. Just looking at them makes my mouth water. Although the portion of each dish wasn't large, the presentation and decoration were perfect, and the ingredients used were all expensive and rare. For example, a dish with cheese, using Italian Parmesan charolais, a cheese with an 800-year history known as the king of cheeses in the world, cost 30,000 yuan just for a small piece. I've never seen so many dishes like this before, but I've taken screenshots and backed them up. Well, he can only die at the villa's gate. The two squatted there, restless, taking tools out of the toolbox and fiddling with something. Unlike other villas, even with my professional lock-picking kit, I can't open it. The strategist explained that those two men weren't actually the owners of the villas here, but private bodyguards of a wealthy man, responsible for his daily safety and errands. For some reason, the lock on this villa was so strange. He inspected the villa. It wasn't that it lacked a combination lock, but the type of lock used was very advanced, an iris recognition lock. Damn it, we should have done this a long time ago. They went to the other side of the restaurant area, which was crisscrossed with tunnels. The two, holding weapons, waded through the thick snow and circled around to the kitchen. Next door, Luo Xing wasn't worried at all. This way, the two of them could rob the entire villa. Weak rich people who could defeat them could be taken down with one hand. He smashed hard against the glass. The glass remained intact, but Luo Xing's hands were numb from the impact. Even bulletproof glass couldn't be this sturdy. That blow could have killed an adult, but it didn't even leave a scratch, let alone a crack. You must have used all your strength playing with women. Bang, bang, bang. Shen Yining pounded continuously, using all his strength, but the damn glass didn't budge an inch. Damn it, is this a presidential villa? Luo Xing, having recovered his strength, also refused to give up, gritting his teeth, grabbing a steel pipe, and starting to smash. Even a cannonball couldn't break it. The temperature plummeted to negative 70 degrees Celsius. Damn this glass. I'll freeze to death if I stay any longer. Shen Yining, his face pale, couldn't help but sneeze. Luo Xing sitting next to him nodded in agreement, giving up the idea of breaking in. The villa's outer walls were too sturdy. They would probably freeze to death before they could open the door. That's right, the shelter's glass also used simulation technology. However, the reality was that the women had witnessed the entire action of Luo Xing and his accomplice. They just couldn't see the situation inside and assumed it was dark and empty. Bai Ya smiled and said, "We checked the security level of this villa with Yang Mengyu beforehand. However, judging by their appearance, they don't seem to be the owners of the other villas." Luo Tian took a sip of the Rockwell soup and said calmly, "Those two." Looking at their actions and demeanor, they seemed quite professional. Perhaps they were bodyguards hired by rich people to rob supplies. Yang Mengyu delicately wiped her mouth with a tissue. After finishing their meal, the ladies sat comfortably together on the giant white sofa in the living room. They turned on the large screen that took up 2/3 of the wall. The picture quality was excellent, creating an immersive experience. "You guys keep watching, I'm going to take a shower," Luo Tian said. After a long day of running around, moving, and encountering a blizzard, he felt quite tired. Hearing Luo Tian say he was going to take a shower, the women sitting on the sofa suddenly turned their faces away. Bai Ye stopped them, staring at Yang Mengyu, who was standing up and preparing to go upstairs, and asked, "Where are you going?" Yang Mengyu's jade-white hands and firm lips. She yawned softly and smiled. "What's wrong, Bai Ya? But I always remember clearly that every time you lie, you always have that signature fake smile." Exposed in her lie, Yang Mengyu pouted angrily. "Anyway, I'm just tired. I'm going upstairs to sleep." "No, you definitely have to eat alone. Yan Shu, where are you going?" The two women stared at him, their gazes sharp. It took them a moment to realize who was missing. He wouldn't sneak food. He must have been too tired after preparing the lavish meal and went to rest early. But he still didn't open his eyes, wondering who it was. The person slowly approached and stepped into the bathtub, splashing water. "Scrub my back," Luo Tian said calmly without opening his eyes. Luo Tian finally realized who it was. "You seem a bit sad." Luo Tian perceptively sensed a hint of sadness in her voice. "So," she asked, "and there was nothing else? Otherwise, I'll be sad and won't be able to sleep at night." The boy pouted. He was watching intently when suddenly his vision went dark, the light blocked. That night, after the girls played with each other, they all returned to their bedrooms, saying no one was allowed to fight over the host's food. It was just a joke, but Luo Tian and Li Ru didn't return to their rooms all night. What about Sister Li Ru? Especially Bai Ya, whose eyes widened in shock, saying weakly, "Master, she's a big star. What star cooks for themselves? I usually order takeout." And Yu Yin pushed up her glasses and said calmly, "Master, then let me prepare breakfast for everyone." Yang Mengyu raised her small fist and said enthusiastically, "I disagree." Bai Ya looked terrified. Previously, when Mengyu was cooking, the kitchen exploded. At that time, he was so scared he thought the Yang family was under a terrorist attack. All the bodyguards rushed over immediately, only to find their young lady had blown up the kitchen while cooking. Luo Tian shook his head, speechless. After all this time together, this was the first time I realized how important this married woman was. All those other bitches are just gluttons. Luo Tian decided, let's just eat ready-made food then. Anyway, there was plenty of ready-made food in this place. All these dishes were ordered before the apocalypse. There were many dishes, more than enough for breakfast. However, because I had Yuri Ru, my virtuous wife, by my side, I never had the chance to eat them. Although it was food from a 5-star restaurant, it wasn't freshly cooked. It had been transported for at least half a day. Now it just needed to be heated up, so the texture would be somewhat affected. Go eat canned meat in the warehouse again. Don't you see the survivors outside fighting fiercely over food? If others find out, how will they survive? Bai Ye stuck out her tongue and teased. Looking up at the blue sky and white clouds above, he began to ponder the current situation. This shelter was sturdy. Calling it an impregnable fortress in the apocalypse wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, he said, my current attack methods are probably a bit outdated. His attack methods only consisted of hundreds of guns and a large amount of ammunition stored in his spatial storage pistols, submachine guns, rifles, and sniper rifles. In the residential area, these guns could solve 99% of problems, but now, they seemed insufficient for the shelter's equipment. It seemed it was time to acquire some weapons of mass destruction. Luo Tian's eyes narrowed, his mind racing. Area of effect damage was a weakness that needed to be addressed. Although the shelter was currently safe, he understood the importance of being prepared. Riding a horse was like using a fragmentation grenade. Rocket launchers and similar weapons should be deployed. Compared to these area of effect weapons, ammunition lacked both power and deterrence. In this situation, the armed police must have already left their posts. Compared to the police station, the armed police team's firepower was much stronger. Although not comparable to the military, they had a lot of equipment that the police station didn't have. Grenades and grenade launchers were nothing to them. They even had mortars and armored vehicles. If I can loot all the equipment of the armed police team and store them in my spatial storage, my strength will definitely rise to a new level, Luo Tian told himself. After all, When he saved Yang Mengyu's best friend in college, the person he killed, Kong Shou, had personally mentioned that his father held a high position in the government. I don't want to regret not preparing before encountering a problem I can't solve. So, I have to go to the armed police base. Luo Tian told himself firmly, what if I had raided the police station's armory earlier and returned to the neighborhood only to be surrounded by a thug and 100 lackeys? All this proves the importance of strength. After the butler searched, he confirmed that the nearest official organization was the armed police team. Although there were also special police and military bases in Qinshui City, they were all too far away. Luo Tian's gaze swept across the large screen. This distance was even shorter than the distance between Cloudtop Manor and the residential area. Director, are you going out again? Bai Yao walked over, curiously looking at the offline map of the armed police station displayed on the large screen. Master, you don't need to worry too much about safety, Yang Mengyu pursed her lips and said. Even if a nuclear bomb exploded overhead, the underground structures deep inside could completely withstand the power of a nuclear explosion. I know, Luo Tian said softly. Then his gaze swept over the women, and he smiled and said, but I need the strength to protect all of you. Running away from danger isn't my style. She gently hugged his arm. Hey Bai Ya, why are you hiding in Master's arms? Yang Mengyu said in frustration. Not to be outdone, she also hugged Luo Tian's other arm. What's wrong? Bai Ya asked, looking displeased. Qian, you guys are so energetic, waking up this early and still full of energy. But today was the day you woke up the latest. The shoulder strap of her dress slipped down on one side, revealing a portion of her plump breast. While the girls were joking around, the butler suddenly issued a warning. There's a new message on Master's account. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, took Si Yiqi's old phone out of his spatial storage, and opened the interface. After all, that guy had posted quite a few pictures. If anything happened, Luo Tian could find out in advance and take countermeasures in time. Hey, your friend request has been accepted, but this price is too expensive. But here, it's only for 5 minutes. I remember her, she's a quite famous female artist in China. Luo Tian glanced at the other person's contact name. He was instantly surprised. Normally he wouldn't care about such arrogant people, but since this involved the shelter, and judging from the call history, the two had only talked on the phone for 10 minutes, so it was very likely the other party knew a lot of inside information. So he still needed to extract more information, and if necessary, he could even directly eliminate the other party. Chen Xia retorted in frustration, continuously sending long, self-righteous messages. He also reprimanded the other party severely. There are still many top celebrities in my territory. Seeing this, Chen Xia immediately got angry. Young master, don't be ungrateful. I made a huge decision when I agreed to this deal. Without hesitation, he threw the phone hard onto the coffee table. They weren't close. It turned out Chen Xia used to be just a B-list star, but somehow, she suddenly got involved in a relationship with a very powerful tycoon. So, he became resentful, and Si Yiqi ordered him around in every possible way. But who would have thought that his godfather would later disappear and become unreachable? He was severely running out of food. If he didn't get some, he would starve to death. She was a celebrity after all. How could she let herself starve to death? Not to mention that Chen Xian, even as an A-list star elevated by plastic surgery, still possessed certain advantages. Her small head lowered shyly, her long, slender, snow-white legs gently drawing circles on the floor. Unfortunately, no matter what he said, Luo Tian didn't reply. Damn it, no one can get a good price with me. Soon, Luo Tian had completely forgotten about Chen Xia. The butler began planning the route to the armed police base. The men, each with a faint smile on their lips, all shared one characteristic, an almost imperceptible arrogance. Who were the people around him? Luo Tian suddenly realized that the deal had fallen through. Angry, Chen Xia had brought these people, hoping to use their status and influence to force Si Yiqi to hand over the canned goods for the benefit of her family's corporation. This trick might have worked on Si Yiqi, but unfortunately, he had outsmarted Si Yiqi. It was completely ineffective. Luo Tian burst out laughing. The residents in the neighborhood were willing to use violence to threaten him for the food he had hoarded, while the people in the villa area chose to use status and power to coerce him. However, he wondered if these rich people were unaware of their current situation, still clinging to the illusion that the blizzard would pass. Many ordinary people had already accepted the reality that they were living in an apocalyptic world. However, after thinking for a moment, Luo Tian seemed to understand as well. The price can be reduced by another 10%, Uncle Chen personally guaranteed. Perhaps they had been unable to resist agreeing a long time ago. But despite their nice words, it was all just empty promises. He still ignored their thoughts, letting them shout outside. I'm so annoyed, Chen Yidong said. Staying here is probably useless. Chen Yidong waved his hand and turned to leave without hesitation. Even my old bones can't take it anymore. Since when did this young master become so cunning? The others exchanged glances, shook their heads, and turned to leave. If we can lure him to open the door, each person can take dozens of cans, Chen said anxiously. Or maybe I'm wrong, there are actually thousands of cans of food in the villa. But unfortunately, no one listened to him, but they left quite decisively. We have to consider their status. On the way back, they met a stranger, who was curious about what they were doing out in the cold. However, they heard shocking news from the stranger. Why would I lie to you guys? That stranger killed Jin's mistress, and then broke into Villa 233. Seeing the misfortune of others, the chivalrous man was angry, spitting as he spoke. The loud noise immediately attracted the attention of Shen Yining and Luo Xing, two bodyguards from a nearby villa. Chen Xier glanced at them but paid no attention. Old Jing, what weapon did that stranger use to kill Jin Song? Chen Yidong asked, his expression grave. He hadn't expected a stranger to be able to sneak into the villa area, amidst the harsh weather conditions of the blizzard that blocked the roads, and then a murder occurred. The chivalrous man shook his head and said, "You guys are so close and still didn't see it." The others were all silent. The guy definitely didn't use a gun. However, the other man looked displeased. He was about to leave, when he was stopped by the crowd. Chen Yidong sighed and said, "If we can't break the door, we'll break the windows." However, a problem arises. After smashing the glass door, conflict is inevitable. Actually, the security system of Villa 233 is too excellent, so that plan won't work. In fact, she had secretly recorded the conversation with Si Yiqi a few days ago, precisely to use it after the blizzard cleared. He could use this as leverage to blackmail the other party and gain significant benefits, but he didn't expect the other party to run into bad luck. The plan he had carefully laid out was now useless. Having learned a bitter lesson, the two didn't want to suffer that humiliation again. "I find it confusing," old Jing said. "If it were any further, they probably would have frozen to death on the road from exhaustion and a sudden drop in body temperature." "Oh my god, I almost forgot," old Xing exclaimed excitedly, slapping his forehead. The other party drove there. Amidst the doubtful gazes of the crowd, Xinxiang explained to the alliance, "I'm not talking about a normal car, but a snowmobile, the kind that can move on snow." Although he wasn't a particularly powerful person, he recognized the unique design of the snowmobile and its ability to move on thick snow almost without thinking. Especially in cold countries like Iceland or Maori, snowmobiles are a common sight, and some people have even experienced them. In these extreme cold conditions, with blizzards blocking the roads, the importance of owning a snowmobile is obvious. That guy brought these amazing things from America. If we have snowmobiles, we can almost leave this place on our own. They've already reached the official shelter. Everyone exclaimed in shock. "Damn it, I didn't expect the people in the villa to have a snowmobile. Give it back." One person couldn't help but ask. "That's right, and that snowmobile should belong to us too." Everyone quickly found excuses to back out. "Then I'll leave. Young Master Ding's matter to you." Chen Yidong patted his shoulder and said, "That guy, there isn't much food in the villa, and he has a snowmobile. He definitely won't just sit idle." The moment they step outside will be the perfect opportunity for everyone to act. Not only the canned meat in the villa, but more importantly, the snowmobile, it all must belong to them. As soon as they show signs of leaving, notify them immediately by phone. He thumped his chest, finding it hard to believe that before, when others entrusted him with a task, he used to be the one making excuses. But now he was willing to agree without a word, even seeming more excited than the others. After further discussion, everyone, unable to bear the bone-chilling cold outside, went home to escape the cold. Staying any longer might cause a few more popsicles to explode because they were made of snow. Luo Tian was completely unaware he was being watched, and even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. "Thank you for your hard work," Luo Tian said with a smile. Because she bent down, the seductive curves beneath her skirt were fully exposed to Luo Tian's eyes. Whether it's finding the armory or opening the door, it would be much more convenient for the two of them than if he went alone. When the two went together, Luo Tian only needed to drive. Yan Shu would take care of patrolling the roads and giving directions, so he didn't have to exert any effort. "Master, I'll go call Yan Shu. She's probably in the gym," Bai Ya said, running up to the second floor. At this moment, Li Ru, wearing a white apron, gently greeted her. "The host just made a new dessert. It's very delicate, and the color coordination is also very meticulous." He thought it was a cake or something, but it turned out to be ice cream. He suddenly remembered Luo Tian was about to leave. "I'm not going out right away anyway. Eating a little now is fine." Luo Tian stopped him, he said softly, taking the exquisitely designed plate of ice cream. Luo Tian was full of praise, which instantly relieved Li Ru. Luo Tian didn't refuse. Not to mention, the desserts they tasted this time were definitely sweeter than before. Sweat was still dripping down her oval face. "So sweet," Yan Shu narrowed her eyes and said, "It seems Master just tasted the new dessert Sister Li Ru made." "No, this is so embarrassing." Li Ru, a married woman, blushed furiously, covering her burning face with her hands. "I'm going to the nearby armed police base later. You come with me." Luo Tian coughed softly. "Yan Shu. This policewoman helped me a lot." Soon, clean and refreshed, Yan Shu changed into her winter gear and went to the shelter's basement with Luo Tian. This time, they would use the snowmobile to travel. Seeing the two get on the snowmobile, Bai Ya asked curiously, "Master, why aren't you and Yan Shu taking the tracked vehicle?" "The snowmobile is windy. Helmets and goggles are almost essential. Yan Shu isn't as weak as Master. Senior sister can withstand the extreme cold." Luo Tian smiled and spoke, and Yan Shu nodded in agreement. "Oh, is that so?" Bai Ya exclaimed, stomping her foot on the silver-white floor with her long legs clad in black stockings. "Master, even though I'm a celebrity, I don't have the problem you're talking about. I even know how to drive a snowmobile." Then, she tried to change clothes, but Bai Ya stopped joking around. she's just joking. As soon as the heavy alloy door of the shelter opened, he sped off on the snowmobile. Stepping outside, the freezing air hit them, and the roar of the snowmobile's engine immediately alerted the people in the surrounding villas, especially Xingsha, who was wrapped in a blanket, had pulled a chair close to the window and focused her attention on the shelter. Seeing the snowmobile, Xingshia's eyes widened and she exclaimed, "Old Chen guessed right, that guy went out to search for supplies." Suddenly, he noticed a few people running out from the villas ahead. They wore thick clothes, some carried weapons, and their faces, they excitedly blocked his path, seemingly determined to use force to stop his snowmobile. Not only did he not slow down, but the snowmobile suddenly accelerated, the engine roaring, and large chunks of snow were kicked up. If the person sitting behind the snowmobile was any other prostitute, Luo Tian probably wouldn't have been so violent. But now, the person sitting behind the snowmobile was Yan Shu, the policewoman. Seeing the snowmobile not slowing down but accelerating, the two blocking the road turned pale. Damn it, he's turning back. The two of them, without a word, tumbled and dove straight into a nearby snowbank. This saved them from a fatal accident. Otherwise, being hit by a snowmobile at that speed would definitely result in severe injuries. Chen Xier and the others arrived to see the snowmobile disappearing into the distance, gritting their teeth. They'll definitely come back. Our actions are for a just cause. Even if the other side has committed murder, we won't kill anyone else. Perfect timing. The rich people laughed loudly, each playing the role of justice, justifying their looting actions. This was clearly planned in advance. They were just waiting for us to leave, Yan Shu said angrily, holding Luo Tian's body. Yeah, I know, Luo Tian thought, I won't be surprised. With the snowmobile's speed, it only takes a short time to reach Cloudtop Manor. Obviously, his driving the snowmobile between the manor and the residential area over the past few days had attracted attention. They must have been targeted by those people in the neighborhood. Luo Tian's eyes were ice cold as he thought to himself. He wanted to see if the money of those rich people could buy their lives. He wouldn't show mercy to any malicious opportunists, but now wasn't the time. He had more important things to do. Master, we're very close to the armed police base. We're almost there, Yan Shu said, glancing at the map in her hand. She explained to Luo Tian that the armed police base was located in the suburbs. At this time, the snowmobile could reach its top speed. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived. Luo Tian felt a surge of abundant energy. About 500 meters away, a cluster of buildings buried in snow appeared. Only a small part of the entrance sign was visible, with a large red inscription. That could be vaguely read, Qinshui City Armed Police Force Training Base. About 1 kilometer away on a snow-covered slope, a sniper rifle was aimed at a snowmobile. The sniper wore snow camouflage. His outfit seemed to blend perfectly with the pristine white snow. Beneath him, he gently pressed the walkie-talkie to his chest and said briefly, B1 calling Azuro, B1 calling Azuro. Target spotted. Repeat. Target spotted. Azuro receiving signal from Azuro. B2 reporting. Shortly after, another calm voice came through the walkie-talkie. B2 has spotted the target. B2 had identified the target and reported. The two shooters formed a 90-degree angle, positioned on high ground, firmly blocking the road leading to the armed police base from both sides, and had a panoramic view of the entire situation. However, Luo Tian, who was driving the snowmobile, was completely unaware of all this. The island, covered by a blizzard, almost completely submerged the buildings. Only a small portion of the armories was visible. The only thing standing tall before them was the main building. But all this didn't seem to affect him much. The thicker the snow, the more comfortable Luo Tian felt. Looking at the towering main building in front of him, Luo Tian immediately abandoned the idea of exploring inside. It was just office space, and there was nothing useful inside. The snowmobile quickly passed through the gate and stopped steadily next to the Jiangxi Armory. The armed police base had quite a lot of good equipment, whether it was the types of guns he already possessed, or even more powerful machine guns, vehicle-mounted artillery, cannons, armored vehicles, or helicopters. It was a massive treasure trove. If he could take all the weapons inside, he could easily equip an entire battalion. For combat, adhering to good habits like closing the door after entering, Luo Tian immediately stored the snowmobile parked nearby into his spatial storage before entering the armory. The location of the snowmobile was quite awkward, although there was a tall main building nearby. The wall of the armory blocked the view of anyone on the upper floors, and behind it was a vast expanse of white snow. He could use his spatial abilities with peace of mind. It's best to be familiar with this place. Yan Shu volunteered to be the guide, and Luo Tian didn't refuse. Following the other person's tall figure, they entered the armory one after another. However, what neither of them knew was that the supernatural phenomenon of the snowmobile disappearing into thin air had immediately alerted a person secretly hiding a kilometer away. The sniper was dumbfounded. B1, Izro, received. The ground floor gate of the armory, made of thick and sturdy metal, tall and wide, decorated with the emblem of the People's Armed Police Force, exuded a solemn and majestic aura. This place was also equipped with advanced biometric and fingerprint recognition systems, only allowing authorized personnel to enter. Did I not close the door in time? He had activated his spatial perception ability before entering the armed police base, and hadn't received any feedback on the way to the armory. This meant that, at least inside the armory, there was no one else. Master, it's probably not because the armed police base moved. Instead of that speculation, I lean towards the theory that someone else came here and somehow managed to open the gate to the Biological Institute. They looked like traces of an organized but chaotic private group. They've been gone for at least 3 days. Although he hadn't anticipated this unexpected event, since he was already here, he still had to search around. The snow outside was thick. Even if someone came first, transporting the entire massive amount of guns and ammunition would be a very difficult problem. There were also individuals possessing supernatural abilities from other dimensions like them. However, Luo Tian and Yan Shu frowned, because they discovered that the guns and ammunition inside the armory, the place had been thoroughly looted. The gun racks on the walls were all empty. In this cold, desolate place with temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees Celsius, someone had beaten him to it and looted the entire armory of the armed police. The boss's armory usually contained more equipment than what was displayed on the walls. He also had a private warehouse, which not only contained guns but also tons of ammunition. The two discovered that not only the weapon racks, but even the weapons and ammunition in the separate storage rooms had been moved away beforehand. Relying on his spatial perception ability, Luo Tian luckily found the only thing left: a personal rocket launcher. Yan Shu, unwilling to accept this, clenched her fists and angrily slammed the wall, letting out a dong. The situation in Qinshui is too serious. The equipment at the armed police base is also gone. Oh well. What organization could transport such a large-scale arsenal through 10 meters of thick snow? In low temperatures of -70 degrees Celsius, a sense of crisis emerged. It seemed that after more than a month of severe cold, most survivors had realized that the official institutions were definitely no longer functioning. Now, to survive comfortably, one needed both strength and resources. Neither could be lacking. Perhaps, besides the official shelters in Qinshui City, many other spontaneous forces had begun searching for food and weapons, just like them. Let's continue targeted looting of supplies and weapons. Compared to returning to the shelter, Yan Shu preferred going straight to the SWAT and military bases further away to loot their armories. Don't rush, she said. The SWAT base is only a few hours' drive from the shelter. Let the butler plan the best route before we set off, Luo Tian said, shaking his head slightly. Currently, the two of us haven't planned a route to the other camps yet. Although we can use paper maps, it will definitely take much more time. Let's avoid Nansuo and make sure we are fully prepared before setting off, Luo Tian said firmly, then headed toward the other two camps. This wasn't something that could be accomplished in just one morning. You could set off early in the morning and arrive near dusk. She obeyed all of Luo Tian's orders. He would definitely follow the instructions. After all, he was the other party's private bodyguard. Seeing the expanse of white snow stretching ahead, Yan Shu's willow-like figure suddenly trembled slightly. Compared to when the two arrived, there was a slight change, almost imperceptible, unless looked at closely. Seeing the ambush, Luo Tian's expression turned cold. In fact, even before Officer Yan Shu spoke, his spatial perception ability had scanned the situation and provided timely feedback. About 12 meters away, hidden in a snowbank, was a small squad of heavily armed soldiers. Clad in snow camouflage and further concealed by the snowbank, they were almost undetectable to the naked eye. In the pristine white snow, his sharp gaze swept across the area, accurately locking onto one of the ambushers. This action successfully showed the enemy that their position had been exposed. Then, the soldiers hiding a few meters away also quickly stood up, raised their weapons, and aimed straight at Luo Tian and Yan Shu. Luo Tian glanced at them. Their eyes remained calm. 12 soldiers in snow camouflage uniforms surrounded the two, but it was unclear if there were other teammates further away, such as inside the nearby main building. After all, spatial perception had a limited range. But the voice coming from inside the futuristic helmet was even deeper and hoarser. Ha! Facing the threat, Luo Tian sneered. In this situation, any other survivor would probably be scared enough to wet their pants, but he was a spatial ability user. How could he be intimidated by a group of ordinary armed soldiers? Where is your base located? Luo Tian said coldly. Although these guys are wearing snow camouflage uniforms, we can't be 100% sure of their identities. Before killing them, Luo Tian needed to gather more information. The supplies in the armed police armory behind us were probably taken by these guys. The captain roared, somewhat surprised. It was obvious that this man was being targeted by over a dozen guns, yet he remained calm and even dared to ask questions. They had hunted other survivors before, but those people all trembled when they saw soldiers. Luo Tian's provocative behavior immediately enraged the surrounding soldiers. They gripped the guns in their hands tightly, some even wanting to subdue the other party on the spot, but were stopped by the captain. After all, the reason they came to the armed police base was to retrieve the equipment from the armory. However, strangely, the equipment had been taken away before the soldiers arrived, and the prime suspect now was Luo Tian, who was confronting Yan Shu. Just keep answering me. Who are you? The captain shouted. The soldiers surrounded Luo Tian and Yan Shu, their cold gun barrels never leaving them. Some soldiers didn't even change their posture. This excellent combat skill made Luo Tian even more certain of his suspicions. Luo Tian said calmly, "Are you from the official refugee camp in Qinshui City?" His tone suddenly changed, and then he unexpectedly asked them, "Put your hands up, or I'll shoot," the captain said, losing patience. Luo Tian sneered. Knowing the other party had guns and was about to shoot, he warned them to avoid shooting at vital parts. A hail of bullets whistled toward the two, but in just 0.1 seconds, the bullets disappeared before the soldiers' eyes, as if no one had fired. This even goes far beyond the realm of science. You have superpowers. Those bullets, including the snowmobile, must all be stored in an invisible space by you, Captain Chen Sheng said. So, they quickly regained their composure, and Luo Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Frowning, he asked, "How do you know about the snowmobile? There was no one around when I stored it in my spatial storage. Could there be a sniper nearby?" He suddenly realized, these people, could they be from the official shelter? If so, then having a sniper in ambush is completely normal. His use of spatial abilities. He had probably already been spotted by the sniper. If this news leaked out, the consequences would be unimaginable. The government would likely continuously send troops to capture him and conduct human dissection experiments. A hail of bullets rained down, but to Luo Tian's surprise, the equipment these guys were wearing. The bullet resistance of the gun was high. It couldn't penetrate areas like the helmet and heart, producing a sharp ricocheting sound. "Keep firing," the captain roared. Facing a supernatural ability user, even they didn't dare to be careless. Hearing his words, the soldiers immediately fired another volley, but this time they didn't hold back, quickly emptying all the bullets in their magazines. To their astonishment, the bullets disappeared without a trace, like pebbles sinking to the bottom of a lake, not even making a sound. "The bullet resistance of your equipment is very high, but don't think I can't do anything to you right now," Luo Tian sneered, activating his spatial ability once again. However, this time the bullets fired weren't ordinary bullets, but 7.62mm rounds from a high-precision sniper rifle. Compared to rifle bullets, their power was significantly greater. Moreover, spatial firing had another unique feature. Luo Tian could freely control the bullets, allowing them to accurately hit the same spot, thereby creating a point-to-area attack. The surprise attack tactic proved effective. In the blink of an eye, bullets lodged into the soldiers' bodies. Only one soldier survived. Before dying, the captain shakily pressed the walkie-talkie button. After saying those two words, the ship designer's head slumped to the side and he lost consciousness. Two deep bullet holes instantly appeared on the armory wall. Luo Tian gently patted his back. Actually, even if Yan Shu hadn't rushed in to subdue him, it wouldn't have mattered, because any bullet that entered his space would immediately be absorbed into it. However, he didn't reject Yan Shu's sincere kindness. This feeling of being watched by the Grim Reaper had saved his life several times during his pursuit of drug traffickers. People who always lived on the boundary between life and death had very sharp intuition, or you could call it a sixth sense. "Take care of those two snipers first," Luo Tian quickly ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, tall containers were taken out from his infinite space, instantly trapping the soldier who was trying to escape. The snowmobile started, Yan Shu drove, and Luo Tian sat behind. He pulled a pistol from the infinite space and quickly loaded each armor-piercing round. The two snipers had exposed their positions when they fired, so Yan Shu only needed to drive toward them. In this harsh environment, the optimal range of a sniper was only about 1,000 meters. A person couldn't outrun a snowmobile. Soon, Luo Tian spotted one. The soldier fleeing with a sniper rifle was quickly caught by the snowmobile in just a few seconds. Luo Tian calmly raised his pistol, aimed at the soldier's head, and the soldier instantly dropped dead, proving the power of the armor-piercing bullet. After storing the soldier's corpse in the infinite space, Luo Tian still didn't relax. There was still another sniper to deal with. "None of them will escape," Luo Tian said coldly. No matter what, information about his spatial abilities absolutely could not be leaked, otherwise the consequences would be troublesome. He swung the sniper rifle. A bullet soared from 1,000 meters away. The sharpshooter pulled the trigger, but unfortunately, the bullet was instantly absorbed into Luo Tian's space as soon as it entered range. Within the enemy's sights, there was no fear of being targeted by a sniper rifle. No matter how many shots the enemy fired, they were all useless. The covering space created an absolute defense. Not a single bullet could penetrate. Clearly, the enemy hadn't given up. This time, the bullets aimed at Yan Shu beside him, but they suddenly disappeared, emitting a buzzing sound when the enemy fired. The snowmobile roared and turned away. In the current environment, with thick white snow everywhere, the enemy alone couldn't possibly escape far. Although they didn't know the sniper's exact location, as long as they had the approximate location, they would be fine. Although the soldiers' uniforms were snow camouflage, the terrain here was very flat, except for a few gentle snow slopes. But if the other person carried a gun and ran wildly in the snow, they would definitely be spotted by the two. Luo Tian thought so, but the situation exceeded his expectations. 5 minutes later, the snowmobile had stopped, but the two were still staring at the vast expanse of white snow, completely silent within a 1-kilometer radius. No sign of the sniper. Did that guy escape? Luo Tian's pupils contracted. They had scoured the surrounding area with the snowmobile, but found nothing. However, she and Yan Shu still hadn't spotted the enemy. Was the sniper's position outside their search range, or did the enemy have reinforcements and had gotten on a snowmobile? He disappeared, or maybe he's still here, Luo Tian thought, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Master," she said, "I don't think that guy escaped. If he escaped like a tool, he couldn't possibly have done it without making a sound. He might have hidden under the snow." That guy probably wants to wait until we leave before coming out, but we can't let him have his way. Meters is exactly the range of space and perception. Can you evade detection by spatial abilities? Hearing this, Yan Shu replied that it wasn't a problem. The snowmobile immediately restarted and began thoroughly searching the area. After searching about halfway, Luo Tian suddenly said, "All right, you can stop now." Yan Shu replied and obediently stopped the snowmobile in place. "I'll wait until I personally open the door for you," Luo Tian said, slinging the gun over his shoulder. "That way, the information we gather will be more accurate." Yan Shu suggested to Yang Chun. "Mahum. All right." Luo Tian thought for a moment and immediately accepted her suggestion. Bang! The armor-piercing bullet grazed the sniper's head and disappeared into the snow, just 0.1 millimeters from his skull. "What kind of monster are you?" The sniper screamed in terror as he crawled out of the snow. Damn it, he had camouflaged himself long before the other two arrived, burying himself in the thick snow. There was absolutely no chance of finding him, but before the other party had searched for 10 minutes, their position was exposed. Damn it, this guy must have more than one ability. Maybe he even has X-ray vision. "Where are you from? Are you connected to the official shelter in Chinshui City?" Facing this question, the sniper in the snow camouflage suit sneered. "Haha, you don't think I'll answer your questions, do you? But you won't live much longer either. You'll die right now," he said. But before he could finish his sentence, Luo Tian lunged forward and thrust his spear into the guy's helmet. "Do you think you're powerful just because you killed our squad? The military's strength is far beyond your imagination. You can't fight against our official shelters," the sniper said, his hand reaching to his waist. "I'm warning you." Yan Shu immediately drew her gun, trying to block the grenade. Unfortunately, the other party's determination to die with him was too strong. The grenade's safety pin was instantly pulled, and the terrifying explosive force killed the sniper on the spot, simultaneously shattering his right hand. Countless fragments shot out in all directions. Luo Tian immediately opened the spatial domain, sucking most of the incoming metal shrapnel into the infinite space, while using the spatial domain around him to deflect and neutralize most of the shockwave. Luo Tian said coldly, "That person is dead, but the authenticity of the other party's testimony still needs to be verified." However, since the other party, after admitting they came from an official shelter, it was no small matter. His spatial abilities would definitely become a target for the government. I can conclude he was lying. "All right, I understand," Luo Tian nodded. Finally, the burden in his heart was lifted. After all, keeping his spatial abilities a secret was more important than anything else. He hadn't expected to find an official shelter here, and the people there were actually lying in ambush. Luo Tian said softly, "The important thing is that when Yan Shu and I entered, we didn't notice anything unusual. However, if the ambush wasn't with 12 people but 120, it would be dangerous. The armory had been emptied of weapons and ammunition, so why did the official shelter still have a small squad stationed here? Did they want to see which survivors would come to steal equipment, then grab them and take them to the orange stand? That's absurd." Until the battle ended, Luo Tian and Yan Shu were still quite confused, not understanding why they were ambushed by soldiers. But considering Jiang Jiu's words, all the questions seemed to make sense. Before the officials arrived, the armory at the armed police base had been emptied. Luo Tian and Yan Shu exchanged a glance. A glint of confusion flashed in his eyes. They planned to wait for the thief, but in the end, he and Yan Shu took the blame. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes. He had considered this possibility many times before, but after the battle with the soldiers, it was now clear that things inside Chinshui City weren't as peaceful as they seemed. In his opinion, the armory at the armed police base had been moved by this guy using spatial abilities, yet the other party still pretended in front of him. When asked about the hangar, Luo Tian ignored him. Instead, Chen Sheng addressed Yan Shu as "Yes, boss." Yan Shu nodded and drove the snowmobile to the nearby vehicle hangar. His way of addressing Luo Tian naturally surprised Jiang Jiyue. Perhaps from now on he would be forced to call the other person master. How embarrassing. Approaching the theater, Luo Tian and Yan Shu discovered a tunnel leading down into a snow cave, clearly dug by soldiers. Inside the massive warehouse, a row of massive armored vehicles was parked neatly, equipped with machine guns and even artillery on their roofs. There were several of the armed police force's most advanced helicopters parked there, each worth 20. However, the remaining amount was more than enough for Luo Tian. It was a pleasant surprise. He rushed over, eager to get close to the armored vehicle, and gently stroked its cold armor. Although it had tracks, its massive weight made it impossible to move on the snow. However, the machine guns and artillery on the roof provided abundant firepower. It was a pity there was no ammunition currently. Luo Tian shook his head in regret. "Wait, could it be that the equipment from those worlds in the armory wasn't stolen by you?" Jiang Jiyue frowned slightly. If he took it, that would be a different story, but unfortunately, he didn't. Moreover, he had just come out of the armory empty-handed. Forced to engage the enemy troops, Yan Shu and Jiang Ziyue's faces darkened. He muttered to himself, if their captain hadn't been so aggressive from the start, and communicated more gently, wouldn't the soldiers have survived? And I wouldn't have become their prisoner? Luo Tian sneered. You know that was a misunderstanding. Seeing the other party's uncomfortable expression, he said disdainfully, has the military's attitude always been this arrogant? Killing anyone they meet on a mission? Hearing this, Jiang Jiyue turned her face away without retorting. Luo Tian asked curiously, Master, I can drive these armored vehicles by reading the manual, but I've never flown a helicopter. Yan Shu shook her head and said, these specialized vehicles can only be operated by professional soldiers in the military. Although I used to work in the criminal investigation team, I've never driven these vehicles either. At most, I've only flown civilian helicopters. Although there was only a one-word difference between civilian and military applications, the actual gap was huge. Luo Tian's gaze unconsciously turned toward Jiang Zhiyue beside him. I can't fly a helicopter, and at temperatures below -70 degrees Celsius, let alone taking off, some of its precision internal parts would probably freeze. Jiang Zhiyue shook her head repeatedly, explaining that this was why the soldiers didn't use air transport. When coming to the armed police base to retrieve equipment from the armory, helicopters simply couldn't take off. Even with heating equipment assisting takeoff, their electronic control systems could overload. Additionally, snowmobiles were prone to freezing, making flying difficult. In these circumstances, snowmobiles became the best mode of transportation. Is that so? It seemed his intention to use helicopters as transport was completely shattered, but that was understandable. Unlike highly durable armored vehicles, many parts of a helicopter are very fragile and easily damaged in the current extreme cold conditions. Just take them away. With just a thought, the rows of armored vehicles and helicopters parked before him completely vanished, not a single one missing, all taken into his infinite space. She was amazed by Luo Tian's ability to pull things out of thin air. They were completely stunned. That was many armored vehicles and helicopters, weighing tens of tons, even 20 tons. In the blink of an eye, they were all stuffed into an invisible space, or rather, another dimension. How did he get such a superpower? Was it thanks to a spatial storage ring, or was he a mutant? Jiang Zhiyue stammered, her eyes flashing with a thirst for research. Before the apocalypse, if he had just scratched the surface of this research, he could have become the next Nobel laureate, a discovery worthy of going down in history. It was a freezing post-apocalyptic world where resources were scarce. If the military could master this ability, finding supplies would become much more difficult, because the information provided by the other party helped him find this batch of TV dramas in the archive. His mood improved a bit. At least this trip wasn't in vain. Can you tell me? Jiang Zhiyue excitedly brought her pretty earlobe closer. Then she heard him lower his voice and say, actually, I'm a transmigrator from the M78 Nebula. Yan Shu standing nearby couldn't help but laugh. He was well trained and would never laugh unless he couldn't hold it in. When asking someone a question, shouldn't you provide some useful information first? Luo Tian stood up straight and said calmly, otherwise, let's prepare to head back as soon as possible. Luo Tian ignored her and asked Yan Shu beside him, Master, you can go back now. Alright, let's go. Luo Tian arrived, but Jiang Zhiyue's eyes flashed with a golden light. GNC Luo Tian crossed his arms and said to Miss Jiang, you just need to sit obediently on the snowmobile. Alright, it seems I can only give you a massage. For the return trip, let's take the second backup route planned by the butler. We'll abandon the first route, Luo Tian instructed Yan Shu, who was in charge of driving. Unlike the first route, this route was far from buildings and quite secluded, minimizing the chance of being spotted. I've been discovered by that policewoman. You could say all my escape routes are exhausted. If I'm taken away, I might not be able to return to the official refugee camp, Jiang Zhiyue thought to herself, biting her lip, and putting everything else aside. The comfortable life she had enjoyed in the official shelter all this time made her reluctant to leave. If she went with them, even though Luo Tian had spatial manipulation abilities, she would probably only get to eat cold, hard food every meal. The official shelter still had a power system, so she got to eat hot food every day, and if she was lucky, she might even get some green vegetables like cabbage, radishes, and potatoes, even if only in small amounts. Even if each person only got a small bite, it was still a source of happiness. After all, in such extreme cold, most crops have frozen to death, making vegetables even more precious than meat. If I tell you the information you want to know, such as our current mission, or some news about the official shelters, will you let me go? Having decided on the deal on paper, he gritted his teeth until he couldn't bear it anymore. Luo Tian's filial piety, even though those soldiers were all dead, but the other party knew he had spatial manipulation abilities. For that reason alone, he would never let Jiang Zhiyue leave. Gathering all these conditions won't be easy. If necessary, she can ask him for legal assistance, Luo Tian said defiantly. In the current situation, forced detention was nothing. After all, murder and robbery had become commonplace. He was angry, but didn't know what to say. He couldn't escape, nor could he resist. Yan Shu nodded, glanced at the map to confirm the exact route, and started the snowmobile. 2 hours later, the snowmobile gradually slowed down. We're safe, Yan Shu reported to Luo Tian. Thanks to the snowmobile running at full speed, the return trip was much faster than the outbound trip. Jiang Zhiyue looked depressed, as if every ray of hope had vanished from her mind. This scorching heat is almost unbearable. We won't do anything to you, Yan Shu said, glancing at the other person with amusement. This reminded him of the first time he entered the shelter base in the neighborhood. His thoughts at that time were similar to the other person's. However, he believed that the other person's attitude would definitely change completely once they entered the shelter. That $3 billion shelter wasn't something just anyone could enter. Riding a horse was better than dead soldiers. A moment later, The snowmobile also entered Cloudtop Manor. Living in such an expensive villa area, he thought to himself, this is unexpected. It seems my living environment isn't much different. At this moment, Luo Tian and Yan Shu's gazes simultaneously turned toward the snowfield ahead. Perhaps, because of the recent ambush by the soldiers, Yan Shu felt the snowfield was very strange. Suddenly, Luo Tian said coldly. Yan Shu quickly braked hard, the snowmobile sliding a meter or two before coming to a complete stop on the snow. The last time I was tied up with ropes, I thought it would be the last time, but what I didn't expect was that this time, returning to the manor, I would be ambushed with the exact same trick. Against spatial perception abilities, all kinds of traps are useless. Good boy, the trap we meticulously designed was spotted by you immediately. But it's fine, you can't escape anyway. He Zhen walked over, holding a golf club and sneering. Luo Tian glanced at them indifferently, but immediately recognized them. It's good that they came looking for me. Saves me the trouble of finding them, Luo Tian said nonchalantly. When he left, he was rushing to the armed police base, so he didn't have time to settle the score with them. However, now he could finally settle the debt. This damn snow has been falling for a whole month. My new secretary job is ruined. He can quit his job, but he can't resist having fun with beautiful women. As you can see, you're surrounded. If you don't want to get hurt, behave yourself, He Zhen said. While eyeing Yan Shu's figure with satisfaction, nodding in approval, Luo Tian's gaze was cold. Not a single ray could escape. Let's take care of all of them. Don't blame me for not warning you. I'm a taekwondo martial artist. Bang. He was only halfway through his sentence when he was suddenly kicked away by a fierce-looking man. He died on the spot. They had no idea He Zhen had been kicked to death. Instead, they assumed the other side only won by luck. However, Yan Shu certainly didn't intend to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Instead, he drew his pistol from his thigh holster and fired a volley of bullets into the crowd. His precise marksmanship cost him 5 bullets, and all the troublemaking tycoons were instantly shot in the head, collapsing to the ground in terror, becoming cold corpses. Zheng Yu's surprise attack on Shen Yin and his group was also the result of their hasty actions. They quickly silenced their panicking teammates. If they called for help now, they would all die. Humph. Since there's another ambush, let's deal with both at the same time, he said coldly, staring at the man holding the pistol. Yan Shu charged toward them, and the group panicked. That guy had a gun? 9 lives wouldn't be enough to kill him. Although they were professional bodyguards, they couldn't defeat a gun with cold weapons. No, you can't leave. Compared to the strong bodyguards, their chances of survival are low. Damn it, hurry up and catch him. Can't you disarm him barehanded? Our lives are very precious, but the lives of you bodyguards are worth sacrificing. You useless trash, there are 2 of you. One can die. In that brief moment, the others also clung tightly to Shen Yining, treating him and Luo Xing as their last lifesaver. Facing the boundary of life and death, all elegance and composure vanished. At this moment, they were just ordinary people terrified of death. Damn it, stop pulling me. But there were too many people holding him back, and in this situation, having lost his cool, he couldn't break free for a moment. Luo Xing, standing off to the side, immediately showed a conflicted expression. In this life or death situation, he didn't want to save her. But Shen Yining was his closest brother. They had been partners for many years. You fucking idiots, let her go. Luo Xing gritted his teeth and charged forward. But what terrified Luo Xing was that she didn't even glance at him. He ran away, and Luo Xing naturally became the target of the others. Shen Yining, you will die a horrible death. What greeted them was a hail of bullets, bang bang bang. Yan Shu, with a cold and emotionless expression, didn't even bother to look, raising his hand and firing a few shots. Under such terrifying firepower, no one could survive. You run pretty fast, Yan Shu remarked coldly, even though the other party had run a few steps. Unfortunately, he was still within the effective range of the pistol. With a bang, Shen Yining, who was performing evasive maneuvers, screamed in pain and fell into the snow. But even when facing the boundary between life and death, he stubbornly refused to give up, crawling on the snow with just his 2 hands. A long, bright red trail of blood stood out against the pristine white snow. Without any rush, the man gently reloaded for the other, then slowly approached, raised the pistol, and aimed it at his head. Instantly, the entire group that had ambushed them was dead. Master, I killed all of them without asking for permission. Yan Shu lowered her head, pursed her lips, and whispered. In that moment, I acted almost on instinct. After all, Yan Shu always remembered that among these people were 2 professional bodyguards. Luo Tian smiled. How could I blame you? In the future, in situations like this, you can judge and act on your own, just like Yan Shu trusted him. Luo Tian trusted Jiang Shiwei, who had observed everything, and wisely stayed in her position. She understood that while Yan Shu had left, the biggest threat was still Luo Tian beside her. In terms of skills, Jiang Zhiyue was less than half as good as an ordinary soldier and was no match for Luo Tian. If Luo Tian wanted to, he could easily lock her in a pile of containers, or even turn her into a paper doll. However, I still have hope for the future. After moving into the villa, I'll familiarize myself with the environment first, then slowly wait for a chance to escape. Jiang Ziyue remained silent, but her mind was racing. The official shelter had plenty of food. It was her ideal haven. Arriving at the shelter, Jiang Ziyu looked up at the building, its surface made of a special metal. The villa, with its sleek, sophisticated exterior, made Lu frown slightly. The alloy door alone, over a meter thick, probably exceeded the standards of a normal shelter, even surpassing the main entrance of an official shelter. I'm afraid that's all there is to it, Jiang Jiyue thought to herself in amazement. If you're done, come here and take this, Luo Tian said with a smile, taking out a bracelet from his spatial storage. Bringing this beautiful female researcher, who possessed a beauty score over 90 and a seductive figure, into the refugee camp was a surefire way to make money. Although she seemed reluctant, it didn't matter. Jiang Ziyue took it and noticed a metal bracelet, a rather strange-looking item. What is your purpose in giving this to me? Wearing this thing will definitely make my future escape plans much more difficult. Under Luo Tian's pressure, Jiang Ziyue reluctantly gave in. The ground where the group was standing in the steel corridor suddenly sank, and as soon as they reached the lower floor, before them was a vast, silver-white space inside the silver-white steel corridor. On both sides of the path were many spacious warehouses, some open, others tightly closed. Almost immediately, she realized that if it had electricity, it couldn't be called a bracelet. Not only did he possess spatial superpowers, but he also had this luxurious alloy shelter, Jiang Ziyu's brilliant plan. She revealed a look of astonishment as she looked at the scene before her. Located in the silver-white space on the first basement floor, and with Luo Tian standing in front of her, wearing a sinister smile, Jiang Ziyue felt a chill run down her spine. At this moment, any remaining hope or thought of escape in Jiang Ziyue's heart seemed to vanish completely. Thanks to the dual security system of the alloy door and the bracelet, who could escape without being detected? Jiang Ziyue would probably believe it without hesitation, because compared to Luo Tian, Lai, the official shelter was completely unprepared and only passively endured this severe cold disaster. Because the temperature inside the shelter was quite comfortable, the girls were all wearing thin pajamas. Hidden beneath graceful curves, their slender waists gently swayed, their long, snow-white legs, wearing slippers, exuded a playfully charming and adorable vibe. "Welcome home, master," the 5 girls said sweetly. They were amazed. Jiang Ziyue was dumbfounded with shock. Luo Tian and Yan Shu, who were obediently waiting, walked together toward the stairs leading down to the second basement floor. Is she secretly praising her own beauty? Li Ru asked with a gentle smile. He was unfamiliar with everything inside, so he could only obediently follow the other party's words. But this shelter belonged to Luo Tian. Therefore, he couldn't judge by common sense. Jiang Ziyu was somewhat stunned that a goddess of Baiye's caliber was working as a maid in the shelter. Since entering here, she couldn't remember how many times she had been shocked. He randomly chose a door, and the silver-white sensor door automatically opened. Taking a shower feels so good. The silver-white sensor door automatically opened, and Luo Tian stretched comfortably. Standing beside her was Yan Shu, her sexy figure and long legs exposed after she took off her bra. As soon as he stepped out, Luo Tian saw Jiang Jiu standing blankly by the door, her face full of embarrassment and discomfort. "You got a bargain this time. Let me get revenge next time," he chuckled, a smile blooming on his lips. Earlier, in the giant bathtub, amidst the billowing steam, Luo Tian and Yan Shu were practicing underwater combat to increase their resistance to water drag. Who wants to spy? Jiang Jiue thought to herself. He forgot that Luo Tian and Yan Shu had gone down before him, so they had already gone into shower before he opened the door. "I never dreamed of showering with you." Ignoring her, Jiang Jiue turned and walked into the room without looking back, waiting for the silver-white sensor door to close. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, standing next to the steaming bathtub. This guy finally had the luxury of taking a hot shower, a privilege that even the official shelters didn't have. Taking a hot shower was something Jiang Ziyu had almost never experienced since the apocalyptic ice age hit. The only time she got to use hot water was to sponge bathe her body. Still in the official shelter, he used the meager warm water to wipe his body. However, this was still a luxurious enjoyment. Jiang Ziyu, completely naked, gently lifting her slender legs, she stepped into the giant, steaming bathtub. Her tense nerves also relaxed, as if the bone-chilling cold and blizzard had been left behind. At this moment, all he thought about was enjoying the present moment. She didn't know how much time had passed, but Jiang Ziyue, who was so comfortable she almost fell asleep, suddenly heard footsteps behind her. "If you dare do anything to me, I will." Just as he was worrying, racking his brains for a way to threaten the other person, he realized the person who just walked in wasn't Luo Tian. Instead, a bright smile revealed pearly white teeth. He left, quite disappointed. Bai Ya seemed a bit reluctant. "Is it because of my figure?" Jiang Ziyue breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a bit strange. But at the same time, he didn't look too skinny. On the contrary, the plumpness on every part of his body was just right. Jiang Ziyue thought doubtfully, not understanding why Luo Tian was so relaxed. "I definitely can't completely trust him." He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, does this mean I have no hope of escaping? But then again, it didn't seem so. Perhaps there would be a chance to escape. Jiang Ziyue stood up from the bathtub, water splashing everywhere. The white shirt, covering her upper thighs, made her grit her teeth. It looked so embarrassing. Meanwhile, Luo Tian was in the large warehouse in the basement, looking at the rows of armored vehicles neatly arranged before him, nodding in satisfaction as he saw them displayed. These were the armored vehicles he had specially selected, almost brand new. Now, I understand why some people like collecting figurines. Although they aren't anime figurines, these big guys are just as attractive as cute girls, maybe even more attractive to men. Baya smiled and gently skipped over, softly pulling Luo Tian's hand into her embrace. Luo Tian smiled and said, "There's no need to arrange a room for you yet, because your situation is a bit special." After a brief explanation, the women suddenly understood. It turned out Jiang Ziyue came from the official refugee camp, and her job was a weapons research expert at an official research institute. Jiang Ziyue would probably have to stay in our refugee camp. It would take more time to adapt. Luo Tian stroked the cold body of the armored vehicle. Professional knowledge about weapons was still very valuable to him. After all, a person who could hold the title of expert in the military was no ordinary person. His private space contained countless supplies, including some specialized equipment. If she could get Jiang Ziyue's help, he might even be able to develop many useful pieces of equipment, such as the snow camouflage uniforms, currently used by regular soldiers. Don't underestimate this small difference. The key point is that snow camouflage uniforms not only have high cold resistance, but also strong bullet resistance. Most gun bullets cannot penetrate them. If they could produce, or even copy and modify, similar combat uniforms, the benefits gained would be immense. And it wasn't just uniforms. Perhaps the weapons of various guns could also be upgraded and modified, allowing them to unleash stronger firepower than before. Moreover, the equipment at the armed police base would disappear, and the equipment at outposts further away. The status of their armories was still questionable. In this situation, a weapons expert like Jiang Ziyue became even more important. They had to prepare for both possibilities. If they couldn't find new weapons, they would have to modify them themselves. Additionally, they needed to gather as much information as possible from the other party. Luo Tian leaned against the armored vehicle, frowning. That regular squad of soldiers, besides Jiang Ziyue, the rest had all been eliminated. So once the government discovered their squad was missing, they would definitely send more people to investigate. Although the probability of being discovered seemed low, he still needed to take precautions in advance, otherwise it would be too late if the two sides clashed. While Luo Tian was deep in thought, Jiang Ziyue, having just finished showering, reluctantly came to the warehouse in the basement, the hem of her shirt barely touching the fabric. This guy's spatial ability was amazing, no matter how many times he witnessed it. Armored vehicles and helicopters weighing several tons in extreme cold conditions and 3-meter-thick snow, long-distance transportation, was almost impossible. These pre-apocalyptic weapons of war were nothing but scrap metal, but under Luo Tian's spatial manipulation ability, they were moved as easily as children's toys. Luo Tian didn't answer immediately. "Because of your special circumstances, I have prepared 2 options." Under Jiang Ziyue's curious gaze, Luo Tian slowly pointed his finger toward the first option. "Absolutely obey all my orders. During this time, I will only provide you with the most basic food to sustain your life, until you change your mind. I won't force you," Luo Tian said with a smile. Perhaps they had voluntarily become each other's people, but Jiang Ziyue had secretly resolved never to give in. Jiang Ziyue smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, but I've made up my mind. It's nothing. Even if I eat well, it probably won't be much better than the official shelters. As long as there's something to eat so I don't starve to death, that's enough," he told himself. "But I have one more condition," Luo Tian said calmly, under the other party's questioning gaze. He said slowly, "You should know that I never tolerate lazy people." Luo Tian ignored his actions and said, "You need to tell me about the official shelters, as detailed as possible." Jiang Ziyue's vigilance decreased slightly, but she still shook her head and apologized, saying, "No matter what, I won't tell you this information." Hearing this, Luo Tian's face instantly turned ice cold. "Although I said I wouldn't touch you against your will, don't forget who makes the rules. But if I wanted to, I could have you right now." Seeing Luo Tian's cold expression, Jiang Ziyue held her breath, realizing he wasn't joking. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I have my reasons." Jiang Ziyue gritted her teeth, and finally, however, he still decided to reveal some information to Luo Tian. "Actually, I have a younger sister. In the official refugee camp, her status does not belong to me. Although I left, thanks to that status, she can still live peacefully and enjoy the necessities and protection provided by the government. But if one day the government finds out I leaked information, not only her but also her sister will be punished. Their status will be lower than even commoners. The military is always ruthless in dealing with traitors, especially those who leak information. So, I'm sorry. For my sister's sake, I absolutely will not reveal information, no matter what you do to me." Jiang Ziyue clenched her fists nervously, but her eyes remained resolute as she spoke. He was even prepared to expose himself. "Your sister's life or death has nothing to do with me. But since this is your choice, your basic food ration is cancelled. If you don't want to starve to death, go up there and rummage. Rummage through the trash." "Are you kidding me?" For a highly educated intellectual, graduated from a top US military academy with 2 degrees, frequently flirting with high society goddesses and enjoying a bourgeois lifestyle, this was completely unacceptable. Jiang Ziyue looked at Luo Tian, only to see him walking upstairs with his hands in his pockets, not looking back, his actions decisive and swift, leaving no room for discussion. "Wait a minute," Jiang Ziyue gritted her teeth. to avoid immediately falling from a high society life to a subordinate living situation, she decided to offer some information in exchange for help. I can't reveal information about the official shelter, she said, taking a deep breath. But I think your purpose with that policewoman was probably to find weapons at the armed police base. If I'm not mistaken, besides the armed police base, he would probably search other locations as well. You mean, the mysterious force that looted the armed police base also took the equipment from other places beforehand, and the government has set traps in other places too? Jiang Ziyue gently shook her head and said, I'm just a researcher. I usually don't care about these things. The information I just mentioned was revealed by the captain on the way. Anyway, whether it's the same group or not, the government isn't sure yet, and the authenticity of this information still needs to be verified. After all, the person who leaked the information was just the captain. Qinshui City is currently in chaos, Luo Tian sneered. The forces entrenched around here are probably not just the government and the mysterious organization that relocated the armed police base. How did those guys transport the supplies? Luo Tian's eyes turned ice cold. According to the captain's guess, the other side might have acquired a snow assault vehicle. Previously, the Qinshui armed police base had organized a friendly match with neighboring Russia. After the match, the Qinshui team achieved excellent results, so they won a newly developed snow assault vehicle from Russia. This snow assault vehicle, structured similarly to a tracked snowmobile, isn't advanced technology, but it can adapt to complex terrain. Therefore, their method of transporting supplies very likely relied on that Russian snowcat. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow and said, if that's the case, it makes perfect sense. Just modify it a bit and add a trailer to transport supplies. Even transporting an armory wouldn't be difficult. Luo Tian understood, turning around to continue upstairs. She had revealed information, but Luo Tian still hadn't said anything. He can die with dignity, but he can't live a humiliating life. Who could bear to let a beautiful woman like me starve to death here? However, Jiang Ziyue thought carefully again. Realizing the other party might not care after all, this place was probably overflowing with beautiful women, and when the other party started getting annoyed, Luo Tian called Bai Ya over and said, Bai Ya, take Miss Jiang to the third floor and prepare a room for her. Yes, boss, Bai Ya replied with a smile. Just as he was about to leave, Luo Tian placed a hand on his shoulder and patted it gently, saying, Miss Jiang is currently a tourist, so there's a difference between us, understand? Master Baya doesn't understand what love is. At this moment, Yang Mengyu took the initiative to ask Baya, let me do it. So, under Baya's questioning gaze, Yang Mengyu led Jiang Ziyue upstairs, while An Yuyan pushed up her glasses and shook her head. My big star. With such a pure personality, how did you become the national goddess? Li Ru had changed her long, flowing hairstyle into a new one, neatly tied into a loose braid over her shoulder, further highlighting her unique, gentle charm. Li Ru let out a soft hum, her pretty face blushing. The classical Chinese text written by Luo Tian was meant to welcome him, not for him to eat. Meanwhile, on the kitchen counter, all kinds of precious ingredients that Luo Tian took from the infinite space were laid out. Seafood, and even many home-cooked dishes, were included in the menu, so preparation would take twice as long as before. Yang Mengyu smiled and said, it's fine. Thank you, Jiang Ziyue said politely. Compared to the accommodations at the official shelter, where many girls had to share a room, this was a comfortable and quiet single room. Here are some smart features in this house, Yang Mengyu said with a smile. This place can't be called a house anymore, it should be renamed a high-end resort. Jiang Ziyu was familiar with this simulation technology, but the energy it consumed was not small. Do they have such abundant energy reserves? Yang Mengyu asked with a sneering expression. It felt like discovering a treasure trove on a website, only to be told it couldn't be used without a VIP membership card. The joy of getting a new room instantly turned into emptiness, but unfortunately, he couldn't use any of the amenities. A hint of annoyance appeared on Yang Mengyu's delicate oval face. Damn it, don't think I don't know. Are you planning to use these sugar-coated bullets to look down on my soul? Jiang Ziyue said through gritted teeth. After all, the other party invited her down for dinner, and she had paid the price, exchanging information for food. This wasn't charity. As soon as he saw those appetizing dishes, his eyes instantly widened. The meat was tender and delicious, emitting a strong aroma that made people crave it. He set the pristine white apron aside and gently explained that there was no need to overreact like this. They didn't even have a decent hot meal, and countless survivors had died in despair from hunger and cold. Besides Luo Tian's shelter, was there anyone else here who could enjoy such a lavish feast? I'm afraid not at all. Jiang Ziyue swallowed unconsciously, feeling saliva welling up in her mouth. He must have emptied the warehouses of an entire city to be able to enjoy such luxurious treatment. Jiang Ziyue felt she needed to reevaluate Luo Tian's capabilities. Li Ro smiled and spoke, and so did An Yuyan. So hungry. At this moment, Luo Tian, Bai Ya, and Yang Mengyu also came up from the basement. Come on, Yang Mengyu playfully rolled her eyes. Speechless. It's not difficult for me at all, Li Ru said softly, lowering her head shyly. Li Ru, the chef who had put in a lot of effort, naturally sat to Luo Tian's right, while Yang Mengyu, the fresh flower, sat to his left. Miss Jiang, please sit down and eat with us. Luo Tian smiled slightly, glancing at Jiang Zhiyue, who was standing there looking a bit awkward. You revealed some information to me, so you should also get to enjoy these dishes. I'm very sorry, Jiang Zhiyue said. Even so, I still won't reveal any official information. His determination to leave this place grew stronger. She picked up another piece of tender meat and offered it to Jiang Zhiyue, saying, Miss Jiang, look at this piece of chicken, it looks so good. But thinking of the lavish meal, she decided to let him take advantage and personally feed her. Just as she made up her mind and leaned in to eat, Luo Tian suddenly snatched the chicken back, enjoying it with relish, then exclaimed in surprise, Miss Jiang, what are you doing? I was just asking if the chicken was good, I didn't tell you to eat it. Hearing this, Jiang Zhiyu stiffened, her upturned face flushing red. He instantly felt embarrassed, telling himself that when he first entered the refugee camp, he had secretly sworn that no matter how he was treated, he would never bow his head and would resist all temptations. Yet, not long after, he was offered a piece of chicken and obediently took it in his mouth. This guy is definitely playing tricks on me. If they keep eating like this, their calorie intake will probably exceed the limit. Seeing Bai Ya and the others eating with such appetite, she suddenly felt a bit of craving. He hesitated, realizing there didn't seem to be any utensils for him. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot your portion, Luo Tian said with a smile, turning to Li Ru beside him. Soon, Li Ru placed a bowl of plain white porridge and half a steamed bun in front of Jiang Zhiyue. Miss Jiang, please enjoy your meal. At this moment, Jiang Zhiyue looked at the lavish seafood feast on the counter, along with the 9 kilograms roasted suckling pig, then looked down at the simple bowl of white porridge in front of her. Luo Tian smiled and said, not everyone is qualified to eat this. After all, you know what is most scarce right now, he added with a hint of regret. I also wanted to invite you to enjoy it together, but unfortunately, only then did Jiang Zhiyu realize that Luo Tian never intended to invite her to eat. Luo Tian picked up a piece of tender, melt-in-the-mouth suckling pig and savored it. Only he understood the suffering of being forced to eat nothing but bland white porridge and steamed buns. But don't forget, this is the freezing apocalypse. Other survivors didn't even have a decent hot meal, let alone a lavish feast. He hurriedly drank the last drop of water, showing a moderate level of professional patience. The meal was seasoned with premium spices, making it delicious. He quickly placed the washed plates on the counter, then reluctantly walked toward the stairs in the living room. Outside, Jiang Zhuyo appeared calm and composed, but no one knew that her saliva was drooling uncontrollably. Just now, she had put on another layer of clothing, but now, he revealed her straight, snow-white legs. After Jiang Zhiyue's silhouette disappeared from the living room, Li Ru smiled and said, Boss, Miss Jiang, she seemed to be trying her best to hold back. I saw her face flush red. Especially after learning that the equipment might have been stolen from armories at multiple outposts, the other party's value increased even more. Setting aside ordinary guns and sniper rifles, the armored vehicles and military helicopters stored downstairs could even be modified into helicopters capable of flying in extreme cold conditions, given enough materials and the other party's status as a weapons expert. After all, current military technology is very advanced. Helicopters from neighboring Russia can operate in temperatures as low as -40 to -50 degrees Celsius, thanks to modern heating systems. And it wasn't just weapons. Even the cold-weather gear Jiang Zhiyu wore during outdoor activities could be upgraded to the same level as military soldiers' snow camouflage uniforms. The more Luo Tian thought about it, the more valuable Jiang Zhiyu became. If he could utilize her knowledge, his base wouldn't just stockpile existing weapons, but would also have the opportunity to self-modify equipment to adapt to the extreme cold world. The true value of this female weapons expert was only just beginning to show.